Hello everybody and welcome to the Calling here in Hartford. This is such an incredibly exciting weekend. Heavy Hitters, Heavy Hitters has a, what's up? Okay, come on back. You did it once before. My cameraman wants to join the show, guys. I hope you don't mind. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
What's up, everybody? I'm Rody Sepperlock, career cameraman here at Savage Feats. Thought I'd try my hand in the casting booth today.
Yeah, we had a great time in Cincinnati. You did a really good job. You seem like you might have some legs in this world.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. No, I'm just kidding, everyone. Rody Sepperlock here. I am hyped to be joining Sam in the booth today, joined as well by Michael Fang. We're going to be bringing you guys all of the limited coverage here for the Heavy Hitters format in Calling Hartford. I'm going to run over to join Michael in the feature match area. We are about to crack a sealed pool for you guys, so I got to get set up for that. I will see you soon.
Rody and Michael, two of the best and brightest in the game. We couldn't be more lucky to have them here at our coverage booth for the weekend. This feature match area is right here to my left. They're going to be going ahead and building a deck for you, as the players right over here to my right, deep in the hall over there, are going ahead and building their sealed pools as we speak. So, without any further ado, let's send it over to a couple of legends in the game, Rody Sepperlock and Michael Fung, building a sealed deck for you as we get ready to kick off all the action here in Hartford at the Calling. Let's get it going.
Welcome over, everybody. I am Rody Sepperlock, this is Michael Fang, and we are going to jump into a Heavy Hitters pool for you guys, cracking 6 packs. Michael, let's dive in.
Yeah, first thing we do, these are Japanese print packs. They're plastic. One of my favorite ways to open it is by pinching like this. Pop, pinch and pop.
There you go.
And I don't know, if you want to help, I just like to just open all 6 packs and kind of just like get the pack trash out of the way. I think this is something that's really nice for judges. They just, you know, they can collect the pack trash immediately, basically, instead of waiting for us to agonizingly open each one. And then after I have all that done, you know, obviously take the expansion slot out. I put it on one neat pile before I start sorting. I'll just start sorting now. I think they've already done this. I know James White and Brian had like a little segment. But I just like to do the 3 main hero classes, all the hybrid cards in kind of just one pile somewhere, generics in one pile, and equipment in one pile. And then we'll figure out the generics later, or the hybrid later. Ooh, we got a little majestic action here. Raise an army.
Nice. Raise an army. A card we might see make some waves in CC soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just I occasionally will put some of the hybrid cards in like not the right slot, but you know, I'll figure that out as we go. But yeah, just trying to do this kind of briskly. This is like, you know, this is kind of the mechanical task and something you get better at after you like do a couple of these.
But it's definitely worth practicing. I mean, when you're here playing the Calling and you only have so much time to build your sealed pool, I think it makes sense to go as fast as possible. Maybe if there's deck registration, then you're actually given a set window for this. But even at something like your pre-release, for example, you want to use as much time as possible in your build window. Hey, Knucklehead, we like to see that. Very nice for any KO.
Powerful card. I think I see this and I'm already kind of like, you know, ideas are formulating in my head. Earlier I saw the Wage Agility Red, one of my favorite cards in this set as well. So
I noticed a Flat Trackers, which is a staple in any Brute Warrior deck.
Absolutely. Only they could just give us that for another class. I don't know which class it would be, but you know.
You're separating all your equipment into one pile here, which I think is really good. Instead of putting the equipment in the class pile that it corresponds with, you want it in its own separate spot so you can start your pool just looking at like what strong equipment pieces you have, because I feel like that'll often influence which hero you want to go into.
Absolutely. I just sometimes they get lost in there if I do that. So I don't know, like the way I originally decided to do this is like there's 2 types of hybrid cards, basically the Brute ones and the Guardian ones, except obviously the Brute hybrids have 2 different types. But the easiest thing I've decided is just, you know, keeping it foolproof.
Yeah, so it was funny, last week in Queenstown, we saw James White and Brian Gottlieb open up one of these pools on stream, and James did this exact same thing, and then later in the day, Michael and I were talking about like the best way to sort a sealed pool. He told me how he did this. He looks at the left side, splits the borders based on that, then flips them around, looks at the right side of the border, and he had no idea that James White does it the exact same way.
I was trying to give Brody tips. I thought it was going to be useful, but no, he had already heard it. It was old news. All right, so we've kind of separated all the categories. Obviously, we saw that we have the Knucklehead. And one of the things that I like to see is if we're already leaning towards potentially being Brute class, particularly Kayo, I just want to see up front, what does my equipment look like? And that looks beautiful.
That is about as good as it gets for a KO deck. That is exactly what you want to see. Do we have any rare weapons for any of the heroes?
We do not. These are all the equipment / weapons. But I mean, I would be stoked to not be naked in any of my slots to begin with. But also, these are some of the best in slot common equipment for this form. In fact, I mean, you don't really have any options. This is the only possible rare for KO. So this is a really nice start. I'm going to keep that in mind. We also, of course, have that optionality with the Embrace Adversity. Let's look at the KO pool. One of the first things I do, without even looking at the cards, I just count. 13. 13 is actually a really good number. In terms of actually class-specific cards, I've seen it go as low as 9. I've had 9, like just warrior cards, for example.
Yeah.
And so having 13 is really nice. I just have to get a count of all of them just to get a feel for where are my cards.
Yeah, you want to count this to know, A, if you have more cards of a particular class, that's going to mean you're going to have more good cards. You can take out some of those bad yellows, or sometimes, depending on the deck you're playing and the matchup you're going into, you want a fat deck in this sealed format and play more than 30, because games definitely can go to fatigue. So in some cases, you're just looking for what class has the most cards total that you can play, and you stick them all in your deck and just try to kind of attrition your opponent out.
Yeah, and while you were saying that, so 16 warrior class commons and rares, and only 10 Guardian cards. I think with the way our pool is, we already kind of don't want to be in Guardian. Something I noticed while I was laying out my equipment set, we're going to struggle to we won't really have equipment slots if we play Guardian, because the only leg piece we have is flat trackers. So this already kind of makes me, I want to save time, I want to simplify this process for myself. I'm going to put the cards that are Guardian only just to the side for now, just so it's out of my purview, and I want to focus on the 2 heroes that can play flat trackers. I'm actually just going to start with Brute, because I think we're likely going to be a KO deck. We really want to play the Knucklehead. We're actually, at this point, looking for reasons not to play KO. I think that's the power of this piece. If we didn't have this, I think we'd just be solidly trying to choose between the Warrior and the Brute class.
Yep, I agree completely. For anyone who doesn't know, Knucklehead is just a 2 with temper, and it also has an action where you can destroy it, roll a 6-sided die, and your intellect becomes the number rolled for that turn. So it can be a really nice last ditch if you're way behind in the game and there's just no way you're going to catch up. You can just take a gamble. If you roll a 6, then drawing 6 cards might give you the chance to catch up with your opponent. But most of the time, this is just +3 life, which is quite a lot for an equipment piece in Limited.
And yeah, I'm looking at these hybrid cards, and they are all just decent. So these are all 6s, or 5s at least, with the KO ability. That's a lot. That's basically the entire pool. And the 3 cards that aren't in the hybrid slot, we have Test of Might, a block 4 block card. Lead of Power red, always happy to play this card. It's really efficient, pitching a blue and then swinging your claw. And then Clash of Agility, a nice 3 block. And if you win that clash, really sets you up. So I am looking and feeling really good about building a KO pool. I'm gonna take a quick look at my generics. My focus on the first just roundabout is looking for 3 blocks. There's only the one pay up Majestic. Starting Stake would be another nice one. After that, let's look for 6s, or 5s at least.
Quite a few in there already.
Looks like that's the only ones. After that, with the generics that are block 2s, I don't know about you, but I do like Trade-In. I think it's decent. It's always a card I'm not disappointed to put in basically all of my decks except for Victor. Olympia. And blue, rather, the rear guard is nice. And then I'm keeping in mind that I do have a couple of non-attack actions that are block 2s that might be good when I'm playing against Warrior. The rest are, if we have to play them, we'll play them. Or if we want a fat deck, we'll just keep in mind we have these 4 cards. I think Red Adrenaline Rush of these 4 is the most likely to see play, and we'll maybe make a decision if we want to play it based off the number of blues we have.
Yep, I agree with all of that. I am a fan of Adrenaline Rush if we end up needing slots from that generic pile.
All right, let's look at these Brutes, kind of just commons and rares. One of the things I like to do is just grab all the blues to start, or grab all the 6s to start. That's another way to do it. And it feels like we don't have too many cards where we'd be disappointed to run. I think the only card that's a little sus might be this blue Bear Fangs. Just because it's a blue that can't block, so the only way to get this out of your deck is by playing it. You can never block with it. It's going to stay in your deck forever. Every time you pitch it, second cycle, it's still in your deck. I've often found that if this was Wild Ride, I would really consider not playing it. But Blue Bear Fangs is still somewhat on rate if you're able to get that discard trigger. In fact, it's slightly above rate somehow because it's a 2-resource 7.
If you create the
Might token as well, yeah. So it's just something to think about that we have this blue. I think at this point, Kayo's looking really good. I don't really need too much to sell me on Kayo, but I'm just gonna look at the Warrior cards and see if I'm really, like missing out on something. For Warrior, it's a little bit simpler for me. I just take the reds, put them to the front because, you know, we had those generic blues and stuff, but the way you kill people with Warrior is you need good reds. So we have 5 reds, and I think one of the cards that we have that's really premium are both of these, cut the deck and take the upper hand. These are both rare, and for good reason. They are reaction block 3s. They help you get around overpower, and they're just really nice. Take the upper hand is actually basically on rate, or it's hard to evaluate reactions because they don't cost an action point, and they have this like information asymmetry to them, but just so powerful cards.
And besides being great cards to play, all 5 of these block 3, so lots of flexibility with your hand.
Yeah, super awesome. And the cards that we can't play in the Brute class, but we can with Warrior, these hybrid cards aren't as exciting. I think the Rising series is particularly lackluster. This Vigorous Windup red, that is an exciting card, but Test the Vigor, if we do play Warrior, we're not likely to win clashes. This is likely just going to be a block 4 give opponent a Vigor token in a lot of matchups. These Rising Energies are also quite good actually in Warrior, especially if you're able to make a gold token, and you know, this is in your arsenal, you end your turn with a blue, you crack the gold token, play this, and still get the arsenal card. You basically 1-card 6 them with the gold token, so these are pretty good, but not that exciting, and the rest are just okay.
It seems like all in all, since our 3 pools are relatively similar and the Brute cards honestly are looking the best, we mostly want to go with Brute just because our equipment suite leans that way so heavily.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to even just, I think to be honest, if I were playing a Calling, I would probably have spent that much time, and that's it. And then I would have put the cards away and just started just doing what I think is actually quite an important thing as part of making a seal pool. It's not just deciding which hero you're going to play, but starting to get some ideas of ratios. So the first thing, of course, is just blue count. Just knowing how many blues you're likely going to play. I think we're going to play everything that's being shown here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 blues.
We ideally, like we mentioned, don't want to play this Bear Fang.
Yeah, in fact, we might just play this Rally the Rear Guard. I think 13 blues is quite a good number. I don't think you need that much more. In fact, I think it's possible you want to play less. Maybe some of these yellows are less exciting as well, if I can find any.
It can depend how many playables you have in your pool. Like if you're running just a lean 30-card deck, I think anywhere from like 9 to 11 blues can be super comfortable. If you're going a little over, then like something like this 12 or 13 can look really nice.
Yeah, and then the next thing I want to do is just how many 6s am I playing, or at least for KO, 5s or better, and how many non-6s. Just to know your ratios. We really only have one card that really will skill test us on that, and that's the Wild Ride card. We, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective of these cards, only have this one, besides we don't play the Bear Fangs. So I'm just going to put all the 6s kind of in one pile and then just do a count afterwards. It's a pretty big pile, honestly.
Yeah, it's looking like quite a lot. I feel like in a sealed pool you can range from anywhere from 15 to 25 as a rough big range, often like 17 to 23 probably. And I think we're looking at like low 20s, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's really high. I don't actually think I've actually ever had low 20s before. This is 23. That is a lot.
That's how many I had in my Super Armory deck back in Queenstown, and it felt like every hand had
just
basically
like
all 6s.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's amazing.
So we have 23 here. Then we have our 8 non-6s. And maybe we just cut one of these. Maybe like the blue Rally the Rear Guard if we want to play like a lean 6C.
I think the Rally the Rear Guard can also be a card that we take in and out for different matchups. It can be really nice versus Betsy to get around overpower, sometimes versus Warriors. Being able to block with this and say, if you play a reaction, I can use my instant after that.
Yep.
It is a little bit bad versus Centauri Sabers because it only blocks 2 and it buffs them up because it's an attack action. But in some spots, especially late in the game, when you're kind of stuck in this like sub 3 life, you can't block, like if you over block, you're wasting cards. If you don't block enough, you die to reactions. It can be really nice.
Yeah, and it could be, swapped in with the money where your mouth is if you want to maybe not buff Warrior attack. So we have some flexibility there, but I think this is roughly how we build. And yeah, I would be kind of stoked if I open a pool like this.
Yeah, I feel like these
calling.
non-6 blues are all quite good. They all block for 3 except for this one. And this card gives you a lot of flexibility in situations where you're kind of forced to use your whole hand if your opponent doesn't attack you. And you don't have something like a Wild Ride or Agility token. Smashback Galehorn can be really nice just to have a play. It's a blue 1 card 2 go again essentially if the Might and Agility both convert to roughly 1 point, which is actually above rate for a blue. And in general, just a really flexible card. I see you've already got it there with the raw meat.
Yep,
which is
That's the
nicely.
combo. I expect to be seeing this combo, or combos of this, playing the blue alcohol and blocking with the class-specific temper 2 chest. That's limited bread and butter. I think one of the ways I can tell when one of my opponents in this format are a little bit experienced is when they have both tokens, I send an attack, the first thing they do is start picking up, touching this piece of equipment to almost let you know that they already have this heuristic. I might never be able to block 2 of this again.
I think that's a very common theme in this sealed format. There are a lot of equipment that require a specific condition to be met to block with them, and most of the time it's correct to just throw them in front of the first attack you can once that is met, because the games don't last too long. You don't know when you'll be able to again. But yeah, with Rami in particular, looking at a pool like this, I feel like flat trackers is something I try to save for when I know I'm going to have a Might token to pair for this reason.
Yep.
And then the other use is, like we just mentioned, either the Smashback Galehorn or maybe one of these Assault and Batteries to make an Agility and Might together.
Yeah, I think we have only 1 Agile windup in the pool, so that's like, it feels like I'm cheating, honestly, when I get to make one of each token with the Agile windup and immediately block my raw meat. Like, the Brute class is just feels very fun and rewarding to play, and little interactions like that just feel so nice. So I think we'll be looking for this type of play as well. You know, coming with the claw suspiciously, 3 cards still in hand, discard that Agile windup, give your claw go again for this turn, you're set up for next turn with that Agility and that Might token, your raw meat's active. Yeah, this is the pool. I really, I don't know, this just seems, I guess the only other thing that you could count is just how many 3 for 7 plays that require a blue. And I don't know, sometimes changes like the way you want to like do you want to arsenal basically a Clash of Might or an Assault and Battery? I think you're always going to want to arsenal an Assault and Battery.
Especially in our pool, we have access to 12 blues.
Yeah, we have plenty of blues, but that's just something to keep in mind. We only have to play 5 yellows.
That's great. The yellows are nice too to like pair if you ever don't draw a blue, but in this case we have so many resources, we're not going to need them most of the time. Thankfully, several of our yellows also block for 3.
Yeah, 3 of them.
The 5, yeah.
And these 2 are like not embarrassing. This is just,
I also want to point out a power play that our deck has access to. It does take a fair bit to set it up, and it relies a bit on the random discard, but if you have Wild Ride, you pitch a blue to play it, and you have ideally maybe one of these blue 5 pluses in your hand. Then if you have a 2-cost card in your arsenal, you can try to set up a 2 blue play of Wild Ride into Mandible Claw with Go again, and then finish with something like one of these Rally the Rear Guards or Red Clash of Might, any of these 2 for 6s. That play goes so above rate. Oh yeah, Rising Power is the absolute best. I didn't even notice that red in there.
Yeah, if you know the top card, second cycle, you know the top card of your deck is a blue, and you have a blue in your hand, you're guaranteed. You can only discard a blue. How much damage is this? 6 plus 3 plus 7, so 16 plus a Might token?
So 17 off of 4 cards and limited, those are some serious numbers.
Yeah, that's prior numbers right there.
I think what you just mentioned is something cool to highlight about this limited format as well. There are a lot of plays that in first cycle are going to be random, rely on the top of your deck, but if you can set up second cycle pitch stacks and remember what's down there, you can make a lot of really powerful plays later on with like having that information locked down. And
that's something we're going to be looking for today. As we watch our players navigate these games, sometimes reds are going to get pitched, and sometimes it's because you have to. But I'd like to think that sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes there are these setups, especially of cards like Wild Ride, that inherently do have this level of variance. But players that are savvy, players that have had experience, or players that have a plan or realize maybe they're getting fatigued, they don't have that many cards in the deck, they need to have a plan. Setting these up, I don't know, it's an exciting part of the game. And it's a rewarding part of the game. It rewards players for having that plan, remembering their pitch stacks, and really, navigating game states that are harder.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we see players doing as they start to play the format more, and it's one of like the more skill testing parts of it, is like these, first of all, just being able to remember the cards and set it up, but even knowing that that's a thing to do. Like players will get fatigued, and then as they play the format more, they start to find these like ways to set up late game turns to push. And I think it's cool, especially with the number of 2 blocks in the format. I think they're is a lot you can do to, with most sealed pools, not get fatigued, which is kind of refreshing. We've played some sealed formats recently that often the games grind down, and these ones definitely can, but I think most of the time with the right plan and the right sideboard and everything, you will find a way to get there.
Yeah, speaking of 2 blocks, that's another metric I forget that is fun to kind of keep track of. I mean, a lot of these become luxuries when you're, pressed for time. But I'm going to put all the 2 blocks in a pile, all the 3 blocks in a pile, the 1 no block in a pile, and just get an understanding of kind of like what the average amount of block per hand is. And we're operating with 30 exact cards, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 3 blocks. I think that's actually, with the 4 block of the Testamite, 13 honestly has felt pretty average for me in terms of 3 blocks for a sealed pool. I've seen upwards of like 19. Typically it's when I'm playing Warrior.
Yeah. Warrior tends to have the most just in its base class cards. So in this brew deck, roughly half of our deck is going to block for 3 or more, and we only have 1 Pearl, as Jacob Pearson was calling them. So
Pearl, I get it.
yeah, it looks like a little Pearl there in the bottom right corner. So on average, with most hands, assuming that we don't need to keep any particular cards, we can just keep any 2, we're going to be able to block 6 with 2 cards and then make a 2-card play. In reality, it tends to be a little bit more difficult than that because you have to keep, a good play, a good pitch card. Maybe that doesn't line up where your 2, 3 blocks are the cards you can block with. But in general, our deck will be able to block well enough, which feels nice to know.
Yeah, and if we have agility tokens, we might not even have the block. We just send no blocks. Take it on the chin.
We already went over a couple of the cards that make agility. I feel like our deck is reasonably good at making them.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that we could do. How can we make agility tokens? I do like putting wage agility in that category, because if you're savvy with this card, and I think wager is probably my favorite mechanic, I want to say, from this set.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool spots where at first glance it seems like maybe you wouldn't wager, especially with like a blue wage agility for 5 like this, because your opponent can just easily block it with 2 cards. But if you pay attention to like their hand, whether they have an arsenal, which hero they're on, there are a lot of spots where if they do block it out, they're no longer going to be able to use the agility. Like if you're going against a Guardian who just is holding a 4-card hand with no arsenal, and you attack them with a red wage agility for 7, if they manage to block 7, they're not going to have enough cards left to do 2 plays, so it's safe to wager it even if you think it won't hit. So it looks like you've set aside 8 total agility making effects here, plus our flat trackers.
Not that much. I've set aside like Assault and Battery Red, which you're not always going to want to beat chess with this. I think it's actually efficient to beat chess with this. I think you roughly get 3 points of value. You get the My token, the agility token. I think that's roughly 3 points of value.
Especially if you haven't used up your raw meat yet.
Yeah, particularly, yes. But this is a little bit lower than I'm used to. I'm used to seeing at least like 1 lead with speed.
Sometimes more windups.
Yeah, like 2 windups has felt like almost all my KO decks have usually had 2 agile windups. And like basically like these 3 are the reliable ones, or these 4, I guess. This one kind of costs you something. I guess agile windup costs. I guess they all cost you something, so we could say these 4 are more reliable. But these 4 are a little bit less reliable. And so I don't actually think this is the type of deck that you're going to be kind of like rolling and constantly having a agility token. And I didn't realize this in our first glance, and this is actually a little bit, just slightly worrisome, I think, when building a seal pool and kind of ending some games, especially if we're going to play a lean 30.
Yeah, one thing that this makes me wonder, I agree, looking closer, we don't actually have that many ways to make agility. I do think Clash of Agility is really nice, just being a blue 3-block, and in general, in my opinion, Kayo tends to be the best deck at clashing. Even though Victor is kind of the clash hero, Kayo giving that constant +1 static to his effect, to all of his action cards, I think makes him really good at clashing. But one thing I'm thinking about is whether we would consider running this trade-in, because it's another way for us to go wide. We have these 4 agility effects that are pretty reliable. Clash of Agility is kind of, I would say, between these 2 piles, and then we also have the Wild Ride, which lets us have big turns. But the trade-in, even though it is yellow, and we'd probably prefer it to be red, if we park it in Arsenal, and wherever we're in a spot where we're forced to keep a lot of cards, we can play it out, discard, get a Might token with KO, and the most important part of that is that it turns on our Mandible Claw. So then all of a sudden we're able to use our full 4-card hand. Opponent just blocks out and passes back to you. You are now forced to use whatever you drew up into, and that's one of the main ways we can see people lose value, and they end up like kind of just burning one in their hand.
Yeah, really excited to see if players are able to kind of navigate game states like that, where they realize, man, I am behind. I'm going to block my full hand. I like to call it block and pray. It's a classic Guardian stratagem. We'll see if that is done because, man, like some of these decks, they just struggle to use.
Yeah.
You might be able to use the entire hand, but if you're playing blue, non-attack actions to buff your stuff, like that's really like not getting full value out of your cards. And that also is kind of one of the interesting things. Some decks might be aiming to fatigue.
Absolutely.
And when you're forcing your opponent to basically play inefficiently and burn cards in a way that's like maybe not that efficient, that could help you fatigue, but it's risky.
And a lot of the times, you're not even aiming to fatigue, but the
Sure.
game just kind of drags out.
Yeah,
to that point.
yeah.
And so even if it doesn't seem like a matchup where you're going to fatigue, even if both you and your opponent present just like low 30s, it doesn't look like either of you is trying to force it in that direction, it's still something to be aware of.
Absolutely.
I like that you set aside these mighty windups because any windup card in Brute is another way to go wider because it turns on your mandible.
Well, if you're Kayo, any wind-up card
That's
would do
a good
that.
point. The blue windups do not do that in Mr. Rhinar.
Sad.
Sad times. But yeah, if you attack with your claw, just pitching a card, you can just hold a full hand. Your opponent doesn't know what's going on, or at this point they probably do, because there's pretty much only one play you can be making. But you can just at instant speed discard one of those windups, and then the claw sees that you've discarded a 6, and it gains go again.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, the mighty windups in some ways are turn extenders, but they're better. I mean, this is like playing a captain's call, and you always get the +1.
Yeah.
So, and you get like an extra might token because of KO, so it's like you get the +2, my bad.
It's like a captain's call on your claw, but you get to choose both modes.
Exactly. And that's powerful.
One thing I like to do if I have extra time with a sealed deck like this is start pre-planning what my sideboarding might be.
Absolutely, good idea.
So like with some of these blues, we mentioned Rally and Money being like potential options versus Warrior. But like I really like the idea of bringing in the Rally versus Betsy as a way to combat Overpower. So what are some sideboard choices you think we might make with this pool in front of us?
I think, well, this is every possible card that we can play right here. And so really, since we already have our like core 30, it's just trying to decide between these cards. I think as you mentioned, these Money Where Your Mouth Is, these non-attack actions can be really nice. They're not amazing, but they can be nice against the Warrior class. Just being able to block a Saber.
I think right now they would be mostly replacing 3-block attack actions or other cards that already are non-attack block 2s. So I could see bringing them in over kind of middling attack block 2s, but I think if we have like attack action cards that block 3 that are more generally playable than these, we may as well just leave them in because the +1 balances out with the extra block.
Absolutely. I think it's kind of a preference thing as well because I do think that your lean 30 is like the most powerful, most consistent version of the deck. We have a good blue count. We have good resource count, extremely good 5 power plus count. And I think that presenting this 30, you're often going to win games before they hit second cycle. In fact, that's probably going to be your goal most of the time, or you have one possible turn pitched into the second cycle, and you're hoping that you remain either healthy or always just at a health advantage to be able to keep that 4-card, 5-card hand when you draw that second cycle.
For a final push.
Yeah, and so I don't imagine there's going to be too many cases where you basically want to go 32 cards, 33 cards, 34, because a lot of these cards are just not very synergistic and they're not very good for your plan. I do like to highlight Adrenaline Rush. I think there are situations where this card can be nice, but for this particular version of the deck, especially because we do struggle to make agility tokens, like we're not making them very often, I think of Adrenaline Rush as a lot worse. I really like this card when I can make agility tokens. It basically just had like this one nuts turn.
Yeah, I think if we were struggling for playables, it's one of the first things I would look toward.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I agree, since we have so many 6s and the rest of our cards are either resources or like particular power plays, it makes sense to just leave it in the sideboard for this one.
Yeah, and I think so after that, then it's really just rally the rear guard Money Where Your Mouth Is, coming in and out for certain matchups.
And I feel like we have a deck that has, honestly, unusually good blues. Like, most of our blues are either 5+s, or they block for 3, or they are specifically Smashback Ailhorn, which is just a better non-attack action. So I think in this particular deck, it's possible...
I'm so sorry, we actually have to play one of these. This is 29.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so, like, this is like the... We gotta choose one of them.
So are we already...
Oh, sorry, this is 30 with a trade-in, so...
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect. So if
yeah.
we want to play yellow trade, which I think makes sense, like we were talking about, we don't have as many ways to go wide. Trade in, when I'm playing Kayo and I have a trade in parked in my arsenal, it feels like such a nice safeguard.
Yep.
Even wild ride, you're not always sure. Like you could, if your hand's all sixes, you can still draw a whiff and discard it. So trade in is like the safest. I know I'm going to be able to use my hand next turn.
I'm actually kind of struggling to find a card that I may want to cut in and out for Rally the Rearguard, Money Where Your Mouth Is. I don't know. Can you spot like a card like? Let's lay it all. These are all the 3 blocks. It's unlikely that we're going to take anything from this side.
Yeah, we don't.
These are kind of our 2 blocks. Maybe like Rising Speed.
I was also looking at Rising Speed, but I feel like in KO it's rare that you want to cut a 5+ ever.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. It just might be just jam the deck and it's good enough. I mean, we already have 2 red Rally the Rearguards.
That's true.
So maybe we never need the blue one. I don't know.
And we are already looking at a high blue count, so if we're cutting a red to put this in, we're kind of sacrificing our ratios a little bit. I think maybe in this particular pool, it's just jam the same 30 into everyone.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that way as well. I think the only deck that I have some reservations about is Victor. I think there is a world that maybe I want some cards that like, I don't know, even like the blue trade-in or Adrenaline Rush, just a little bit of oomph, but that's it. And it's only because Victor occupies a really interesting space in this format. Without on-demand overpower, I feel like his default win condition is fatigue.
It often goes that way, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just want to play a little above 30, especially like in this deck, we only have 1 red Wild Ride, no Bear Fang, so we don't have as many effects that really require our deck to have an insane like 6 density. Even though in our base 30 we do have that. But it's not as punishing for that reason to go a little above, maybe play like 33, 34 if we want to.
Yeah. But that's just for consideration. I don't know if we can say we're experts at this format. It's I think a lot of players like first few times playing Sealed this weekend. We had pre-release last weekend. Today is the formal release. I can say, for example, Michael Hamilton, yesterday was the first time he touched paper cards. He didn't do any pre-release events, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of players who are kind of in that same boat. And so I think we, as the casters, are going to be learning with you guys, watching awesome players kind of figure out these format, together.
Yep, absolutely.
And see what the players cook up. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, we are excited to dive into it. Sam and I are going to be bringing you guys round 1 very shortly. Michael, thanks for building a KO deck with me. We'll be right back.
Welcome in, everyone, to the Calling here in Hartford. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined by the celebrational winner and fantasy author, Brody Spurlock. Brody, how we doing?
What's up, everybody? I'm doing great. I am excited to bring some heavy hitters sealed action to the viewers. We've got Tariq Patel on the right playing Kayo, and Tim on the left rocking Kassai. These are the two most represented heroes last week at Calling Queenstown. We haven't gotten the numbers for today yet, but these seem to be the two go-to favorites, one of each of the classes that are not Guardian. This is a matchup we've seen several times, and it looks like the players are diving in.
This is an exciting matchup for so many reasons. Tariq Patel, he's got such a decorated resume at this point, but there's a reason we wanted to grab him for this game in particular. The last time we had a limited calling, was in 2021, all the way back in the Calling Cincinnati, and Tariq made the finals of that event. So one of the finalists from the last limited calling here is going to go ahead and start things off with a mighty windup being discarded to Kayo. We're going to go ahead and make a couple mites, one from Kayo, one from the windup. So Tariq starting off strong after a great finish in 2021, looking to repeat that here.
Absolutely. This is definitely what you want to see going first on turn 0. You just want to usually find any way to make these tokens that you can. The blue 0 costs in each class are often a nice way to do this, like Smashback Alehorn for Brute. But yeah, the wind-up, being able to make 2 mites, it looks like Tariq is just passing the turn over to Tim, arsenaling a card. Sometimes you'll see the opponent even discard a wind-up, get in a token, get in agility is like the best one you could do as Kassai, but from Tim's side here, just saying, yep, we're going over to my turn. Starting things off with a lead with Heart. And glancing at the player's equipment real quick here, we've got Knucklehead on Tariq's side, which is always really nice in a KO deck, just 3 extra life, as well as the Gauntlet of Might. Unfortunately, no flat trackers for either player. One of the best common equipment to just be able to reliably make an agility. That is something that's really nice. A lot of times in decks, you'll have cards that you want to combine the flat trackers with to set up certain plays. But in this case, just blocking equipment from both sides.
This is the first kind of true turn of the game here. Tin Saib on the Kassai list, going to go lead with Heart into the Centauri Saber here. So we're going to get +2 thanks to that lead with Heart. A Vigor token banked for the next turn, and this Centauri Saber presents 4 kind of uncomfortable damage. As soon as you block that with a 2 or a 3 block, if it's an attack action card, going to pump the Centauri Saber up to 5 here. So these players, even though the Calling Queenstown was such an incredible event a couple weeks ago, this is still the release weekend of this set. Players haven't had as many opportunities to play in this limited format as they might have liked when they get to play slightly later into a format's lifespan. So we're seeing players probably still playing with these cards for some of the first time. Looks like an Assault and Battery going to be committed to the block here, which is going to pump up that Centauri Saber up to 5, as that's a nice 3-block attack coming out from Kayo here.
And critically, because we're blocking with an attack action card, that agile engagement in Tim's hand is going to be turned on, going to pump up the Saber for 2 more and create an agility for next turn, which is something you absolutely want to see. If I'm playing Kassai, I want to make agility as many turns as possible. Your Sabers are cheap. You have a lot of different ways to swing multiple attacks in a turn, or rather payoffs for swinging multiple in a turn. So just getting an agility as many turns in the game as possible is what you want to see. Oh, and that is a reinforced the line.
Look at that. A nice, perfect arsenal for Tariq there on turn 0. Going to go ahead and cover up that Centauri Saber entirely thanks to the +4. So baited out the agile engagement. But if you're Tim here, you didn't get any damage through, but are you just happy to see that agility token sitting next to that Vigor looking pretty?
I think absolutely, especially with these Beck and Applause arms in play, you really want to find as many chances as possible to combine those 2 tokens. This is really nice, starting on the first turn of the game, being able to block 2 with that. Ideally, of course, you want to get the full 3 block out of it with Temper. So we are wagering.
Yes, looks like this is going to be a clash of ability getting bumped up by the money where your mouth is and those 2 might tokens. So this is going to be coming in for a big old 11. And if it hits, Tariq's going to be sitting over there with the gold, as Kayo's going to go ahead and get paid up thanks to that money where your mouth is.
That is right. This is a pretty nice play, being able to use 3 cards on a turn where you don't have an agility as KO. Money where your mouth is one of the few plays that kind of has go again inherently that is not an attack action in these Brute decks. Money, lead with power, and lead with speed are pretty much the only times we see plays like that outside of something like Smashback Alehorn. So 11 coming in, wagering a gold. On Tim's side, it looks like we have a lot of 2 blocks in this hand, so unlikely that we're going to cover up the full 11, but he does still have his full armor suite available. The head and legs on Tim's side currently can't block because Tariq has neither popped an agility nor drawn a card, but he does have 3 block with the head and the chest and the arms, and it looks like at least 1 3 block in his hand. So if he blocked with his whole hand, he could cover this. That is
probably not what he wants to be doing, but a gold token can be very powerful in Kassai.
As soon as you get to draw a card with this Kassai hero, your Centauri Sabers are going to be coming in for free. So we don't know the full texture of Tim's deck. We don't know how many draw swords he has, how many abilities he has to make gold and draw cards otherwise. So this gold might be kind of tempting. And that beck and applause, like you mentioned, with both of those tokens currently sitting there on the battlefield, is going to go ahead and block for that too, thanks to being... thanks to him having them at all. Do you immediately cash that in once it's available for its 2-block temper? Do you wait, feeling confident you're going to be able to get a vigor and an agility? I know, we don't know the texture of Tim's deck per se, but how often do you throw that applause in as soon as you can?
Most of the time, I think you want to just cash it in right away. There might be rare cases where your deck is really good at making both of these tokens together. Maybe if you have several goblets of Blood-Run Wine, then you're more comfortable waiting. But most of the time with these conditional equipment, I think you just want to make sure you get the life out of it. In this case, we see Tim just throwing it away, blocking with 2 cards as well, but Tariq met his wager, hit with the attack, and has a gold token in play. I think it made sense from his side to wager there. Though it is interesting to analyze, the gold token probably is better for Kassai than it is for Kayo. So it is a bit risky. If Tim has a lot of 3 blocks in his hand, you might just want to not wager there. But in this case, pays off for Tariq. We're back to Tim's side, using that Vigor token for a resource and leading off with a money where your mouth is.
Yellow money this time, so just going to be given the +2. Now, the option to wager sits on Tim's side. He has the ability to wager a gold himself. And again, gold feels nice and powerful in that Kassai deck. So we're going to see, does he want to wager the yellow pitch now? Going to be perfectly usable with these Centauri Sabers thanks to that Vigor token that he was able to make on that turn before. So we're going to go ahead and wager the Centauri Saber. And again, because of the way it works, you can't just put 2-block attack actions in front of this, or else all of a sudden that Centauri Saber is going to get a little bit of a boost. The gold will be able to be created because that 1 extra damage is going to probably go a long way. So Tariq's got to find the way to get through this block if he doesn't want to give Kassai not only the gold token, but the ability to draw a card, and then the Sabers come in for free later in this game.
Yeah, gold is very powerful in Kassai for multiple reasons. From Tariq's side here, you have to imagine that Tim might have another one of those 1-cost attack reaction pumps in his arsenal, or even the 0-cost. In this case, going just money where your mouth is, Saber, take the upper hand into another Saber would be a very clean turn. Tariq is going to go ahead and give armor and say, Tim, you know what, you're going to have this attack reaction. And we know that Tim has a 2-cost attack reaction in his arsenal, so is not going to be able to push this on hit through. And Tariq is going to end up with a 2nd gold token, it looks like.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That Fatal Engagement that he just flashed there in the arsenal. A nice yellow pump for, I believe, 4, which is very powerful, but you have to be blocking with an attack action, and of course, you have to have the resources to pay for it. But luckily for Tim, that Vigor token allowed the money where your mouth is to be played, and that meant that that yellow pitched rising energy there is going to be able to send in an extra Centauri Saber. You don't have to just spend both those resources on the non-attack action and the Centauri there. So really good use out of the Vigor token.
It's easy to just look at this turn and say, Tim, you know, you don't have an attack reaction. Why'd you wager there? Tariq has a 1 and 2 breakpoint armor, but I actually kind of like the choice to wager a gold for multiple reasons. Tariq already has a gold, and he's playing Kayo, so it's very possible that we get to the end of this game and he's not able to use both of those golds. So there's not a huge opportunity cost in wagering to begin with. And because you played a 1-cost attack reaction last turn, and just because you have a resource period, Tariq might think that you have something and just choose not to give you his armor. We are back over to Tariq's side, and he's coming in with a Bear Fangs. This is one of the strongest cards, I think, at common for Kayo.
Without a doubt, one of those cards you see in the sealed pool, your lights immediately start to go off in your brain. Am I building the once Berserker Runt, now just KO? As we see this Bear Fangs is going to trigger the Mighty Windup getting discarded. So such a powerful play here as the Might token is going to get created. The Bear Fangs is now going to be coming in for 8 damage and setting up a Might token for the next turn. And I believe that's just a blue Bonebreaker Bellow in the hand there for Tariq. So that means that was a 50% chance that things could have gone very differently.
Yeah, you have to imagine the red Mighty was what was in his hand to begin with. But
you have to think so.
He just flashed us a little glimpse there. This is both good and bad for Tariq. He did get to hit on the Bear Fang, so +2 gets the Might token. That's what you want to see. But if that is indeed a blue Bellow, that's not the greatest arsenal in the world. You got to think he's a little disappointed having that draw. But that is what it is. He is making a very powerful play right now. And once again, looks like a lot of 2 blocks on Tim's side. Save for, is that a Raisin Army?
Oh, it totally is a Raisin Army. So you have to imagine that's part of the reason why I wanted that gold so badly, is the Raisin Army. All of a sudden, if you're able to make some Centauri sellswords, if you can give your sword go again, you are looking at a lot of damage thanks to those powerful mercenaries that Kassai has now finally been able to raise as her story continues. The Bear Fangs, something I do want to point out as well, is every time your Bear Fangs hits, it's actually +3 damage in the KO deck, because not only do you get the +2 from the Bear Fangs, but the Might token that's created as a result of KO means that you get 3 extra points of value for discarding a 6 to the Bear Fang's effect. I know this because in my round 1 yesterday, I missed 3 of them, or I missed 2 of them, and my opponent was like, Will Bradshaw, the card guys, was like, well, you missed 6 damage because you missed both of your Bear Fangs. I was like, oh, I guess it is 6 full damage.
Yeah, it's a swing of a full card, which is not completely random. Ideally, you have a lot of 6s in your deck, and when you play the Bear Fangs, you can hold 1 or more 6s in your hand. So the odds are definitely weighted in your favor, but if you do miss, it's quite punishing.
So just going to get that face adversity plus another 2 block there for Tim is going to be donated to the block, and it looks like Tariq is not going to go ahead and arsenal that Bonebreaker Bellow like you were talking about. The other good thing about Bonebreaker versus Kassai, it's a nice little non-attack that blocks for 3, so you're able to go ahead and put that in front of a Centauri Saber and feel pretty good about your chances to block it out if it will help. This is going to be an engaged Swiftblade giving +2, and if it's defended by an attack action card, gets go again. That Bonebreaker Bellow, that's not an attack.
That is not an attack, and we know that Tim's Arsenal is an attack reaction that also requires you to block with an attack. So I think if Tariq just goes ahead and blocks with a non-attack action here, there's not much Tim can do with this turn. Also, notably, that Raisin Army is going into the pitch zone. Tim chose not to block with it, so possibly trying to set up some powerful second cycle army raising plays.
Absolutely. Tim's going to have a hard time getting there. He's got to make some gold, and he's got to stay alive. Already down to 11 to Tariq Patel's 18. Now, that Bonebreaker Bellow, a bummer Arsenal target, but here it might do a really nice job of stopping this entire turn for Tim if Tariq decides to sniff out those attack action block clauses that the Kassai deck is known to run. I mean, he already got, so to speak, by the agile engagement earlier in this game. So let's see how he wants to use his hand on the blocks here. Already has the Might token, got a couple gold. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling here in Hartford. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by Brody Spurlock. Man, we are back at it. We're here with the action. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We had a couple technical difficulties. It seems like they are all sorted out now, so we are more than ready to dive in. We've got round 2 coming up somewhat quick, but before we jump into that, we just want to chat heavy hitters for a second. We saw Tariq Patel playing Kayo against a Kassai in round 1. I think we have a Kayo mirror coming up next. So a lot of Kayo starting it off, but I'm also hoping to follow kind of the underdog stories this weekend of Rhinar, Victor, and Olympia.
Absolutely. As we look to grab our matches for the feature match area, initially in those first round, it's hard to grab heroes because they haven't entered them into the gem yet, or the gem hasn't updated, so we have to just kind of look for something very quickly. And when we saw the 2 players that are playing this match, we said, regardless of the heroes, this is going to be a great match. So we've got a couple heavy hitters in their own right. It's going to be coming up for you in just a moment. But talk to me, Mr. Celebrational Winner. You are intimately familiar with this format, with this set. Talk to me about what players can expect as they're watching this weekend and what players can expect as they're playing out there this weekend.
Yeah, so today we've got 8 rounds of sealed. We started with a KO versus Kassai. Now we've got a KO mirror. In the next couple rounds, we're going to be looking to follow a couple particular players and also try to get a mix of heroes in here, mix of classes. We haven't seen any Guardian yet. So just kind of we want to see how the breakdown of heroes has developed. In last week in Calling Queenstown, we saw quite a big gap in each class. There seemed to be a favorite hero, being Kassai, Kayo, and Betsy. And then significantly less played were Olympia, Victor, and Rhinar. So I'd really like to see if people find reasons to play those heroes in sealed. I know Michael Hamilton today in the Calling is playing Olympia, so I'm very curious to see what his deck looks like. And then tomorrow we're going to dive into 3 drafts in a row, 2 in Swiss, and then our top 8 is going to be draft as well. We've got a lot of notable players in the room today. This is our first only limited Calling in North America at all since 2021, so it's been a minute. I know the people are hyped to dive into some sealed and draft.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look back at the Calling in Queenstown, you talk about a hero like Olympia. That was a hero that was severely underrepresented in terms of players who actually were playing the deck. But then as we got further and further into the day, most of them were like 4-0 or X1 moving into some of the final rounds. So clearly the hero has legs, the hero has power. Perhaps it's a little more difficult to find the edge aheads, the holds up, those premium, wager cards. You got to have take the upper hands to really make those wagers even more powerful. That 0 for 3 pump, such a premium in the set. So you talk about somebody like Michael Hamilton playing that hero. I hope to see some Olympia. He's one of my, actually, I didn't expect to like Olympia so much, but I really am looking forward to seeing some of that hero in action.
Yeah, I'm curious to see it. I have a couple friends who have been building it in CC. I haven't had a chance to play it and construct it at all, and only against it in Limited really so far. So I'd love to see some Olympia games on stream and see what people are cooking together.
However, moving forward, we have a couple heavy hitters that I mentioned earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at the feature match area and check out someone. If you were watching the Calling in Queenstown, you might be familiar with him as a caster. He's one of the best in the game, clearly, as he was brought to the Celebrational. It's Craig Krempels versus the master of the meme, the king of the Riz. It's Alex Vore, hailing all the way from Arizona, coming here to the Calling in Queenstown. We have got 2 great players, 2 honestly fantastic personalities, playing 2 of the most strong decks in the format.
That is right. 2 of the friendliest, funniest guys. Alex Vore is a Kano extraordinaire. It's interesting seeing him on stream playing Limited because most of the time we're just getting to watch his Kano play at the top 8 of Pro Tour New Jersey all the way back in 2022 and recently in some other tournaments, mostly rocking Wizard. Today we get to see him on Brute. It looks like Alex has picked up a Ball Breaker in his sealed pool. Craig is over there just rocking the normal Mandible Claw. I don't know which player won the die roll or who is going first, but it looks like they are drawing up their hands just about to dive into it. 35 minutes on the clock. On Craig's side, as far as equipment, we've got a Glory Seeker at the headpiece and some grandstand leg plates. So not exactly what you want to see in the legs. I really like to have the flat trackers, but he does have that raw meat in the center, which is really nice for a couple extra points of life. We see that on Alex's side as well. Alex does have the flat trackers, so agility on demand throughout the game, and then a blocking equipment as well in Embrace Adversity, which in a KO mirror, a Might token is going to get created. That's going to get 2 points of life for sure at some point in this game.
The Ball Breaker, critically, a big difference between these 2 players here. The Ball Breaker getting that extra point of value might be super definitive in terms of how this game ends up going. This is going to be a pound town. We're going to beat the chest with that. It looks like a rising power there. So 2 might tokens getting created. Alex now has the chance to filter. The question is, does he have the 3 blocks to make this an easy block for Mr. Vor here? Both players, like you mentioned, critically have the raw meat. And thanks to our reporter on the floor, Mr. Michael Fung, we do know that Craig is rocking 35 cards in deck, Alex 430. So a couple major differences. They both have the raw meat, super important, but one has the ball breaker and one has 5 extra potentially playable cards that might make it, if the game goes longer, give the edge to Craig there.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing this choice of whether to play more than 30, especially in something like the Kayo Mirror, where the games normally go fast. A lot of times decks will have no blocks in them, so I'm curious to see whether Craig is leaning toward more of a slow fatigue angle, or if he's just playing that as a bit of extra insurance. It looks like Alex Vor is only blocking 5 on 6, so maybe taking 1 point of damage here. I think he has a wind-up in his hand, so quite possibly values a might token more than 1 life. And nope, he's just holding on to those cards.
Yeah, looks like just going to go ahead and draw back up here. Craig sitting at 1 extra point of life, got the 2 might tokens for his troubles on the turn 1 and the arsenal, but Alex gets the first real turn of the game. I've heard some consideration between some KO enjoyers in the format about whether to go first or second. I personally like second. I know that you get to set up in first, but it feels like in an aggressive mirror, going second always feels good to me. And with that ball breaker, if you're able to discard and find some go again, you know, not always the easiest thing to do without a card like Wild Rider and Agility Token, especially on this first turn of the game. But Alex is going to get the first major attack here. We can see a rally the rear guard. We can see maybe even that might be a standing order in his hand. And if so, that's a card that's going to do big work over the course of this day.
I think that is a standing order. Yeah, a generic Majestic. It's just a vanilla wounding blow, 0 for 4, 3 block. But when you block or attack with it, you can sync your arsenal for +2 on both of those stats. Looks like Alex is cashing in those flat trackers right away, making an agility. And yeah, on the conversation of first, second, I actually think I agree in the KO Mirror. I generally would choose to go second, so I bet Alex won the die roll here. But one of my favorite things about the Heavy Hitters Limited format is, especially compared to some of the others, it feels like first, second is often a question you have to think about, and regardless of who wins, it's like pretty close to neutral, because even if you go second and you get the tempo, sometimes it can be hard to use your whole hand. Like in this case, we see 2 cards just sitting in Alex's hand. He quite possibly is going to have to just arsenal one of them, hold on to the other, so he's only really using 2 of his cards, in which case I would say it's pretty even between these 2 players right now, like who's up on tempo.
Yeah, you have to wonder if perhaps Alex was worried about drawing a blue on the turn, and it's why he kept the Mighty Windup in his hand rather than made the Might token on that turn 0. Now, look at this wager here. We have the Agility token that was created at the start of the turn. That flat tracker's immediately used, giving you a sense of how these players are thinking about this matchup. He knows he's going to want an Agility. He knows this game might end quickly, might not go to fatigue, like some KO mirrors I have seen and played do go, but this wage Might here going to come in and wager that Might token, saying, I have the Agility already. Do you want me to also have a Might token? If you don't want it, you got to give me a couple cards. But on Craig's side, he has those 2 Might tokens, so even if he only does like, you know, a 2-card 7 or something like that, those 2 Might tokens might make blocking out a 7 attack feel a little less terrible if you're able to throw back with something powered up by those Might tokens.
That is absolutely right. On Craig's side, we do have 2 equipment that can block. Right now, only one of them is turned on, and it's not turned on all the way, so you really don't want to be cashing in any of your equipment yet. Blocking raw meat here to stop the Might token likely isn't worth it, even if you do have 2-3 blocks. So Craig would have to block with 3 cards or a block card. It looks like maybe he is lining up.
Lining that up. I mean, the other thing, if that Might token gets created that you have to imagine Craig is thinking about, that turns on Alex's raw meat, which is 2 points of value he's able to get out of the block. So looks.
That's a great point, especially with flat trackers already being cashed in. It's quite possible that Alex is not going to turn on this raw meat again, or at least is not going to turn it on twice. Oh, but Clash of Might is going to give him a Might token, so he will get that raw meat value after all.
That's pretty amazing to look at this turn. You have to imagine that Craig not wanting necessarily to allow Alex to have that Might token by posturing all that block, but the Might token going to get created thanks to...
That was kind of a cool interaction to see Alex's wage effect give Craig a Might, and Craig's block clash effect give Alex a Might. They kind of traded them back and forth.
I literally was like looking like, how did they both get the Might? But the attack, with the clash and with the wager, going to go ahead and double Might for both these players here. Now it's just going to be a Mandible Claw coming in for 6 thanks to those 3 Might tokens.
Yep, and as we mentioned earlier today, seasoned players know you want that raw meat value as soon as you can get it, just sticking it right in front of the claw, right off the bat. Alex's arsenal is that rally the rear guard. He held onto the standing order in hand.
Interesting. I wasn't kind of expecting that because the standing order out of Arsenal there, I know you might not get the effect of putting the card from your Arsenal to the bottom of the deck and getting the block, but posturing like you have nothing to do on your turn, you have, go again, but no cards in hand. The standing order out of Arsenal is such a powerful play. We saw Hayden Dale do that to great effect in the Calling Queenstown stream just a couple weeks ago, but electing to keep it in the hand here, does that make you think that he's leaning on it more of a blocking card necessarily than a gotcha attack?
I think it still could be either. It's an interesting choice because if you put the standing order itself in your arsenal, then that rally the rear guard, it is, I believe, a yellow, so most likely you're only getting 2 out of it no matter what. Block with it for 2, pitch it for 2, and then by arsenaling the rally, you're pretty much just locking in that it's going to be worth 2 if you use it for that standing order effect. So it's likely going to be the same outcome either way, so I guess Alex is just giving himself a little more flexibility here, being able to block for 5 if he wants to.
And it looks like just the raw meat going to be committed. Like you said, we're going to get the value immediately from that piece of equipment. So 2 life being saved, 4 damage coming across. Alex is actually down to 15 after taking that 4. He's got an agility token and a might token here. We're going to start off with the rally the rear guard, pitching a couple reds into it. The clash of agility and the pack hunt being committed to the pitch here. So not exactly what you want to see if you're Alex 4, unless you're really playing for that second cycle. This is going to be 6 with go again.
It was a red rally indeed. I was mistaken.
7 with go again. Thanks
Yeah.
for might token.
Might token indeed coming in clutch, pushing us to a 7 breakpoint here. No on hit, but just presenting as much damage as possible. 20 to 19 still. There has been a lot of blocking going on. I feel like for Kayo decks, these have an above average number of 3 blocks. We've seen quite a few.
Gotta feel good if you're in Craig Krempel's seat. Also, when you look at his 35 cards presented, you have to imagine he had a bunch of 3 blocks he wanted to throw in there. Cards with block 3 are good in any format, and especially in this one. Money where your mouth is pack call, going to go ahead and show the top of the deck. It's a test of strength, not a card with 6 or more power. So that test of strength going to the bottom. Listen, Craig would have been happy to block with that. You have to imagine just a powerful card, but now that's a big old 4 block card that heads to the bottom, which could come in clutch in a late game situation.
Yeah, pack call is a staple for me in my Kayo decks. Any color is considered a 6 with Kayo's ability because the blue is a printed 5. So anytime you want to make these Wild Ride or Bare Fangs plays, being able to look at the top of your deck, make sure it's a 6 or at least move toward a 6 if it's not, is quite powerful. And I think being able to get that extra value on blocking puts pack call a little bit above a lot of these other brute cards.
Question for you. You're seeing Craig be very happy to do a good amount of blocking on this turn as he's going to go ahead and play that smash back ale horn here. It's going to make the agility and the might token so good. Turn on the raw meat with just the 1 card. And we do still have a card for the arsenal here if we are Craig. But you have to see that Craig is doing a fair amount of blocking and getting some damage through to Alex. Do you think part of that philosophy is because of those extra cards in deck, he's feeling more able to play through the second cycle?
I think so. I think from Craig's side, knowing that your opponent presented 30, you presented 35, it's possible that he's very comfortable letting this game keep dragging out, doing a lot of blocking. Depending on Alex's deck, it's possible that Alex isn't going to be able to do a lot of like push damage or wide turns. We saw the flat trackers already got blown up, so we don't know how much more agility he's going to be able to make throughout the game. So in general, very possible that this game could end in fatigue. I think from Craig's side, if you're stuck between 2 equal choices, like block for 6 versus attack for 6, all else aside, he is probably leaning more toward block for 6, and Alex is more interested in getting this game over with.
Alex did put 2 red cards to the bottom of the deck, maybe priced into it, but maybe playing towards that end game himself. However, we did see that test of strength head to the bottom thanks to the pack call, which is a nice 4 block that, again, could help, especially when you're facing down something like a ball breaker, and 1 point of extra value is so huge on that block card. Time for Alex to start this turn off. It's a lead with speed, one of the most powerful cards in the set, and especially in this game, throwing down that agility token. Gonna have go again on the next turn, and +3 to the next brute attack on this turn for Alex. So even though it's a KO mirror, and even though this is theoretically just this aggressive smash fest, a lot of intricate play and a lot of little back and forth going on in this early part of the game.
Absolutely. Both players have an agility set up in play right now. Craig's raw meat is on, which we saw Alex already get his blocked once, so this is definitely something you want to see. And yeah, lead with speed is, for me, an all-star. When I was playing my constructed KO deck in the Celebrational, I included lead with speed, despite having no fear and cast bones in the deck. I think even though it's not a 6 and doesn't meet that condition, being able to create agility tokens is so important that this card plays a big role in Brute.
10 damage.
10 damage, yeah.
10 damage coming in.
Casual. Interestingly, it doesn't look like... both players already have agility. So, not very interestingly, Alex is choosing not to wager since a second agility would not help him at all.
10 damage here, no wager, but 10 damage is very real in a format where you only start at 20 life. Craig sitting at 17, 2 points up on Alex 4's 15. This is round 2 of the Calling here in Hartford. It is the release weekend for heavy hitters. This is the first time players other than players like Brody Spurlock were able to get their hands on this product because he was all the way out there in Queenstown with some of those incredible guests at the celebration on the people who made the trek to New Zealand. For the rest of us, this is our first time to get to play with this format. So Craig here going to go ahead and face down this 10 spot. Alex 4 putting the pressure on. Going to have that intimidate card go ahead to the arsenal there. I'm blanking on the name. It's like Pack Hunt maybe? Pack Call, one of the packs.
Pack Hunt indeed.
It is Pack Hunt. All right, cool.
Pack Hunt is 2 cost, brute attack. When it attacks, you intimidate. Yep, Craig just blocking with 1 3-block from his hand, taking a bit of damage. So this is the first time we've seen Craig choose to keep cards over blocking more. They are all 2 blocks, so it is possible that he still wants the game to go long, but he doesn't want to make inefficient plays on his way there. So just choosing to keep his hand, attacking with this Rally the Rearguard for 6 go again, it looks like. And I think that's a yellow Wage Might in his hand, so we'll see this either followed up with a Claw or perhaps whatever's in his arsenal.
This is going to get pumped up by that Might token, coming in for 5. Go again, plus because of the agility, 1 floating. Alex 4 knows there's potentially something coming on this turn.
I can't see Alex's hand. It looks like, I think, another Rally the Rearguard in there. It looks like maybe multiple 2 blocks. So ideally doesn't want to do a lot of blocking. He does have that agility. Oh, there's some 3 blocks in there. I see an Assault and Battery. Not sure what that, oh, it's a Bear Fangs. So looks like 2 blocks, a Pearl, and a 3 block. So with the agility in play, it's very likely Alex might just keep his whole hand and go for like 2 big plays. 2 played cards, 2 pitched cards, no block cards, just send me the bill. He can cash in his Embrace Adversity this turn if he'd like to. I feel like in the Kayo mirror, you honestly can feel somewhat safe that you'll be able to cash this in throughout the game, but players are starting to get into the low teens, nearing single-digit life totals. So if I'm Alex, I am interested in honestly blocking with those arms, quite possibly on this attack or the next one, just to make sure they get used. If you end up in this weird late-game situation where might tokens don't get created, you just want to make sure you get 2 life out of that at some point, and there aren't a lot of on-hits in the Kayo deck.
Lead with Power here, going to be the card from the arsenal, so the go again still going to be used. This is just a 6 into a 6. This is about as you know, normal a turn as you can get from Flesh and Blood. This is all your cards for 12 damage. This is coming across, but creating a Might token for the next turn, so 12 versus 13 value if you count that value on the next turn as well. So Alex saying, show me what you got next. There's no on-hit on this. You might have a wager on your next attack. You might have an on-hit stapled on in some way, so might as well keep the cards to block, even if I think I'm going to block on the turn, because you have to imagine that agility was going to get used, and it was just on the claw, though. But coming in for 6, Alex 4 sitting at 9, even though we've been talking about the potential for this game to go long. In these Kayo mirrors, in this format in general, there are a lot of big attacks being slung around at all times.
Yep, and now we see that Might token get created from the Lead with Power. Alex feels a bit more comfortable just letting his Embrace Adversity hang out a minute until next turn because he knows he's going to be able to block with it then. Though, I will say there's still an argument to cash in the 2 life now. If you get in a situation next turn where Craig presents maybe a smaller attack or you just have a hand that wants to block a lot, it's possible that you end up in an awkward spot where you can't get the 2 life out of Embrace and block with all the cards you want to. So there's still some consideration to cash it in now for the 2 free life.
Looks like Alex just presenting the 1 block or thinking about what he wants to do. It's going to be just a Wage Agility going in front of it, so 4 damage coming across. Alex goes down to 5 on the turn, sitting 7 life below Craig Crumples is 12 here. So Craig, you know, he's a U.S. national finalist in his own right. He's one of those. He's one of you individuals who do this job and also have a lot of accolades to back up your knowledge. Craig showing again why he's so proficient at this game. Alex, though, known for his constructed play, but I know he's a local to me, grinding this limited format, testing the bejesus out of it, loves it, and is trying to do as well as he can. Unfortunately, the Bonebreaker Bellow going to get discarded to the Bear Fangs there, so that's 3 points of damage missed. That's 2 from the Bear Fangs, 1 from the Might token that doesn't get to be created, so not what you want to see if you're Alex 4 here.
That is definitely not what you want to see, especially with the Ball Breaker in play. I think this is one of my favorite lines of play. When you have a Ball Breaker KO deck, you just want to go for as many of these Wild Ride into Ball Breaker or Bear Fangs Agility into Ball Breaker as you can. You just pitch a blue, play your card, and then you have 1 card left in hand, and no matter whether you end with a red or what, as long as you discard a 6, you're going to be able to swing your Ball Breaker afterward for 4. Very unfortunate for Alex that he ripped that Bone Breaker off the top and then hit it in the 50-50. But I wanted to mention as well with the Embrace Adversity, one big factor that might be playing into why Alex hasn't blocked with that yet is those grandstand leg plates on Craig's side. Keeping Alex's life total as low as possible makes it so that Craig has less opportunity to potentially cash in those legs. Like in this case, if Alex had put himself to 7 instead, and then Craig could take 6 down to 6, he'd be able to cash in those leg plates. So that is another important reason why Alex is probably trying to save these for as long as possible.
Yeah, challenging here for Alex. You take a lot of damage to set up a big play, but that's part of the beauty of this format is it's not as math it all out. How many 3 blocks do I have? Let's play towards exactly, this is a little more variance, a little more swingy, a little more back and forth. The ball breaker here not going to get the +1. The Bear Fang's not getting that +2 in the Might token. It doesn't feel good if you're Alex here, but it does as a viewer and as a player add a little more spice to these games.
Yeah, it was pretty much a 4-point swing there. If Alex had just discarded the Rising Power instead, he would have gotten +1 on the ball breaker, +2 on the Bear Fangs, and the Might. So definitely feels a little brutal. But honestly, it is a choice. Like Craig in his deck decided to play 35 cards, which lowers your ratio of 6s and makes it more likely to hit those misses. He quite possibly doesn't have as many of those zero block Wild Rides, Bear Fangs, and that's possibly why he's going above 30. Alex did his best to make his deck really condensed and give him the highest chance of hitting 6s on those cards because he's playing only 30 cards.
The Embrace Adversity here, going to go ahead and get that 2 life out of it. The Might token has been destroyed here, so the Pack Hunt's going to be coming in 4-7.
Intimidate, though we're not really trying to force damage through or kill Alex off with this Intimidate, it still is a powerful keyword just for making your opponent's blocks a little more awkward. Maybe that card over in the corner is Alex's 1-3 block that he really wanted to use to block here. You never know. It's always a chance with Intimidate, but I think in any situation, this keyword gets undervalued a little bit sometimes. It is definitely a non-zero help in any spot, especially in Limited. Like your opponent has a somewhat clunky hand, they need to use it in a particular way, and having a chance to hit one of those cards they really wanted to block with is big, especially if it's an actual block card, like if that's a Test of Strength in the corner, for example. Alex just has to use it as a red pitch. But in this case, we're blocking with Rising Power, blocking a total of 4 on 7. Alex is going all the way down to 2, and hopefully he has a big swing back here because he is definitely a little bit behind in this game as it stands.
Yeah, tough break for Alex here because now all these attacks that Craig is able to keep and send are going to go ahead and threaten that lethal points of damage. So now for time for a second Bear Fangs. This is going to be right off the top of the deck. Let's see. It's going to find the Pound Town. That is going to... Does it have the 5? It does have the 5 power, so it's going to be bumped up to 6 with Kayo's ability. That means we're getting the 2 damage from the Bear Fangs. We're getting the 2 damage from the lead with speed. We're getting the Might token for our next turn. So here's 9 damage. That is threatening a total of Craig Kremples' life. So is Alex going to be able to parlay that into a big turn next turn? How many cards is he going to be able to keep? This could be a big moment here.
Shout out to that blue pitch over in the pitch zone.
Yeah.
That is Reckless Charge, Kayo's specialization Majestic. Just getting pitched away, which is what we often see it used for, but nonetheless a fun Majestic there. And critically, having both these tokens, Alex is going to get his second use out of raw meat, which is something that can be really hard to do in these brute mirrors. I don't know if Craig's going to be able to do that in this game, and every 1 point you can get helps a lot.
Wild Ride here, another rip off the top. We're going to find a reinforce the line, so not going to have the go again, but the go again isn't important here. No Might token for the next turn. This is just 6 damage. We do get the raw meat block potentially. Going to have to put a couple cards in front of this to stay alive here.
Yep, so now both players have missed once. Honestly, Alex's miss was a bit more punishing.
For sure.
But, Craig losing out on a Might, maybe that breakpoint's going to be the difference in a blocking card from Alex next turn. You never know.
Now, let's see here, because this is huge for Alex. Is he going to be able to have a big clapback with the agility and the Might, force cards out of Craig's hand, and put the tempo back into Alex Vor's favor? Craig has been able to stay on the offensive here. Looks as though there might be a way to stick this through. If that's a test of strength in Alex's hand, that's a way to stay alive with only 1 card here.
I think that is a test of strength. So just block 5, go to 1, and then push the best push you possibly can. You have an agility token, so you can make 2 big plays. Do we know what's sitting in Alex's arsenal right now?
Yeah, it's the Pack Hunt, which costs... Does it cost 2 or 3?
It costs 2. Oh, and he has to reinforce the line. So his hand is a little bit clunky here. He can go Pack Hunt into Ball Breaker or vice versa, but we'll have to arsenal that reinforce the line if he doesn't find a way to block with it right now.
But that might be not terrible for Alex Vor here, because if you're able to, using the Intimidate off the Pack Hunt, force just 1 card away, make Craig block with his whole hand, and then reinforce the line goes into your arsenal, that could be huge for setting up a way to stay alive out of nowhere, and then potentially forcing damage back on Craig, which puts you, once again, Alex, back in the driver's seat. This is going to be a very close endgame.
Yeah, I think the reinforce will be quite nice if Craig ends up sending a 6 or a 7. 7, if you have a 2 or 3 block respectively, can help cover up the break points. So, yep, there's Test of Strength. One of these players is going to be gifted a gold right now.
I can't.
And it's
Ooh.
an 8 and a 6.
The Assault and Battery there are going to go ahead and give Craig Crumples a gold. You know he's happy to see that. Bail him out later in the game if he needs to have a clunky hand. Get drawn out of it. It looks like Alex is going to go head down to 1 here. 5 block presented from the Test of Strength and that raw meat. So this was huge for Alex because he was able to make the agility and the might. Only 1 card had to be used on this block. So now not only does Alex get to threaten damage, but it can set up a very potent, very powerful arsenal here. This is a fascinating way that this game is ending.
Yeah, Alex has to choose whether he wants to swing his Ball Breaker or Pack Hunt first. I believe it's a yellow Pack Hunt, so there's some interesting breakpoint consideration. If he swings Ball Breaker, it's 4 into 5, versus if he swings Pack Hunt first, it's going to be 6 into 3, giving Craig the potential opportunity to block cleanly with 3 blocks.
Yep.
I think because of the Intimidate keyword, it still makes sense to go ahead and just swing the Pack Hunt first. If they were both just vanilla damage, maybe there's more of a consideration. You want to go 4-5. But I think ultimately, just intimidating the card away as soon as possible does have a lot of value. Alex is equipmentless all the way down to 1. I wonder if we'll see Craig cash in those grandstand leg plates like we saw Tariq do, because he's never going to have less life at this point, so they're kind of just a liability for down but not out.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is a true consideration now for the Glory Seeker. You do have to pitch into it to get rid of it. So for Alex here, if he has a down but not out in the deck, that gold is a token, folks. Even though it's even though it's an item, it's also a token. We're going to go ahead and intimidate away. Craig's just going to take a quick little peek. Let's see if he likes what he sees. But now this is 6 damage. That's his whole life total. Does he have a no block in his hand? That's a wild ride.
That is a wild ride.
It's a pearl, like you've been saying.
Yeah, Jacob Pearson watching out there. Shout out. He is the pearl coiner from Queenstown last weekend. I'm sure he's not the original coiner of that term, but that's kind of where I heard it.
Ooh, he does have a no block in his hand, but it looks like he's got to rally the rear guard. That's a way to get some value out of a no block on a turn that you need to stay alive. So Craig being bailed out by a rally the rear guard here if he does want to use all these cards for defense.
Yeah, in this limited format, we've seen rally the rear guard save people in a lot of spots. It can work against attack reactions or like overpower from Betsy. We'll have to see what Craig wants to do. It looks like he's throwing away his raw meat as well, so really playing around the down but not out that might exist in Alex's deck.
Yeah, so these are right now just blocking 4-0, but we're going to go ahead and discard most likely that wild ride to the rally the rear guard effect here.
Craig chose to present 35 cards despite having this wild ride in his deck, so he really was trying to make sure that this game didn't end in him getting fatigued, but definitely making sacrifices with his wild ride ratios by going above 30.
Now let's see, looks like it's just going to be the Ball Breaker to finish it off. The 3 block, going to go ahead and buy most likely that 3 block from Craig here. We don't know what that card that was banished away here. Does Craig want to go down to 2 to send something powerful back?
We know from Alex's side, for once, he's actually hoping Craig sends a big attack and not just Claw because he does have this reinforce the line. Most of the time in these late game situations, you're hoping your opponent presents as little as possible. Craig is taking it, so maybe making a 2-card play, which could line up very well for Alex getting back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Alex has navigated the end of this game quite nicely. An Assault and Battery here. This is going to be coming in for 7. Do we have a 3 block to put in front of it? That's an attack action that the Reinforce the Line can go ahead and bump up to that 7 block. 3 cards would then remain for Alex. Does he have a way to put more pressure without something like an Agility token on this turn?
Wow, this is really good. Yeah, he has a blue Pack Hunt, which blocks for 3, so that'll be a clean block with the Reinforce the Line. And then he's got 2 blues and what I think is a red lead with power. So he has the option to send...
And a Mighty Wind Up, too.
Oh, with his Ball Breaker. So
Yeah.
he can go lead with power, Ball Breaker. I have 1 mystery card in my hand, and then at instant speed, I push it up to 7 with my wind up, and I go up to 3 mites in play. This is getting very, very close, Sam.
Yeah, this is a fascinating endgame, and one of my favorite things about this Heavy Hitters Sealed format is even though Sealed doesn't always get the best rap, these games in this format are incredible. They all feel so good to play. They're so fun to watch. They come down to these incredibly interesting end states. You imagine a Kayo mirror is just going to be like raw, brute, smash, attack, nothing matters. This has been filled with incredibly tight play and maneuvering. Even though variance does play a part in this format, you also have so many intricate micro decisions you have to make. So look at the way that Alex has navigated the end of this game. It looked a little, not hopeless, but when that Bear Fangs missed and he went all the way down to 5 to take, or whatever it was to throw back such a powerful turn, you had to imagine like, oh, Alex is going to be maybe out of this game, but he has really put himself in a position to make things super interesting. And it is now 1-2, turn 6, round 2 of the Calling in Hartford, and Reinforce the Line is going to completely cover this up.
Yeah, that's amazing. There are a lot of really difficult blocking decisions, especially with equipment. I feel like both players have navigated their equipment use quite well. Craig cashing in his raw meat last turn was probably quite heads up, because now if Alex ever plays a down but not out, Craig can just respond with the Glory Seeker, empty his board of equipment, and say, nope, you don't get overpower. You're not killing me like that. Yep, here's the play we just talked about. So lead with power is going to bring the ball breaker in for 6, but we know Alex 4 has that secret trump card. So if Craig blocks for any less than 6, he is immediately dead on board to the 2 damage.
Imagine he just blocks for 5 and that's just the game. It looks like he might be lining it up.
I
That's
think
a 3 block and a 2
so.
block.
How likely is it that this is a windup from Craig's side? You have to try to make the best play you can to strip cards from Alex, and it's quite possible that involves blocking for 5.
Yeah.
But I mean, you gotta know that that's a possibility with this ball breaker, that there could be some secret trick. Craig does not have anything up his sleeve. No battered not broken. No take it on the chin. No rally the rear guard. So he's got to block. Oh, and is he gonna block
He
7?
he might be making an overblock here, man. That would be such a heads-up play from Craig Krempels. He's looking through the deck, seeing how many windups have I seen, what could be happening here. Because the thing from Alex is this is a completely, like, fine play to make. If you have a good red, this is still 6 damage, right? You still make your might token.
I got 9. How many did you have? 9.
They both have 9 cards, despite Craig presenting 5 more at the start. The decks are looking pretty even.
Alex is going to be drawing up at the end of this turn, though, right? So he's going to have 4 cards left in deck at the end of this turn. But Craig has to block some cards here as well. And if he blocks 3, then all of a sudden we're back to somewhat parity in the deck size as well. Oh, it looks like he might be doing it.
Yep, I think even if he does, Alex still just has to make that play with the windup. It seems better to me to have 2 mites in play than a mighty windup in your arsenal. So Alex is pretty much locked into discarding it either way, and Craig just has to decide how he wants to deal with this 6 that might secretly be 7, and we know it will be. Both of these players are esteemed individuals in the Fab community, both sitting at 1-0, trying to take a deep run into this calling. Craig is gonna block 7 here.
Yeah, 2, 4, 7. That's going to keep him alive. We have to decide if this windup is going to be discarded. If we're Alex here, he is just going to go ahead and do it, pump it up to 7, but make a second might. So Craig sniffed it out. What a good play from the competitor / caster.
Yep, so Alex has 3 mites in play now, gonna push his next attack up quite a lot, basically a full blocking card required, or maybe even more if Craig draws into 2 blocks. And I kind of like this play from Craig, just potentially moving to Arsenal, saying, Alex, you better have a go again in your hand. If not, you're going to end up basically IPing again if you just make a 2-card play in Arsenal. Though the Brood deck has quite a few ways to use a 4-card hand, thankfully. We've seen Wild Rides, Bonebreaker Bellows like this.
Is he able to beat chest here? Because if he is, that pack hunt,
I'm gonna beat chest.
Yeah.
that pack hunt is going to intimidate with the 3 mites. Is that enough to close the game?
If that's a red pack hunt, this is 12 with Intimidate. Craig would have to have some trick in Arsenal. I think that's going to be it. Alex was looking quite behind in this game, but a very tight play. Lots of close decisions later. He's coming in for 12 Intimidate. Does Craig have what he needs?
Bonebreaker Bellow here, gonna go ahead, beat chest, give, instead of the +1, gonna give an additional +2 to this attack. The pack hunt intimidates the 3 might tokens created thanks to the discard of the Mighty Windup and Kayo's ability here. This is, Alex 4 was really looking in a tough place, but found a way through some incredibly challenging positions. Craig maybe posturing that he has that reinforced the line, but I don't know if there's anything that keeps him alive here.
I don't think so, unless he has something in his arsenal. Yeah, like a reinforced, maybe a...
He was just a Bear Fangs.
I guess 3 blocks plus an instant would work.
He does have a little test of strength, but that's Mommy not going to do it. Alex 4 has come back, absolutely taking this game from the jaws of defeat and singing the praises of victory. Alex 4 coming in and taking this game.
Very well played by both players. We saw a lot of interesting spots. I feel like they made some very heads-up plays, navigated it carefully, but at the end of the day, yeah, Alex came back from behind and took it down. Sam, that was interesting.
What a game.
Yeah.
What a game.
From 2 players that we know are very seasoned at their craft, it was pretty cool to see that. A Kayo mirror, like you mentioned, you kind of imagine it's just going to be brutes smashing each other and one of them dies, which is what happened, but there are so many interesting, difficult choices along the way to get there.
Oh my god, I mean, the heads-up play from Mr. Krempels there as Alex was presenting the sneaky lethal, and Craig had a very nice way to just like keep a blue, throw the Bear Fangs, throw a lot of damage, but instead Craig said, no, I can see the ball breaker. If it's a mighty windup exactly, like, it doesn't really matter what can happen. That was That was unbelievable by both players. I want to say again, we're talking about, like, Craig unfortunately just was the victim of a comeback, but we're talking about Craig's play that was also so incredible. Just shows you the quality of player out there in Hartford and the quality of games that we get to watch all weekend.
Absolutely. Alexander Vor moves on at 2-0 in the calling here. Lots of accolades to his name, and he is going to look to continue making a deep run into the Swiss. We've got some cool stuff to show off here, starting with this sweet play mat.
Bam.
Check it out. This is the art of Rhinar's rare Majestic specialization, I believe, in this set.
Show no mercy. As there's, I would say there is no mercy being shown.
I think 0%
Zero mercy at all. That poor sod is getting absolutely demolished. This is given out as part of the package here for the calling in Hartford. Let's take a look at some of the other promos that are given out over the weekend as well. We've got, I believe this is the calling promo, the beautiful extended art Raise an Army.
Raise an Army,
Gorgeous
specialization.
I've heard she has some fans.
Indeed, definitely Kassai has a lot of fans.
We've got the Battle Hardened promo here. This is Wage Gold. The keyword universal being heralded as just perhaps one of the strongest keywords printed so far in the game. Any class that plays this card is immediately part of that class's identity. I'm trying to make sure that the light doesn't hit it there, but look at that, beautiful. You can really see the dude standing. You can see both those legs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a brand new keyword. We only see it on Wage Gold. I thought maybe it would be on more cards in this set, but as a Viserai player, I'm pretty happy to see the universal keyword exist. If I play that, I get a rune chant.
Absolutely. I'm going to open this up here because we've got the Runner. Beautiful extended art. We've got the Double Down. Gorgeous extended art. And we've got the Talk a Big Game. Beautiful extended art. This is the Bruton Guardian not specialization, but one of the Majestic dual class cards. And then you guys are like, show me the rabble. Everybody's like, show the rabble.
Best for last. Here it is.
Come on. Beautiful cards being given out here at the Calling Hartford, and you can look forward to similar promos being given out at the Calling in Liverpool in just a week. Just a week?
Yeah, just next week.
Just 1 week away.
I'm heading back home to Texas after this event, and then I will be there in Liverpool, leaving on Thursday for the trip to Europe.
You say that like that's any news. You say that like that has any like interest. Like, I mean, I'm not interested in it, but everybody knows you're going to be there.
Hey, Michael will be there too.
Again,
that's news.
No, that's not news. That's not news. That's not news at all. You guys are all over the world, and that's why we're so lucky that you took some time to be with us in the booth today, as we have got so many great games coming up for you momentarily. So don't go anywhere. We have got the Pro Tour Champ coming up next. We'll see you soon.
Yo. Welcome back, everybody, to the Deathmatch Arena here in Hartford for the Calling. I am Brody Spurlock. I'm joined by Michael Fung, Pro Tour champion, Calling champion. He won the last limited Calling here in North America. Back in 2021, Michael, just say hello to everyone. Tell us a little bit about your experience back in Cincinnati.
Hey guys, yeah, Cincinnati 2 years ago, 500 plus players. That was just an exciting time. That was like Flesh and Blood was like the new hottest kid on the block, and there was so much excitement. And yeah, I mean, won the thing against Tariq, who we featured on round one. Excellent player, and yeah, I don't know. It was just an exciting time. I never thought I would win something, and I'm still living on that high. On that high.
Well, you've won a lot since then, but it's great to have you here in the booth to have your expertise on our latest limited set. How does it feel to have a full limited Calling back in the States?
Oh, just amazing, man. Like, I'm so glad that they did this. I think that limited callings have always had this like kind of weird, like we haven't had one in so long, so it's like hard to give feedback. I know that some people don't really potentially like sealed. Sealed has always been a little contentious, but I think that this set is probably the best sealed format so far.
Yeah.
It just seems like all the classes are balanced. The Guardian class maybe not as balanced as I'd like it to be. You know, we've had other classes or other sets where the Guardian class is a little bit better, but you know, it seems like you can play any hero and you're not really like kind of already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I think despite not having as many 3 blocks as normal, being a little bit different to the Guardian playstyle we've seen in the past, last weekend in the Calling Queenstown, we did see some Guardians doing quite well in the sealed portion, and in today's event, we're going to try to get some in the coming rounds for you guys. We have, coming up next, I believe, Michael Hamilton on Olympia, one of the 3 heroes who we haven't seen as much of, haven't seen as much success, but our first world champion is rocking him today, so clearly he thinks there's something there.
Well, he has the Galea. He has the prize Galea, so that is one of the reasons I think we'll feature some little segments where, you know, why would you play one of these heroes? The prize Galea, solid piece of equipment. I mean, legendary equipment, block for 2, then block for 1, and so the fact that you can't play of legendaries in this set, but you can play of rare specializations like that hat, really solid reason to be in a certain hero.
Absolutely. I think those 6 spec hats, spec being specialization just across the 6 heroes, are some of the quickest, easiest draws into why you might play them. We've been jokingly referring to them as the legendaries, just like, oh, I got the legendary Kayo hat again. But yeah, Michael Hamilton on Olympia. We've seen Kayo and Kassai, and then a Kayo mirror. We've finished 2 rounds, moving into the 3rd round of 8 today. So players got their sealed deck, opened their pools, they built one deck that they have to play with for all 8 rounds, and then there will be a cut. I'm not exactly sure what the cut is, but out of 422 players, they're likely cutting to roughly the top 64, who are going to advance to tomorrow, and then tomorrow they're going to have Heavy Hitters Draft to play, which I've gotten to play a couple drafts. I think you've gotten to play even more. What do you think about the draft format compared to sealed?
Same thing. I think it's quite balanced. I think some of the biases that you have in sealed, which is Kayo and Kassai being played more often, do even out a little bit more in draft. Like, I do expect to see a more even spread of Guardian being played about a third of the time. For today, we don't have our metrics yet in terms of who's playing what hero, but I would suspect it's not too dissimilar from what it looked like in Queenstown, which is a vast majority of the players choosing to play either the Brute class, particularly, of course, Kayo and Kassai, with a smattering of a smattering of Olympias. I do expect it also to be, if you're playing Guardian, you're likely playing Betsy, but I do think that it's going to be less than 1/3 of the group.
And I think that might be the case when we move into draft for sure. Like, in an 8-man pod, you're going to have a 3-3-2 split in an ideal draft pod, and it's quite possible that Guardian ends up being 2 most of the time. But that means that the Guardian decks are going to get stronger, and it's possible that whichever class ends up being just the 2 is the strongest at the table. So maybe people notice that it's often Guardian, and for that reason they start going into Guardian, and then more players want to draft it. It becomes one of the 3s. It's interesting to see how draft formats kind of progress in that way.
What you just said is exactly what happened 2 years ago in Dallas and Cincinnati. The Guardian class Oldham was not drafted very much at that time, and Oldham won the first calling. Oldham won the second calling in terms of limited, and that's one of the strategies I relied on at Cincinnati. I, on Friday, did a couple of on-demand drafts back in Tales of Arya times. I drafted only Oldham, went 9-0, and one of my pods, I was the only Oldham player. There was one other Lexi, and there was 6 Briar. So that dynamic of there being kind of an overdrafted or underdrafted class has kind of like, honestly, it's led to some of these victories and some of these like championships, and I'd be really interested to see how pans out tomorrow during drafts as players do the back-to-back drafts and then of course draft again for the top 8.
Yeah, we have this event. We have Liverpool next week. We had Queenstown last week, followed by an RTN season and to eventually Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see where the draft format ends up by that point.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that the Guardian class will get closer and closer to about a 1/3. I think that we should be expecting it to be a little bit less than 1/3, like more often like 3, 3, and 2. And 2 being the Guardian split. But I'd expect that number going to be like 2.3, 2.4, and just starting to go a little bit higher on average.
Slightly creep over time.
Yeah.
You mentioned the 2 Tales of Aria callings in Dallas and Cincinnati all the way back in 2021. We have quite a few players from the top 8s of those callings here today.
Yeah.
Eric Dornheim, who has the Sneep YouTube channel, is one of them in the field. He's the only person to top 8 both of those callings.
Defeated Roger Bodie in round 1 as well. Fun fact for you.
Oh, nice. I didn't even know that. And, of course, our champion of one of the callings here in the booth. And then Tariq, the finalist. We saw him in round 1. Michael Hamilton made one of those top 8s. He's in the field.
He was in Cincinnati top 8. He lost to Tariq, actually. He drafted Lexi, lost in the quarters against Tariq.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. And then another interesting name.
Sorry, the semis, I believe, against Tariq. My bad.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, in top 4 and then moved on to fight you.
Yeah.
In Queenstown last week, we saw Eugene C. Make the top 8, and he's here today. He traveled all the way over to join us.
First seed at Queenstown.
Yeah, losing, I believe, to the winner, Darren. So back for redemption.
Yeah.
Curious to see what he's playing in sealed and if he makes it all the way into the drafts and maybe even the top 8 again, like if his strategies have changed since last week.
I'd be curious to see that as well. And his draft was, I believe, cast on the Savage Feats YouTube channel. They covered it, they recorded it. And so if you want to see that, go check out Savage Feats. I think that he is here out for blood.
All right, it sounds like we just got in the hero breakdown for sealed, so let's take a glance at that.
Let's see it.
Okay, so similar-ish ratios to the calling in Queenstown, but we have quite a few Olympias in the room. 39 Olympias.
Yep.
Once again, 10 Rhinars. I think that is a very similar number to Queenstown, but Queenstown had less total players. So Rhinar is not as popular in sealed among the community. I wonder, hopefully at some point today we'll be able to get a Rhinar on stream. Maybe one of these 10 will make a hot run and we can kind of look at that hero. I do think, despite not being as popular in sealed, I think that there are more situations where you can find a good reason to play Rhinar in draft, and I'm really curious to see that evolve. I feel like the draft format probably will get to showcase the strengths of all 6 heroes a bit more.
Absolutely. Yeah, the number of Rhinars being 10 and the number of Rhinars being 9 in Queenstown, but there being almost double the number of players shows that Rhinar has actually lost a lot of popularity. It went from something really on the fringe to even more on the fringe, and so we're going to try our best to make sure we get some coverage of Rhinar, but I don't even know if we can guarantee it at this point. There's so few of them.
Yeah, we don't know. We have to hope one of them is having a hot run. If one of these Rhinars does go undefeated for the first couple rounds, like 3-0, 4-0, we would love to get them on camera and see what action they're rocking. We've got players starting to get ready for our next round. It's going to be Michael Hamilton on his Olympia deck versus Richard G. I'm not sure.
Card? I want to think, say. Oh, it's Richard. Okay.
Richard G. I don't know which hero Richard is playing yet. Oh, never mind. The opponent's name is Ben Cook, not Richard. We are getting some updated info. Players are still getting ready, just getting seated at the table. But Michael Hamilton, this guy doesn't even need an introduction. He was there in the top 8 of the Cincinnati calling, one of the 3 Lexi drafters there, and has more accolades than I think we could manage to name before this game starts. But some of the biggest of which are the game's first world champion, multi-time calling winner.
Yep. And U.S. Nationals, and just... I feel like he's won so many things that we don't even know about. There's been Battle Hardens. He's won a Battle Harden this year, in fact.
That's true. He won the very first CC event to kick off this year in Cincinnati, actually.
Yeah, he's just a big winner. We're really glad to have him. I think we're going to be able to see some really tight play, some cool decision-making that hopefully we'll be able to highlight and identify.
Yep, it's interesting. We've seen a Warriors today in round 1, but we haven't seen an Olympia play, and I think that there is quite a lot of difference in the way you play Olympia versus Kassai, so we'll have to see how Michael built his deck, how he plays his deck. There's a lot to look at. I think we are almost ready to jump into the table where the players are setting up, so let's go take a look. There we have it. Ben Cook is playing Kassai. Michael Hamilton is on Olympia, so we've got a Warrior mirror here, showcase of these 2 warriors against each other. Last round we had a Brute Mirror, but it was the same Brute, so this one will be exciting. So if the fans at home can choose which warrior they're rooting for, and we will just be bringing you the action. Kassai, of course, is the more popular of the two, but we know that Michael Hamilton is a very, very skilled player. He's got a reason to be playing Olympia. He has a plan, and I'm curious to see that play out.
And I think if you're Ben, you have to think that Michael has a reason for playing Olympia. Typically in these sealed pools, I think the default, if I want to be warrior, is Kassai, and I'm kind of looking for reasons to be Olympia. Some of those reasons might be more easily apparent than others. I've actually already kind of spoken with Michael, so I know that he has the prize Galea in his pool, and we're going to see that. It's going to be flipped up very soon.
And that is one of the easiest reasons to look toward. And it's possible that that's it. Maybe he only had the prize Galea in his head options, and he didn't have any headpiece if he played Kassai, and that's why he made that choice in Warrior. But it's possible that there's more to his deck that made him also go with Olympia, so I'll be really curious to see, as the game goes on, how that hero power plays out. How many gold will Michael be able to make? It looks like the players are shuffled and ready. They're drawing their hands of 4. I don't know who won the die roll, but just... Oh, it looks like Ben is going first. Starting off with a lead with speed, creating an agility token for next turn. I feel like if you're Ben, you're really happy to see anything that can make an agility in your starting hand.
Absolutely. And oh my goodness, right off the bat.
And Ben gets a gold immediately, which is really nice in Kassai. Her hero ability discounts your sabers by 1, so anytime you're able to draw a card, you get to set up these turns where you can spend all of your resources on attack reacts, pumps, all these cards in your hand, and you don't have to worry about paying for sabers. So with an agility and a gold already in play, Ben is set up to potentially do some powerful stuff just in this next coming turn. He can pitch to gold, swing 1 saber for free, pump it, do whatever shenanigans, swing another saber for free. This is pretty nice if you're going first. I think this is exactly what you want to see.
And just to note, Ben just snuck a red Fatal Engagement in his arsenal. He didn't have a great choice. He had Test of Strength, red, and red Fatal Engagement. That card, let's see how quickly or not quickly it is played.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that, because in the first round, we saw Tim playing Kassai as well, stuck with a Fatal Engagement in his arsenal almost all game, and he ended up actually blocking with it because of a send packing, but maybe Ben will be able to find a window to play this one out a bit quicker. And Michael is starting off with an edge ahead into a vigorous windup, pitching the rest of his hand to enable this play. Coming in for 9, he is choosing to wager the agility because there's no downside here. Ben already has one. It either gets blocked out, or Michael gets a free agility for next turn. And a gold because he's Olympia.
Yeah, really, really important to mention that gold part. It's not something that we think about a lot because we probably won't be covering Kassai very often. Oh, and Ben just has it.
They both have a draw sword, so this is relatively common in a Warrior Mirror. You might see these clashes where neither player gets anything, but, you know, we saw the down but not out get revealed last turn. Sometimes in deck building, it is important to include some attack actions, especially in the Warrior Mirror, for these reasons. Even something just like a blue performance bonus or blue trade-in is enough to win a lot of clashes because of how many non-attack cards there are.
Saber coming in for 2 or 3 with go again.
So we just got word from Ethan that you guys can go into the chat and vote whether you're rooting for Kassai or Olympia. The very famous warrior, we had her as a young hero for a long time, Queen of Blitz, some would say, or the new guy, Olympia, kind of the underdog in this format. Who are you guys rooting for?
Are you not entertained?
Go cast your vote in the chat. So we've got the Centauri Saber coming in. It has go again because of the agility. Ben chose that
Two agility tokens.
True, 2 agilities. Double go again, even though double go again is not actually helpful. And Ben is just swinging another saber. He has no choice here. We know his arsenal's a red Fatal Engagement, so maybe if Michael had blocked the first saber, he could have considered firing that off. But in this case, just doing a clean 1-card 4. Chose not to pop his gold this turn. I think when to pop your gold as Kassai is a really interesting question, because in this case, if Ben had drawn like kind of a useless blue, it's possible he wouldn't have been able to do anything with it. Yeah. What do you think about when you're considering when to pop these golds and maybe your headpiece that draws a card, even though we don't see that one right now?
Of course, I think I'd love to know what I'm drawing, so we had just clashed. Try to keep in mind what I'm drawing. But if I can't figure out what I'm drawing, then you gotta just try to factor in everything. If I draw a red, this is what I'll do. If I draw a yellow, this is what I'll do. If I draw a blue, this is what I'll do. Sometimes it's a second cycle. I've memorized or hopefully have a good familiarity of what I'm drawing. That helps as well. But usually just having a contingency plan for whatever you may draw, still having a plan. That's kind of like my go-to if I can't get more information. Also, sometimes you're behind, you really need an extra resource, or you really need certain something, and you're forced to do it sometimes because you just got to get that value immediately. And then something that, I've noticed with the other games is down but not out. That is a card that cares about tokens, and sometimes you just gotta get rid of the gold token.
Yeah, I'm glad that card exists because I feel like it influences a lot of interesting niche little plays in this format. So on Michael's side, he started off with a draw swords and then just followed it up immediately with a wage vigor, choosing once again to wager. And Ben is going to block it all out. So the vigor token goes to him, no gold for Michael, and that vigor is going to pretty much just give him a free 2 damage on his saber swing.
Yeah, really heads up play by Ben here. This is a classic warrior play. I get a vigor token, I send my sword. I think for Michael, it was probably a win-win as well because every time he wagers, he's not just wagering the tokens on the attack action. He's also wagering his hero ability.
Absolutely, yeah. He is more incentivized to send the wagers for that reason. It's possible that in a Kassai deck, he would have just chosen not to wager with those attacks, but he's really trying to farm his hero power. He knew with the agility that it was kind of free for him. With this vigor, 8's not too hard to block, so he was just kind of hoping that Ben would have to block with all 4 cards in order to get it, which is what ended up happening in this case. But once that's on the table as Ben's side, I think that play makes sense.
Yep, absolutely. And sometimes Ben was kind of locked into doing that potentially. Like if he had blocked with 3 cards and he had an extra card and starts his turn with a vigor token, he might not even be able to use that other card. So getting your opponent to block with 4 cards and you only had to utilize 2 cards, something that we're not really talking about, but fatigue. Just deck damage.
Absolutely. I don't know how many cards these players presented, but that's always something to consider in this format. One thing I want to point out is in Michael's equipment suite, he has a Confront Adversity there in the chess piece, which could have cleanly blocked that saber, and he chose not to do that, saving it for perhaps a turn where Kassai is active and there's gold being threatened or other relevant on hits. He wants to save the breakpoint, but it is a little bit dangerous because you don't know for sure that Ben's ever going to have a vigor again.
Absolutely. And another thing to highlight is the fact that Ben has a stadium centerpiece in play, which means that, Michael doesn't really want to turn that on per se, so taking a little bit more damage, staying a little bit lower, that is a way to maybe even guarantee Ben never gets value from that.
Absolutely. That's a great point as well. In this case, Ben is blocking 7 on 5, but because there is a 2-block attack action card in there, it's going to push it up to 6. So he's essentially only getting 1 block value out of this wage agility. And there's that majestic Shift the Tide of Battle. It's going to give this attack go again and create a token for Michael the next time damage is dealt this turn, which is not going to be on this attack, but it likely will be on this next saber. Here is a Hold'em into a Centauri saber. If this hits, Michael's going to get an agility, a vigor, and a gold because of Olympia's wager effect.
This is an extremely powerful turn cycle. Michael has baited out Ben to block with 3 cards on a seemingly innocuous saber and basically played a majestic reaction that this is the only type of effect that would have given that card guaranteed go again. We're used to playing Kassai and these warriors with one-handed weapons with Blade Runner. Blade Runner, of course, being a common from Everfest. But that's the only way he possibly could have gotten go again. And Ben almost basically is feeling punished there. Michael gets basically everything from this attack.
Yeah, Ben has no way to block it, just has to let it hit. A ton of tokens on Michael's side. We see the power of Olympia. We see Steelfer in chat saying Olympia is the GOAT. On Ben's turn, he's going to crack a gold token, swing in with that saber. There was no agility from his side this turn, so this is just 2 with 1 card floating in hand. We know his arsenal, so if his draw was something like...
it was a red clash of agility. You can kind of see... or some type of clash of agility.
Yeah, you're right.
Red to me originally.
I think
it's blue. Oh.
Yeah, it is a blue, so the only potential use for this would be to play that Fatal Engagement, but naturally Michael just wants to get the block value on his Beck and Applause while he has these tokens. So like we saw at the start of the day with our other Kassai player, Fatal Engagement's just kind of getting trapped in that arsenal.
Yeah, it was trapped when you were against a Brute, and Brute has a lot of attack actions, and against another warrior, it might be even more difficult.
Yeah, it seems like maybe in the Warrior Mirror, you want to lean more toward just blocking 3 with that card.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's possible that, it's the type of card that you maybe want to pitch, and while the way Ben had played, he kind of didn't really have much of a choice there. Either you don't arsenal a card at all, or you arsenal this Fatal Engagement red. So it was, in essence, kind of free for him on turn 0, but we are starting to see him almost be a little punished for that decision.
Yeah, I am curious to see whether he finds a spot to play it, or at least maybe it just ends up being kind of net neutral, but it is possible we reach a point in this game where just having his arsenal bricked like that is an active detriment, and he wishes he could just destroy the card altogether.
For sure. This turn, immediately, we're seeing it become an active detriment, and the card is very restrictive. You just cannot play it. it's not like you can play it for 0 value, like Iron Song Response that has Reprise. This is just, it's a very conditional card.
Yep, absolutely. So Michael's got a 4-card hand here. He's thinking he has 1 resource from Vigor, does have the agility token for Go Again, which is really nice to make sure he'll be able to use all of his cards. Do you think Michael probably knows, or at least has a suspicion about what's in Ben's arsenal at this point?
Draw a card.
I think he can at least eliminate some possibilities as to what it is not. It is likely not a 1 resource agile engagement or vigorous engagement, because last turn, because Ben actually ended his turn with a card, we colloquially call that IPing.
7 going.
You would normally play the attack reaction either from your hand or from your arsenal, and then still be able to keep that arsenal card and be efficient.
Looks like Michael Hamilton is quite red-flooded here. He used his free resource plus a red to pop his gold and then pitched 2 more reds to send Adrenaline Rush for 7. So pretty unfortunate hand. It looks like the players clashed for agility and Michael Hamilton won, so he's going to be set up with that token once again for next turn.
Sorry, so
4
you
from
took
that
4.
down to 11.
Yes.
And it's 14-11 now. Players are just updating life totals, and Michael is pitching his final red to swing the saber for 2. That's going to take Ben all the way down to 9. Michael, looking at Ben's hand here, he's got, looks like 2 attack reactions and a draw swords, choosing to keep all these cards instead of blocking at all.
Yeah, last turn was a bit of a gamble. Michael was really hoping to get a yellow or a blue, particularly blue, and he would have had an arsenal.
Yeah, but unfortunately drew into another red. Ben does not have an agility here, so he's just swinging this saber for 4. And Michael knows that if there are any more plays to be made, shift the tide of battle aside, it's going to have to be attack reactions that are pumping this up.
And, you know, Ben's he's really hoping here.
Yeah.
Please, give me an attack action. My world for an attack action on the combat chain right now.
Hey, and this might be the turn where it happens. It looks like Michael has both a Rally the Rearguard and a Clash of Agility, which blocks 3. And Michael currently knows the top card of Ben's deck. I didn't catch what it was, but I think it was a card with no attack value. So he could block with this Clash of Agility, knowing there's no risk, only reward, and potentially get himself... Oh, no reward either. No, he already has an Agility, so it would only block 3. In this case, we're just pumping the saber up to 7. No agility is created for Ben because Michael is not blocking with an attack action card, but there is going to be 5 damage coming across here if Michael has no reactions.
Okay.
There is a Slap Happy. This is going to make a Vigor token for Michael, prevent 2 damage. This card comes in a cycle, so another card that we just saw him pitch is Take It on the Chin, which prevents 2 and makes an agility, and I know that's one of your favorites.
That is my favorite card to set. It just feels so nice. It's an unconditional... I guess agility token is quite efficient as well, especially if you value agility token. I think a base value is 2. So it feels like one of those cards that you get 4 value out of, but you gotta, it's not just 4 value on one side of the table.
Yeah, it's hard to put a clean number to these tokens in general, but agility can be worth often 2 or even more. Sometimes you have a full hand and it ends up being worth 7 because you couldn't use your cards.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So starting off with an inconspicuous little saber swing for 2. Got a lot of cards in hand. This does have Go Again. So on Ben's side, we're looking at, I can't tell. I thought I saw a Tenacity in his hand, but I might have been making that up. Tenacity is a generic Majestic from this set.
Up to 5.
Does block 3.
So you take 5 down to 4?
Yes.
And
This was a really heads-up play in my opinion. So obviously, he does not get a Vigor token
I'm gonna attack
on this attack reaction, but getting in damage when you can against another warrior, as warrior, means that your attack reactions start getting more and more weight. You start being able to almost just, threaten lethal and really make Ben sort of think about, do I have to overblock or do I just die to an attack reaction?
yeah, Michael has established quite a life lead in this game. It's 14-4 right now, and he had to just fire that attack reaction off right away because though these new attack reactions are flexible, targeting any warrior attack, they cannot pump up cards like Rally the Rearguard, which is a generic. And that was a Tenacity in Ben's hand. Not using it for any cool effects, just blocking 3, but always fun to spot the Majestics in these sealed games.
One of my favorite things to do with cards, block for 3.
Indeed, indeed. Nothing wrong with that. Especially in this set, we have so many 2 blocks. Blocking 3 can be quite a luxury.
Absolutely.
So we are over to Ben's turn. He cracks his gold, turning on Kassai's ability to make those sabers cost 0, but he doesn't have an agility token this turn. Oh, there's a rising speed. This is a great way to use up your cards when you don't have an agility. This has Go Again as long as you've drawn a card this turn. So it's going to be coming in for 3 Go Again. Ben has 1 resource floating, pitching a yellow. So he's not going to be able to fire off that Rally the Rearguard in his hand. His only choice, it seems, is to swing a saber and hope.
And hope. That fatal engagement. Ben is really. This would be the turn. This would be an innocuous turn where Michael is quite ahead. He might not be thinking per se about
Block 2.
fatal engagement. Oh, this is his window. There we go.
Fatal
It
engagement.
happened.
So that
Managed to give it +5. This is now coming in for 8 go again, and he will still be able to swing a sword after this because of Kassai's ability.
It's +3.
Okay.
So I'm going to take 3.
So Michael is using the rally effect. He's blocking a total of 5 on 8 here, taking 3. So life totals are looking a little closer.
That
Ben-
OK from Ben was probably one of the most exciting OKs I've ever heard in my life. Sure. I got to use my card finally.
Yeah, he's very excited to just get that out of the arsenal, get the value from it. Am I mistaken in thinking that he could have swung a saber there?
Yeah, he
because
did
of
draw a
Kassai?
card, so that might have been, players aren't too familiar with a lot of this stuff. This is like the second week, I guess. The first actual week of release.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep up with, a lot of new cards in front of you. Players are just still figuring out all the intricacies of this format. On Michael's side, we've got a draw swords into a Centauri saber. So just 2-card 5 here. Not the greatest play, but not the worst.
Notably, if Michael was Kassai here, this could have been a little bit different.
That's true. That starting state could have been arsenaled or...
I guess that's really it. But like, if it was another card that Michael was happy to arsenal, if he was Kassai,
2.
it would have been free to swing a saber. And so I think this is a little nuance. Obviously, he does have the prize Galea, so he has that immediate value. But there are cases where when your back is against the wall, as Kassai, playing a draw swords is just a nice, like that would have been a 1-card 5 instead.
Absolutely. Which starts to look very impressive.
Absolutely. I love myself a lava burst.
Yeah. So we're back to Ben's turn. No agility token, so just pitching to swing this saber for 2. He's all the way down to 1 life while Michael is still at 8.
I'll block
He's almost definitely going to be firing off one of these attack reactions. Looks like a blade
Ooh.
flurry
4, and then I will add.
and an agile engagement. So pushing this all the way up to 7. And Michael's going to be taking 5 damage down to 3 here. So both players are going to be in lethal range.
But a little scary to be at 1 facing 3 cards from a warrior. At this point, I guess it's really important to highlight the fact that Ben does have Sheltered Cove.
That's true. That's a very good point and can play a huge role if your opponent pushes an attack up by 2, or let's say maybe you're overblocking by 1 because of the way your cards block and they play a red attack react. That can kind of bridge the gap. If you don't have something like a rally the rear guard, you don't have to overblock and you still don't just immediately die.
Like you said, not having to overblock. I think that's going to be really important because
I'll go to-
Ben's in the danger zone. Any attack reaction basically kills him. Anything that
Your turn.
buffs over by 1, if he's blocking Exacxies, he's a goner.
Though looking at Michael's hand, I don't think we have any attack reactions. I see a red adrenaline rush, a yellow agile windup, and I believe
Lead
some-
with heart of some sort.
yeah, I think maybe another yellow or a blue. So it looks like he's just going to send in 6 damage here. Oh, it's a blue adrenaline rush. So maybe that's a yellow lead with heart that he's going to park in his arsenal, force Ben to give at least 2 cards here. Ben has no breakpoint armor at the moment, so if he doesn't have 2-3 blocks, he could end up being forced to block with 3 cards.
Looks like Ben has a rally the rear guard, a 3-block hold'em, a lead of speed, and a performance bonus. So he only has 1 3-block.
That is pretty awkward. Oh, rally the rear guard can turn other cards into 3 blocks, but in this case it doesn't work because you have to also block 2 with it. So there's no escape for Ben from the fact that he has to commit 3 cards to defense here.
6.
So in that case, he has to hang on to his best 1-card play, which there's always the default of just pitch to swing saber for 2. Alternatively, I don't think any of these cost 0 except the performance bonus. Performance bonus is pretty much worse than just swinging saber. So his choices are block 3 cards and swing a saber, or block 3 cards and arsenal. And I do think that's a red lead with speed, so it's possible he wants to just set that up, say, Michael, here's a 5-card hand. I hope you can't use it very well, because that's kind of what I need to get a turn off.
Ben chooses a block with, yeah, he does the exact thing that you said. He keeps that lead of speed.
So Michael's going to arsenal. Ben's just going to arsenal right away, unless he wants to swing a saber. Oh, he is going to swing a saber. So just choosing to keep that lead with speed in deck. Does want to go ahead and present 2 damage to Michael. Looking at the player's armor, I think Michael still has this flat tracker, so he has to decide at some point he can cash this in for an agility, make sure he's going to be able to use his whole hand. Like in these late game spots where Ben is mostly blocking out, I think that can make a lot of sense. You don't want to get trapped with a huge hand and no go again. And he still has this beck and applause, so I'll be curious to see if he finds another window to make both tokens at the same time and get that block value. I think the most common way to get that is just simply the goblet of blood red wine, but at this point in the game it seems kind of unlikely that he's going to be able to block one more with that.
Note that we do know that Michael has a lead with
heart yellow in his arsenal, so he probably is thinking, oh, I can kind of go wide next turn. I have a go again in my arsenal. A lot of cards that warriors can play all have go again. Hold'em, Edge Ahead, Swiftblade, like engage Swiftblade. I don't think he's that pressured yet to make that agility token. And you can see here, he's maybe not even valuing it for the agility. He was potentially even going to block the Saber.
Yeah, it looks like he's just cashing in the 1 life. We saw him almost block with his flat trackers, but he decided he wanted to hang on to them, is just valuing the agility token higher than 1 life.
Yeah, but there's a certain card that we should think about if you ever go to 1 life against another warrior.
That's a very good point. Michael might have some run into troubles in his deck, which is a block card that says if you control an agility token, this just immediately deals 1 direct damage to your opponent. That might just kill them on the spot.
Yeah, and there's a combo with that card, right? If you have an agile windup in your hand, no agility token on the board, it's a surprise 1 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was one of the funniest games I heard about yesterday. Somebody was playing, I think it was Evan Herndon was telling me about it. He was at 2, his opponent has no tokens, he attacks for a lot, and they just discard a wind up and block with 2 block cards.
Immediately dead. Oh, here we have, this is go again.
This does have go again. Draw swords to draw a card, rising speed, coming in for 5, or 4 rather, because of the draw swords buff. And Michael has a card in his arsenal and a card in his hand to follow this up. We see Michael kind of counting his deck there. I don't know how many cards the players presented, but Ben has done quite a bit of blocking with multiple cards. I imagine Michael is at least a little bit up on deck right now. And he wins the clash, getting a free agility token. That is quite good. I wonder if Michael would have popped his flat trackers had that not happened, but since the Clash of Agility was blocked on his first attack, he gets 1 right off the bat. This might be a lesson to us, like, depending on what else is in Ben's hand, he wants to try to block with those clashes as late in the turn as possible so that Michael isn't informed about what tokens he has.
Absolutely. And here he's just coming in with the Saber for 4, innocuous 4, but a very scary 4.
A very scary 4 that is going to take those last 2 cards out of Ben's hand. Michael's Beck and Applause is turned on, but there's not going to be any attack to use it on. So, unfortunately, just going to be wasted again. Players are at 2-1 here. Round 3 of the Calling. They're both undefeated so far, and it is getting very tight in this Warrior Mirror. Michael Hamilton definitely is kind of the aggressor right now. Has the tempo. That agility token, if I'm in Michael's seat, makes me feel so much more comfortable.
Absolutely. And conversely, as Ben, I would be quaking in my boots right now. I do not feel comfortable at all.
Yep, I agree. He does have a lot of block value in this hand. Total, it blocks for 11.
I believe it's 2 3 blocks and 2 2 blocks, but one of the 2 blocks is a rally, and there's a vigorous engagement blue, and that's a yellow fatal engagement, and a yellow, I think, Hold'em.
7.
Yeah.
Edge Ahead, sorry.
So on this 7 here, unfortunately, you can't block with your cards cleanly. Like, ideally, you'd like to block 8 with 3 cards. This is only for 7, so you're going to be forced to lose one of your block value to the Abyss here and hope that Michael can't present any more than 3 on his next attack.
Yeah, Ben's back is against the wall here. This is a 3-card block or death, and you could still possibly perish because of attack reactions.
Yep.
Michael does have 2 cards in hand. Ooh.
Ben is actually choosing to use the Sheltered Cove, blocking cleanly 7 here. Michael does not have any attack reactions in his hand, so just has to decide. He is going to pop the flat trackers here. To me, this makes a lot of sense. I just want to make sure that I'm going to be able to use my whole hand to continue keeping this pressure on Ben. The only way I probably lose this game at this point is if I get to a point where Ben has blocked out, and on my next turn, all I can do is like attack for 5, no react.
If I can't utilize my hand, yeah.
Yeah, then Ben can start to steal some tempo back. Oh, and Ben is almost fatigued out here. Looks like only 6 or 7 cards total remaining for him.
Call this like the Guardian Pincer movement, you know? We have up on life, up on cards, up on tempo, you know?
Just have to keep playing your cards one at a time, just getting on-rate damage to make sure you grind your opponent all the way down to that finish line of fatigue.
Absolutely. And speaking of being on rate, this is Rouse the Ancients. This is 7 go again.
That's right. And Ben's going to use his Rally the Rearguard to turn one of those cards into a 3 block. Very nice. Oh, but he's only got a 2 block in hand. So that is the game. Michael Hamilton moves on to 3-0 with Olympia. We love to see that.
Very well played. Very well navigated. Michael had that all red hand off, and he cracked a gold token, drew another red, so basically had 5 reds in a row, and still was able to navigate this game. Game was actually quite close.
Yeah.
2-1.
It was very close. He definitely had the control of the game at the end, but if he had ever had a turn without an agility token, it's possible he could have gotten trapped and that game could have swung back. I've seen that happen a few times in late games in this sealed format.
Yeah, I think his usage of his arsenal kept him pretty insulated from having like a, oh no, my entire hand of 4 cards plus an arsenal can only deal 5 damage. Because he did at one point have that lead of heart yellow, which he didn't play that immediate next turn, and he didn't make a agility token from his flat trackers, kind of as a heads up, like, I probably am going to be able to use my resources, you know?
Because I have Go Again in my arsenal already.
And on this lethal turn, this final turn, he had a red trade-in from his arsenal, so he really is just, you know, utilizing his arsenal to its fullest capacity to make sure that he's just insulated from ever having a turn where he gives up a lot of that tempo from not having agility token.
Yeah, and keeping that flat trackers is kind of like a final last resort to make sure.
Yeah, and that's what happened on his last turn. He had more damage. If actually he could have probably slain his opponent. His opponent was probably at like 5 or 6 with that much damage. It was 7 plus 3, and I think he was gonna be able to just send 2 more damage, but still, just lots of damage.
Absolutely. Very well played by Michael. One thing I want to glance at is the equipment in general in this set. I feel like there's a lot of interesting choices about when to use your equipment. We have these Vigor Girth, Flat Trackers, Gauntlet of Might, where you can choose to block one with them or create a token with them. And choosing whether to go ahead and cash them in for a token early or save them to block a breakpoint is a choice you have to make. When we have these conditional equipment, like the Adversity, we saw, of course, on the Kassai side of that game, we had the Embrace Adversity, which only works on a Might token, so very unlikely that that's going to come up in the Warrior Mirror. It can from a down but not out. But on Michael's side, we saw Confront Adversity, which only pops on a Vigor, and he did have one chance to use that, but instead took the 2 damage, and we saw it ended up dying in play.
Yeah.
So that's a takeaway kind of we've seen throughout the day. It seems like the default is, if you get a chance to use those equipment, just cash them in, because you don't know if you're going to be able to again.
Yeah, it's not use it or lose it, I think. That's probably not the most accurate way to describe it, but it's use it or else you might never use it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also interesting decisions of, like, with these skull cap pieces, of as people have been calling them, the headliner helm, all of the you must have less health, there are spots where you want to block with them for 0 just because down but not out exists. That's really interesting. I think another consideration is from the Kassai side in this last game, since both players probably can't create a Might token, and the only way that's going to happen is if down but not out gets played, then it's possible you don't even present your arm piece at all.
Yeah, I mean, you would never think about that, right? Like, these are things that are kind of like tier 2, right? The first day of the pre-release, you're just happy to have an arm piece. And then as you play this set more and more, I think these are kind of like the nuances and the intricacies of the set that you start discovering. And it's just really cool when it's optimal to just not present equipment. It reminds me of back in the day when we were playing Chain and we were deciding, because we didn't have any other chess piece but Husk at that time.
Yeah.
What do we do when we play against Kano?
Do we
for a while? I don't think we present a Husk.
I remember
makes sense.
In Pro Tour 1, I think I actually ended up registering Ironweave, but I was planning in the weeks leading up to straight up just be chestless against Kano. But yeah, it's interesting to see all those things evolve and players start to learn about them in, like, what is pretty much the first big heavy hitters event in North America. We had pre-releases last week, like you mentioned, but just cool to see players figuring these things out. In the first couple rounds, we saw a lot of heads-up play with equipment, and we are curious to see more of that throughout the day. We're going to jump to a quick break, and we will be back with round 4 pretty soon. See you guys soon.
What shall we do with a drunken wager? 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 In a death match or everybody come and join the heavy hitter. The gladiator's work is never done. We'll fight for fame and gold till the setting sun. Life and limb, we put it all at stake. But it's all worth it when you see the take. With a wager there and a wager might, this hero fights a righteous fight. With a wager agility, a wager gold, this hero's story will soon be told. So smash your rail on back with a light that's strong and slash. Get your blood run Rhinar flowing. That's what heavy hitting's all about. What shall we do with a drunken wager? What shall we do with a drunken wager? What shall we do with a drunken wager? In a death match arena.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Hartford. We are 3 rounds in. We just saw some good games, and we are moving on to round 4, in which we're going to feature our first Guardian. It's going to be Elly Bird, one of my locals back from DFW, Texas area, an accomplished player who has played many different heroes throughout her career. Her most recent achievement was making top 8 at the Realm Rumble 10K, very recently with Bolton. And I have not really gotten to see her play much limited, honestly, so it'll be cool to see.
We've never really gotten to see anyone play limited. There just hasn't been that much limited coverage in these last few years. So really excited to see her play Betsy. Finally, we get a Guardian in on the tables. We have seen, of course, the hero breakdown. Guardians are the least played class, and by quite a big margin. I think the math is like oh, thank you so much, Ethan. It looks like 60 Betsy's. 16 victors, call it 80 of the players are playing Guardian.
And we're like at above 150 for each of the other classes.
So like less than 20%. Because of that, we haven't had a Guardian on. We've just been picking random heroes or our tables that have, players that you guys at home are familiar with. And for this one, we really wanted a Guardian. I really wanted to see a Guardian. Just want some diversity, and get to see kind of like that different place pattern that Guardians have in this format.
Yeah, we do see some Guardians in the room that are like known names doing quite well. Glad to see Elly playing Betsy doing well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not sure who her opponent's going to be yet. We'll find out shortly. We also wanted to mention that if you guys have players you want to follow and root for, you can visit the live blog. Go to fabtcg.com or just jump down into the description box of this video, and there should be a link to it. You can see current standings, pairings, results from the current round, also follow the social media coverage, and we've got Joe here writing up updates throughout the weekend, so it's a great place to go if you're just looking for updates or you want to check out how a particular player is doing.
Once again, that is the live blog, and you can just find it by going to the YouTube description. There should be a link in the YouTube description, or fabtcg.com.
That is right. And we also wanted to mention, later today we are doing a spicy giveaway.
Yeah.
So just stick around. It's going to be a Go Again event package for Pro Tour LA. You've got a playmat, several event vouchers, as well as some promo cards, the same ones that we got here this weekend. It's the split class Majestics from this set, Runner, Talk a Big Game, and Double Down.
And the sleeves are really epic and cool too.
Yeah, Balance of Justice sleeve pack. So stick around for the giveaway. We're not running that yet. We're going to be doing that later today, and you'll be able to participate here in chat. I think right before round 8 is when we're going to run it.
Okay. Yeah. That playmat looks so sweet. I would be stoked to receive that. Do we get that if we participate in the Pro Tour? I don't even know.
I actually don't know either. I think for Pro Tour and Worlds so far, they've pretty much done all gem mats.
Yeah. I know we're getting the grandeur for sure, but is there no chance? I guess we got to try to win one of those.
Yeah, we got to try to get the package. I guess Worlds...
Round 8. Before round 8. That's when it's happening.
Yep, so stick around. We're going into round 4 right now. We have 8 total rounds today. Players are playing with the same sealed deck throughout, so they have to pick their hero at the start, and then they're locked in. Because it is a calling, unlike pre-release, you can't change heroes back and forth throughout. So players have locked whatever deck they think is the best. And then at the end of this, roughly, I think whoever is 6-2 or better, or the top 64 players, are going to move into day 2, and then we're going to have 3 drafts tomorrow.
Yeah, and I believe it's always whichever of those 2 is greater. So, if there are 64 players, great. But if there's, only a 50-some X2 players, some of the X3s can get in. But I think at 422 players, it's just going to be top 64.
Yeah, and so you should have confidence if you're playing in the calling that if you go 6-2, you're for sure going to be in either way, and there might even be a chance sometimes at 5-3.
Yeah.
So we're going to dive in a little bit to Betsy. This is our featured hero coming up. Michael, I know you've played a little bit of Betsy. We played the Battle Hardened last week, and our teammate Dennis Zhang was on Betsy all day long.
Yep.
Kind of the premier Guardian, it seems, in the sealed format. More people are favoring her.
Yeah.
Tell me about Betsy.
Well, I drafted Betsy yesterday. Played a bunch of pre-releases playing Betsy. Played Betsy at the Calling 135. That's something that no one needs to know, I guess. Betsy, of course, her power, being able to overpower something is one of the ways you close the game out. And when you play Victor, you're really going to miss this hero power. When I played Betsy, I didn't really think too much of it. But yeah, when I played the other Guardian, I was like, oh, shoot. Yeah, I can see why Betsy is kind of like the default, and why we see often, with even today's Calling and at Queenstown, more Guardian players have chosen to play Betsy. I think there's usually a reason you want to play the other Guardian. But yeah, Betsy, anytime you wager, you can trigger this ability. And I'd hope to be able to see this done by Elly, although it's obviously very circumstantial. This ability says whenever an attack you control wagers. It doesn't say once per turn. It doesn't say twice per turn. It's just every time you wager an attack. So if you have the good time chappity-doo, chapo, if you have a big bop going off, if you have a money where your mouth is, or if you have an attack that says wager itself. I mean, you could do this like 4 times in one turn. It's not like a restricted thing, although it's obviously very hard to wager or pay for Betsy's ability multiple times. This is something you can do multiple times, and it'd be really cool if we could, get that showcase today on stream.
It can be really helpful, or at least better than nothing in these situations that I've been talking about all day where you aren't able to use your whole hand.
Absolutely.
If you're a Guardian, you send a big attack. If your opponent just blocks with 4 cards and says pass back, you're now looking at sometimes a 5-card hand where, especially in Guardian, none of your cards have go again for the most part.
It's devastating, really. Arsenal management, once again, I think will be really important. We saw Hamilton do that last game. Hamilton obviously was playing Warrior, so has access to agility tokens. As Betsy, or as just playing Guardian, I think the onus is even higher. You really want to make sure you're putting things in your arsenal, putting things in your deck that really help you smooth out when you can't block because your opponent overpowered something, for example, or you don't want to block because all your cards block too and you're only getting attacked by sabers, or when, well, you didn't get a chance to block because your opponent blocked out, said, go, back to you. The onus is really on you. Cards like Lead of Power, cards like Lead of Heart that actually have go again, Money Where Your Mouth Is, being able to sink extra resources into Betsy's ability. I think these are all ways that we creatively, as Guardian players, have figured out how to get around not having access to agility tokens.
Yeah, and those 3 cards you named pair quite well with Betsy's cost curve.
Absolutely.
Money Where Your Mouth Is especially allows your next attack to wager whatever it is you pay 3 for it, likely, and then you spend those last 2 remaining resources off of your 2 blues to activate Betsy, give it +1, give it overpower, help that wager connect. One other card that serves a similar purpose for setting up go-agains in your arsenal is Red Trade-In. Despite being a much more impressive effect in Kayo and Kassai because of the draw-discard synergies, I feel like I like this card in Guardian too, just because it's one of the few ways to get efficient go-again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the classic ways to also just be able to do on-rate damage. So if you have a red one in your arsenal, you discard. Hopefully you know the top card is a blue, or you already have a blue at the ready. You just discard a card, draw a card, and then come in with your high riser for 4. Getting that high riser to 4, not very easy. I think I on average do it once, maybe even less than once per game.
I feel like I do it once per event playing Betsy.
How the mighty have fallen. I mean, if you look at some of the other limited formats, we had Anathos and Titan's Fist, and High Rise is just really, it doesn't seem as powerful as these weapons, and I think that might be intentional. That might be an intentional part of the design of this set. Just having a 1-card 4 kind of on demand might be a little bit too powerful for the set. It's the reason why we don't see that. It's just not possible with any other card in the whole set except for that one Majestic. Brody, do you know what that Majestic is?
I do. It's called Standing Order.
Really spicy Majestic. Man, you played Wounding Blow at one point in Briar. What were you thinking?
He's poking fun at me because when I saw Standing Order, I complained. I was so sad that in my Briar deck, I had registered Wounding Blow when this card was going to eventually exist, but now Briar's LL'd, so too late for her, but a pretty cool card for some other heroes. I'm excited to see it show up in CC decks, especially as like an emergency popper. I think it is a pretty cool utility card. We are going to jump to a quick break. The players are almost ready for round 4. We'll be right back. It's Michael and I casting again, so we'll see you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to the Deathmatch Arena, folks. We have an exciting round 4 lined up for you guys. It's going to be Elly Bird on Betsy versus Randall Sims on Rhinar. This is gonna be our first Rhinar feature. Michael, tell me a little bit about Randall.
Randall from Atlanta, he's a content creator, very well spoken. I love watching his YouTube videos. Like, you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Pankaj in terms of like the way he analyzes videos, and you should check him out. I think it's just Randall Sims on YouTube. Just like Google that. But Rhinar player, he's a CC Rhinar player. Like he does content. He did some content on Guardian before. But he's used that same analysis, that same like value-based analysis to talk about Rhinar. And so, man, we were talking earlier too, right? We were like, oh, we're really struggling to find Rhinars on the top tables, and we got this gift. We had Elly slated, and because we wanted a Guardian, and now we get this gift of Betsy versus Rhinar. 2 heroes we just haven't even seen at all today.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm excited. Out of 422 players in the room, there are only 10 Rhinars, and we didn't even pick this match. Well, we picked Elly because
Right.
Elly and Betsy, and then we found out it's Randall on Rhinar. Not only is it a Rhinar who is 3-0, it's a known Rhinar player.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's going to be really cool to see how he's applied his Rhinar knowledge to Limited. I think in sealed, Rhinar tends to be by far the less favored brute. I think it'll be...
I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. There were 10 out of 422.
Yeah.
That is very little.
And there often maybe aren't that many draws to play Rhinar when you're looking at a sealed pool, as opposed to a draft where hopefully you can kind of create those synergies a little bit more.
I'm looking for his hat.
Yep.
Monstrous fail. I'm thinking maybe he has the specialization, Show No Mercy, which is obviously the playmat of the weekend. And I'm hoping, though, that we're able to identify some situations where Rhinar is just better than Kayo.
Yeah, I think the Intimidate can be big. For me, the biggest thing is just that he has 2 arms, 2 mandible claws, or even ideally a claw and then maybe one of the rare weapons to go with it.
Yes.
I think the players are in their seats shuffling up, so we're going to dive into the table and take a look here. We've got Betsy versus Rhinar, Elly Bird on the left. Recently saw her make the top 8 of the 10K at Columbus.
Yeah, at the Realm Games, yeah. She was on Bolton at that time. Looks like she's quite a versatile player. Today she's on Guardian.
Yeah, I think she plays a whole host of different heroes and classes in Constructed. The players are shuffling up. On Randall's side, I will be curious to see what equipment he has. Like you said, the Monstrous Veil is very likely a draw toward Rhinar.
Absolutely.
But it would be really interesting if he didn't have the Veil.
Sure.
And chose to go Rhinar for other reasons and still made it to 3-0.
I'm willing to bet that Randall this is not his first rodeo. It's not his first time playing Rhinar in sealed. Maybe for some of his pre-releases, maybe he did some sealed pools online or just however he could. I'm willing to bet that he's figured out some spice.
And you have to imagine he's been playing the game for quite a while. Maybe he's played Welcome to Wraith Rhinar back in the day.
That's true.
But now he has to use the same hero power with a whole new variety of cards around it.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at his weapons. They might not be too close.
We had like a similar.
That's true, yeah. I can't see them on the table there.
Not yet.
But I think, do you think, let's say you open up a sealed pool and you're a Rhinar and you see a Ball Breaker and a Mini Medax. Do you think you'd play both of them, or would you go with just one and a claw, or does it depend on your deck?
I think I'd always try to go for a claw. I mean, making a agility token is not free. Most pools only have, I think, like if I have 6 to 7 ways to make agility tokens, that seems like already a lot. And that Mandible Claw having go again just feels like it's going to be really nice. I think I never really thought about how powerful having 2 weapons are for the brute class, because I've really just played KO. But being able to plan out your turns so that you can get 3 attacks in, Mandible Claw having go again, maybe leading with like a Wild Ride or something that has go again from an agility token, and then ending with that last weapon, whether it be a Ball Breaker or a Mini Medax. I think that's sick. I think like Mini Medax in KO is just maybe I'll get that Might token. But in Randall's deck, it's like my opponent might not be able to block this at all because of Intimidate.
Yeah, it seems like a really great way to push through endgame damage, especially if the game is drawing out toward fatigue. We were talking at the start of the day about like these powerful Mandible Claw brute plays where maybe you have a 2-cost in your arsenal and you've pitch stacked some blues, so you know your deck is blue 5s, and you can go Wild Ride into Claw into 2-cost. But in Rhinar, you can, if you have a Ball Breaker especially, you can just go weapon. And there is that Veil. He did have it indeed. He has a really good equipment set.
All right. Good luck. Have fun.
The Monstrous Veil, of course, is a Rhinar specialization, so maybe that's why Randall chose to play Rhinar.
I think it would make sense, especially if he didn't have good other hat options for KO or his other choices. We had a bit of a fumble here.
A little snafu.
Very easy to happen when you're playing card games. Accidentally just flipped one card over, so we're just going to quickly talk with the judges and see what the correct resolution is for this, and we will get players on their way. But while we do that, let's talk about the equipment a bit more. On Randall's side, I'm feeling so happy if I have this in front of me.
Yep.
Flat trackers, Gauntlet of Might, both very flexible and pair well with that raw meat. If you pop them both at once, you can block for 2 and then hopefully 1 again. Elly's equipment is definitely not too shabby either. Unfortunately, doesn't have any special Guardian headpiece or like the stand ground, but does have a full set, nothing to scoff at. And interestingly, has that Miller's Grindstone. 2 weapons in play. One of them attacks for 4, and then if it starts to get whittled down by clashing, you can always just resort back to the trusty High Riser.
Yeah, the Guardian class is the only class that really I'm looking for maybe playing a shield. You could maybe in Rhinar, but I think the opportunity cost for basically every other hero, including Kassai and Victor, is a little bit higher to play either of the shields, either the generic common Bloodied Oval or the Stonewall Impasse. Here we have Elly coming with that Miller's Grindstone. I think that weapon's really powerful, actually, especially in this format.
Yeah, in a Guardian deck where you have mostly attack action cards, hopefully a lot of them are big thunks and wall-ups and whatnot. Even if it does connect, hopefully you're milling your opponent's deck away, and more importantly, just not putting -1 counters on your weapon. If you tie or win, then you get to just keep swinging for 4 over and over again, and we were just talking about how that's a pretty powerful ability and doesn't exist in this set at all, 1-card 4s, except for that one cheeky Majestic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just in terms of numbers, like you mentioned, you get the +1 from High Riser maybe once per event. And this Miller's Grindstone is basically saying, at the very least, you are guaranteed a +1, and it's the first time you swing it, and it's going to be a reliable +1. You don't have to do any extra work for this +1. And even if you immediately get a -1 counter right then and there, that's fine. Now you're just back to what most Guardians would have had from the start. So I think it's a really powerful inclusion. I think you would probably always play it. The only thing I wonder is, if she had a shield, is there ever a consideration of maybe playing the shield with the Miller's Grindstone, or Stonewall Impasse is a little bit better of a shield, maybe playing that instead? That's always something I think about. Not sure, obviously, what her pool looked like. Not sure if she had those decisions to make at all, but, something to think about.
It is interesting, especially that huge white square on Miller's is so jarring.
Yeah, it looks like a glitch in the Matrix. I know. It's just so, it's such a square, or it's so rectangular.
Yeah, it looks like there's like a little something going on with the camera or something.
Yeah.
It's just a white window in the art.
My locals thought this was a printer glitch error, because it's so precise.
Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, if you look closely, you can see how like the wall kind of changes and it's like a window frame, but that's with a lot of zooming in. So Elly is leading us off in this game. Going to immediately pop both the Gauntlet of Might and the Vigor Girth. Just slap those tokens into play. And I am looking at Randall's hand here. Across the table, I see a red Wage Might. Not sure what else is in there. If he has any wind-ups, he can try to discard those on turn 0 to get some... Oh, that's an agile wind-up.
Yeah. That's starting stake and a blue of some sort.
When you're going second, especially with a brute like this, you're so happy to see an agile wind-up in your opening hand. Elly is discarding a wind-up of her own, starting off with 3 tokens in play, and now considering whether to follow up with an attack of some kind. There goes the Miller's Grindstone, swinging for 4. We don't know how many cards each of these players presented, but like we've been talking about, fatigue is always a possible outcome, and Elly is giving Randall the ability to filter his hand in exchange for taking some cards out of his deck.
Just spotted a really spicy Majestic in Elly's hand. Can you spot it as well, Brody?
That is the primed to fight, which is very nice to draw this early on when you have both of your equipment still in play. She can just guarantee that that's going to be set up. It's going to be a 3 for 11, 2-card 11. Wounded Bull, that's so last year. Primed to fight is in town.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, right? If your opponent pops both of their equipment on turn 0, there has to be a reason. Especially in this case when Elly doesn't have the stand ground equipment. Randall's probably should be wondering what's going on. And this prime to fight is primed to get in there for at least 11 damage. Very efficiently, too. Elly only needs to pitch like 2 resources.
That is right. It looks like Randall actually chose not to discard the Agile Windup on turn 0, so just swinging in with Wage Might for 7, he is maybe either choosing whether to wager or not wagering yet, and then we'll be able to follow this up, creating both an Agility and a Might token.
Actually, something we did also
not
miss
a Might.
was that Randall chose to only block 3 on that Miller's Grindstone, letting 1 point of damage get through, and then lost the Clash.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I completely missed that. I wonder if he thinks that maybe he thinks that his deck is actually better at winning clashes than Elly's and wanted to try to tick that Miller's Grindstone down?
Or there's a dynamic that we're not thinking about either. And yeah, I definitely agree that he probably hoped to win that clash. That was a, idealistic win. But another thing that I'm thinking about is that Randall might have presented kind of like a small deck. Maybe just a 30-card deck, and maybe Elly presented a bigger deck, and so he doesn't want to be blocking too many cards.
Yeah, he's just desperate to hang on to his cards in deck. That's definitely something to think about. Also, I misspoke a moment ago. We are not watching the Kayo game, so this Agile Windup is not going to give us a free Might token. It's just going to be this 1 Agility.
Pick my card back up.
And, all right, we're going over to Elly's turn. I see a Money Where Your Mouth Is, Mighty Windup, and also that Down But Not Out, which is going to be active. However, right, yeah, so she has less tokens, she has less equipment, she currently has less life, so as long as she has enough resources in her hand, she's going to be able to swing Down But Not Out and Prime to fight. Oh, she does not have an agility herself.
Because I controlled a Vigor, and it gets +1.
Okay, we're swinging Prime to fight. Money Where Your Mouth Is, giving this +3, is going to get +1 from its own ability, +1 from the Might, and finally +1 from Betsy. This is a huge overpower attack, wagering a gold token.
She was not interested in just playing Down But Not Out. She wants to go in for the big damage and give it overpower because she is wagering using that Betsy ability. As you can see, the overpower. We love it. We love that token. Yeah, 14 overpower, waging a gold from the Money Where Your Mouth Is. This is a very powerful play.
There it is, folks. Yeah, that's massive. 16 to 19. We're still pretty early on in the game. Randall does still have a lot of equipment available to him, but this is a pretty big swing in Elly's favor right now.
Absolutely.
On Randall's side, I see a Battered Not Broken in the hand, so we're going to be able to block 2 and get a Might token. Interestingly, this does not interact with raw meat the way the Brute player would want it to. You cannot create the Might token until after the damage has been calculated, so no wombo combo there. I can't see the rest of Randall's
Trade
hand.
in and another Money Where Your Mouth Is, so his hand doesn't really block well, but this does have overpower, so he can only block of 1 action card anyway.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to cash in that 1 block on the Monstrous Veil, maybe planning to use the ability quite soon, so that's why he's trying to get the Battle Worn value now.
He's taking it all. He's not even playing the Battered Not Broken.
All right, maybe planning to Arsenal it?
Perhaps.
Or maybe he needs to pitch it. I'm not sure what his play is going to be, but occasionally, it's correct to pitch a red just to enable like a very powerful play if that's what you have to do. His arsenal is that Wage Might that we saw from last turn.
And he does have an agility token this turn. So this is, if I were Elly, I'd be expecting a pretty massive turn from Randall this turn.
Yeah, Randall is all the way down to 6 right now. So this is 7 go again. Because of the agility token, Randall's going to have to choose whether or not he wants to wager the Might.
I think he's already declined to wager. He did this identical play last turn. We've asked players to put a little mini token on when they're representing wager, and it does not look like there was a wager here, and does not look like Elly is respecting this attack either.
Yep, she's just like, no wager, no blocks, send me the bill. Takes 5 down to 11, though notably she is tossing in that Overcome Adversity, which I think makes a lot of sense. Randall's flat trackers are gone. You don't know for sure if he's going to make any more agilities this game, so just make sure you get your 2 life out of that now.
Yeah. And Randall says, well, I do plan on making an agility token, makes an agility and a Might token immediately. Now his raw meat is turned on. And
oh, he's just pitching 2 reds to Claw. Okay, so his options were to block 2 with Battered Not Broken and make a Might, or swing the Claw for 3. Depending on what that last card in his hand is, I think it's a trade-in, you said, so he values arsenaling that really highly and just kind of had a clunky situation with these multiple reds.
I don't think Randall's here for a long time. I think he's here for a good time. I think he wants to end this game very quickly. Trade in plus a Monstrous Veil. That's 2 Intimidates potentially already.
Yep, true.
Elly might not make it past the next turn, whether or not she knows it.
Very likely the plan he's setting up for. He actually didn't block with any action cards at all on Elly's overpower attack, right? So he did have the option available to him to block with the money and the battered, block 4 damage, get a Might, which would be 5 compared to this 3 he just got. So he's clearly valuing being the aggressor and swinging the damage very, very highly, to the point that he's willing to give up essentially 2 value in order to be the one swinging.
And I think that Elly has come to that realization as well, because she's not blocking. She knows she might just get killed out of nowhere. And the best way to defeat that, well, one of the best ways to defend yourself, a good offense.
Absolutely. She's starting off with a lead with Heart, +3. We're going to make a Vigor token for next turn. And that's a Rising Power, so no +1, no card was drawn this turn, but it will just be a clean 3-card 9 plus a Vigor.
Notably, she is going to Arsenal what I think was a vigorous wind-up red. So her entire hand blocked 2, so she didn't really have an efficient way to block. And by doing it this way, she gets to have 3 value of each of her cards instead of just 2. So,
yep, so she's just playing her hand as cleanly as she can. Everything she's doing is on rate right now. She's still got the life advantage in this game. Randall is likely going to try to cash in his equipment block with just 1 card to block a total of 5, and maybe we'll see him go down to 1 to try to keep a huge hand and push back.
yeah, he has to give a 3 block here. He has to block at least 5 to go to 1. And same thing, expecting a monstrous turn next turn. He has a go again in his arsenal, and he has an agility token. So ideally, he gets to attack 3 times as well.
Yeah, he has that hat, like you mentioned, for a last-ditch intimidate at any point he likes. He does have to discard a 6 for that to happen, and the hat is a draw card, discard a random card. So there's always a chance of disaster.
Yep. It's hard to plan for these situations, but, you know, that is how the brute life is sometimes. Here he has blocked with a blue Pound Town, which means that, you know, he did have a 3 block, so he gets to keep 3 cards in his hand plus an arsenal. This is going to be a pivotal turn.
Yep, it looks like Elly is drawn up into 2 3 blocks and 2 2s, so a total of 10 block value in the hand. Seems unlikely that Randall can kill this turn, but maybe with the right Intimidate, he can make it really awkward for Elly.
Yeah, 2 bigger than bigs, a Clash of Might, and yellow over the top, I believe.
I believe so too, yeah. Randall pops 2 tokens on his turn. We're going to have +1 and go again. I think I see a red Mighty Windup, it might be. I think
that might be a blue Pack Hunt, which is another Intimidate.
Yeah.
Randall possibly could Intimidate 3 times. This could be the game.
Yeah, and I was wrong about the color of this windup. It is blue, so we're going to do a lot of intimidating this turn. Randall's got a 6 in his hand, so if he goes... this Pack Hunt intimidates, attacks for 5, then he goes Hat, then he goes Trade In, intimidates again. Elly might only have 1 total blocking card to work with.
If I'm Elly here, I'm blocking. Randall's at 1, kind of have him on the ropes.
Are you considering as Elly blocking for 5 here just to make sure you can block?
So you might never get a block again this turn.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think this is a pretty amazing showcase of the power of Rhinar, being able to threaten to strip your whole hand away. And despite being much lower on life, Randall is potentially...
Oh, this clash.
That is not what you want to see from the Rhinar side.
First time we've seen it today. A Wallop won the clash. And Wallop, of course, Guardian attack. Not the best Guardian attack. It's a little priced in a little inefficiently, so to speak.
But just existing in your deck and blocking 3.
And right in this case, Elly gets a Might token from winning the Clash of Might and a Vigor token from the Wallops winning a Clash effect.
So attacking with Trade In, if Randall draws a blue, he wins.
Elly goes to... She has no hand left. 2 cards have been intimidated.
Did he get it? It's a
That's
yellow.
A yellow.
Oh, this game is so tight right now. I am so happy we had this Rhinar on stream and we got to see this turn play out like this. If Elly had chosen to block with just a 3 block and kept that other 2 in hand, that monstrous veil might have just sealed her fate right on the spot.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Randall needed to like draw something there. If he drew a red, he was still going to claw once, but as you mentioned, if he drew a blue, that would have been 2 claws. That would have been the game.
Yeah, it would have been done. But I mean, hey, good play by Elly, choosing to block with 2 cards right then, like you said, keeping herself safe from those extra intimidates.
I think the way Randall has navigated this game, Elly has picked up on the signal. She needs to stay alive.
And Elly knew what she was drawing off this gold right now, so it's going to be the red Wallop in hand and then sending in the over-the-top for 6. This is going to be overpowered because it has power greater than its base, and that's the game. Randall doesn't have a block card. Wow, that ended up being quite a close one. This is one of those games where it looked like one player was pretty far ahead, and then Randall made that big swing back, went to 1, kept the cards he could, and Elly played correctly around what he was doing. If she hadn't, I'm pretty sure she would have just died on the spot.
Yeah, if that Pack Hunt was red, also would have potentially been game over. It was blue instead. That's 2 points of damage that basically, he kind of missed out because his hand was all blues.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what we
another.
saw. I mean, he blocked off a blue, he pitched a blue, attacked with a blue.
This is what he was working with.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, he did have a yellow 6 that he ended up discarding to the trade-in to guarantee that intimidate. But man, that was a crazy game. Both of these heroes have kind of like this pseudo evasion that just wins the game on the spot. Sometimes, like, I don't care what your life total is, I don't care what my life total is, I don't care how many cards you have in your hand or arsenal. Can you deal with my overpower? Can you deal with my intimidate? And so these mechanics really make it so that, wow, like, fatigue might not be a thing.
Yeah, I think Rhinar especially can do so much to set up these late game push turns where it's really hard to block him out and in the game in fatigue. He's probably the best hero at doing that. Betsy's great at it as well, like you mentioned. Warriors have attack reactions. There are a lot of ways around it in this format.
Yeah.
But yeah, in Queenstown, I don't think we got to see many Rhinars play, especially in the sealed portion. Today, even less of a percent of the room is on Rhinar, 10 out of 422. But despite that, Randall is showing up with a good deck and a plan. Clearly, he had a plan for that game. He stuck to his plan. And he got so close. Like you mentioned, if the pack hunt had been red, that's one way to get 2 damage. That you can't control. But if Elly had not picked up on the signal, chosen to block 3, if those 2 blocks had all been intimidated, she ended it 2. So if she hadn't blocked 2 more, that would have been game over, despite looking a turn before like she was super far ahead.
Absolutely. And I feel like watching this game, Randall really put on a show for us, actually. Like, that one turn, it was inefficient for him to do what he had done, to make sure that he had a trade in his arsenal. He didn't even play the battered, not broken. Although playing it would have been for, 3 value, he really wanted to get that little bit more damage in, and he clearly had a plan. I don't think he wanted the game to end, or to last a single turn more after his trade in turn. So he had everything set up. He had that agility token from the flat trackers. He cracked his Gauntlet of Might. He had that one turn, and I think Elly correctly identified that.
Yep. And the game did end up ending that turn cycle. Unfortunately for Randall, it was with a Betsy overpower attack. But you know what? Randall is 3-1 now. He's still certainly alive, doing well with his Rhinar deck. I am rooting for him to continue to do great and move on to the draft portion where maybe he'll be even more rewarded for his Rhinar knowledge.
Absolutely. We hope to see him doing well. Randall, I'm rooting for you too.
All right, we will be back soon. Going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere.
Deathmatch fans, you can't imagine how hard it was to get this beast here tonight. You've never witnessed brutality like this before. You may not even want to. With killer instincts and intimidating power. Get ready for a wild ride. The hunt is on, and only the strong survive. Rhinar! The reckless rampage is here to dominate!
We're back, folks, with another segment on Heavy Hitters Limited Tips. This time, the real life Brody is actually on a water break. And you know what? I probably am too, because it's a long day. But we're going to buckle in and pick Brody's brain all over again on Rhinar. Rhinar in Limited, you haven't really seen a lot of success with yet. So I'm hoping that at Calling Hartford, we see some people really make this hero shine. I've been having a lot of fun with him, but Brody, when you actually look at a sealed pool, what is the calling card to even want to play Rhinar?
I think beat chest cards are particularly strong in Rhinar, partly because Bonebreaker Bellow particularly functions well with Mandible Claw, and you can set up these really large turns where sometimes you can swing 2 claws into a final attack. So if you open more 6s and not quite as many 5s, that pulls you more in the direction of Rhinar than Kayo, because those cards work in both brutes, whereas if you get a ton of 5s, you're probably more drawn to Kayo. Rhinar has his hero ability that intimidates, which makes him quite difficult to block out and can make it quite clunky for your opponent to block. So if you have these different ways to discard early in your turn, Bonebreaker Bellow, trade in, I like in both brutes, and then you can maybe play one attack in the middle and then follow up with another intimidate, like a Bonebreaker into a Claw into a Rawhide Rumble. You can make it very difficult for your opponent to stop your damage, and I think Rhinar is not extremely vulnerable to fatigue for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that the no block cards like Wild Ride and Bearfangs are quite as good in him, because your 6 count usually isn't as high and they aren't as reliable, and there's no added bonus for discarding the might. There's no might token bonus for discarding those 6s.
Yeah, so when you look at one thing we haven't really mentioned, when you look at 7 attack cards, are those falling more in a Kayo deck, a Rhinar deck, or do they kind of toe the line and fall into either Brute?
I think they're good in both. A lot of them have more synergy with Kayo in their abilities, like Pound Town and Assault and Battery. When you play them just as like a 2-card hand plus the discard, you get that extra might token from Kayo's ability. But with that said, I think that Beat Chest often works really well in Rhinar, and if you're going like Bone Breaker into Claw into one of these, that's fantastic in that hero too. Pack Call is great in both. It's just a 3-block normal good stats, but the ability is particularly good in KO because of all those draw discards you have.
Yeah, very true. Pack Call coming in at a rare. Hopefully some lucky pulls get you pointed towards Rhinar, because I really do want to see someone have that miracle run. In a 6-hero format, not every hero can shine, but Rhinar in particular has been the one who has been waiting patiently out there on the outskirts of the deathmatch to really jump in at a prime opportunity. And hopefully that's this weekend, because like you said, Rhinar is really good at cracking a bit of the defensive strategies in this set. Intimidate makes blocking very clunky, and beyond that, a lot of decks, I mean, yes, it's heavy hitters, you do want to slam big attacks, but you don't really use 5-card hands that effectively across the classes. There's normally that 1 or 2 cards that you want to be blocking with turn by turn. So is that really Rhinar's like unique strength? It is Intimidate, and that's why he is powerful, or is it the double claws, or like a bit of both?
I think it's both. Having both claws, being able to really go wide and use your whole hand, goes hand in hand with Intimidate for purposes of beating blocky decks. And Intimidate in general, even if your opponent mostly wants to keep their hand and is trying to just play a normal game of Flesh and Blood with you, always makes it awkward for opponents. There's no deck in this format that never wants to block. So just taking the chance of hitting your opponent's 1/3 block, they're like useless red 3-block that isn't going to work well on their turn, or even block cards are a big deal in this format.
Yeah, that's a great point, because block cards are, I mean, heck, if you're looking at raw numbers, people do really want to slam those in their deck. I mean, those cards block 4, and then you intimidate them, and then what do? They're red pitch. That feels pretty cute. So then in draft, how can you like consolidate all these play patterns into something like more powerful? What combos are you looking for? Just beat chest cards, like the trade-in specifically? What's like your top 3?
I think, prioritizing anything that can turn on Mandible Claw and go for these multi-intimidate big turns. Beast mode is really nice if you have ways to intimidate early, like trade into beast mode, bellow into beast mode.
Right.
I think drafting toward beat chest in general can be good, like bellow and then any of the Pound Town, Assault, or Rawhide Rumble. Just looking for all those cards that kind of work well together when you play these 4 or 5-card hands, often 5 if you're discarding to one of the effects and then also pitching 2 blues. With trade-in, it's you start with, you can likely do it off a 4-card hand and you end up arsenaling or something. But yeah, I think Rhinar really shines with these big hands where you present a lot of damage and strip a couple blocking cards away from your opponent and leak damage while hopefully making their turn cycle really awkward.
Sweet. Well, you've got me excited. And you know what's got me even more excited is Rhinar's prospects in Classic Constructed. So real quick, give me your hot take on where you think he's going to land.
I think Rhinar has been slowly climbing the ranks of CC for a while and just got the most support he has in a long time. So I think we'll see him showing up in top 8s of tournaments. Already in the past Bright Light season, we saw him make a couple appearances. What I'm curious about is whether Rhinar or Kayo will end up being the better Brute. I feel like
Levi is the better Brute, Birdie. Hold up. You're fighting for number 2 in this slot, just to be clear. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll concede that one. Levi is definitely number 1 in the Brute category in CC. But I think Kayo being able to turn all of his blues into 6s is quite strong. And Rhinar, if he wants to play all these like heavy 6 synergy cards, has to go for a much more yellow-based deck. But Intimidate can do a lot, especially in some slower matchups where opponents want to block a lot. So right now I'm giving Kayo the edge between the two, but I am really curious to see how it shakes out.
Sweet. Well, this is going to be some big news out of the weekend, because the first CC event as well, Battle Hardened Hartford is happening on Sunday. So lots more for y'all to watch this weekend. We will be right back with Calling Hartford.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hartford. It's The Calling. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am here with the battle-hardened Los Angeles winner, and at one point when he was 14 years old, he was #1 constructed mythic ranking on another TCG's name who will not be mentioned, Brody Spurlock. How we doing?
I'm great. What's up, Sam? We're going to do some bingo with you guys. Let's jump into it.
Let's give some credit where credit is due. This is Siphon TCG. This is Isaac Stanley, a player, I believe. Siphon TCG. That does make more sense. Isaac Stanley out of Ohio created this great bingo card. So if you would like to play along at home, please feel free to screenshot. You can be posting your results. See who gets bingo. I mean, I think everybody has the same card, so we'll all get bingo at the same time if bingo does happen. But let's see if we win. So let's go ahead and get started.
Let's make a little spiral here.
Get free.
All right. Nice.
All right. So what else has gone on? You've been here for every round. You little fiend. Talk to me about what's been happening.
Well, it didn't happen on stream, so I don't think we can count it. But
No.
Sam did make an accent at the start of the day. We're gonna have to wait for that to happen on camera.
Yeah. Same with the ham sandwich. We were looking at the thing, and as we were like, all right, let's see the bingo card, you were just like,
It's true. It
it
hasn't
look
happened
like?
on sandwich yet. I just said on sandwich.
What?
It hasn't happened on stream. Maybe it will later in the day. Most of these haven't happened yet. 8 rounds day 1. We haven't gotten through the 8 round, but it is an 8 round day.
okay, I'm going to cross that off because it will be an 8-round day. 8 rounds day 1. I think Michael Funk, he's got to have said something wholesome.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're
That's basically a free
That's
space.
also a free. That's also a free. I mean, so is this, if we're being honest. But we'll go ahead and get rid of that later. Okay. Have we seen anything else? Was there 14 in that last game? Was there 13 plus? No.
Yes, there was.
Was it overpower?
Yes, there was. It was a 14 overpower. That's
There we
actually
go.
amazing.
There we go. Thank you, Elly Bird. Okay, so that'll never happen. I don't know about that one to the right. There's a bunch of professionals in this building. Gosh darn it. Let's take a look. We haven't had a mirror match in the finals yet.
Nope, haven't made it to the finals.
No, we haven't had any of these esteemed team members make it to the finals. We have seen both of these teams on the stream, and we do have both of these teams right here and over there. But let's see. We haven't seen Castbones reveal 6.
Rhinar on stream at XO. We just had a 3-0 Rhinar play against Betsy.
Go, you guys, we're getting there. Vigor, Might, Agility, and Gold on stream simultaneously.
I believe that happened in the last game because the Betsy had a Vigor and a Might, and the opponent had Agility. I don't know if there was a Gold. We'll wait on that one.
Yeah,
we might have to review the tapes. Chat, let us know if you see that did happen.
Let's see. Clash has revealed the same card on both sides.
We definitely had a double miss. But I don't know if it was the same card.
No, someone has not died to run into trouble. That's if they block and have a might token, they deal a damage. Or agility token.
Agility token.
Yep. Run into trouble. Come on. It's LSS. You think the names don't, have a double meaning? So run into trouble has not gotten any kills yet. Someone from Ohio wins what? The whole thing? Wins
I think that
in
wins
general?
the calling.
Just wins the calling? All right.
No, I bet wins a match. We'll keep watching to see if there are any Ohio stream matches.
Okay. You're telling me people from Ohio have less chances than the Runaways of the Wolfpack? Is that what you're saying, Brody? Can I get that on record?
This is a
2024.
Someone from Ohio
Sherlock,
wins the calling. Wins that. That's what that means. That's what I said first, and we're running with it.
All right, I love it. All right, Crack Bobble has not been pitched. Nobody's been fatigued and dry. So I think this is where we are. I think we're rocking with this.
5 bingo spaces out of 25. We're making progress.
We're making progress. That's pretty good. You talk about EV. So this one's for sure going to happen at some point right here. We know that. I mean, we could with just a couple sentences. Double draw sword in Olympia versus Kassai. Are you telling me that's the clash, the same card on both sides? I'm gonna do it, Devin. I'm gonna do it. Oh my God, and it's happened. And it's happened, folks. So with that, we are looking at an interesting, thing going on up here. So this is where it all gets interesting, folks. This is where it all gets interesting. If the Guardian can get an agility token, if the commentator could bring up, then that's when things could get interesting.
I like that catch. You almost
That's when things get interesting. So we'll become that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. And we're not going to say what that was.
That is a great song.
You're not going to get me, Siphon. You're not going to get me, Isaac. But thank you so much for making this fantastic little bingo card. Yes, and if you would like to take a screenshot and play along at home, you're more than welcome to. If you want to create your own and send it over, we can have multiple bingo cards going. That is allowed.
We got to get a 5 in a row by the end of the weekend. That's the goal.
Okay, I mean we're close.
We can do it. We just got 5 and then we upped it to 6. Sandwich power.
That was sick. That felt like power right there. So we are getting ready for round 5 here at the Calling in Hartford. We have seen some great rounds coming up. We've seen some great rounds in the day. We have some great rounds coming up. I believe we're locked into having another well-known player on stream on a deck that's not Kayo or Kassai, though I don't know what the opponent is going to be, but I think we got another Olympia coming up for you folks with another player by the name of Majin Bay, as long as something doesn't get lost in translation between here and the judges. That should be our next round, which will be very exciting. I love seeing some wagers. I love seeing attack reactions, especially in a format when you don't have as many defensive options beyond cards like Reinforce the Line and Rally the Rear Guard. It makes the blocking decisions a lot more challenging.
Yeah, we saw in Olympia earlier today, both the Olympia and Rhinar we saw had their specialization helmets. I would be really curious. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be really cool if we got to see one of these lesser played heroes played even without that specialization, because the players just saw the cards in the pool and were like, you know what? I think this is an Olympia deck.
Yeah.
I just want to play Olympia just for the hero ability, just for the gold. That would be cool to see. We will find out shortly whether that is the case with Majin Bay and what his opponent is playing. For once, we will not see him playing Wizard class.
It's true.
It's pretty typical to see him rocking that.
Not by any choice of his own, I think. I think if there was a Wizard in the set,
That's true.
He is priced into playing one of these 3 incredible classes that are in the heavy hitters format. And one of the things I just want to call out, we're talking about Up the Ante, we're talking about that incredible specialization. Have you guys seen the foiling on the pitch strip of Up the Ante? Have you seen it?
I have heard people talk about.
You've heard the legend?
None of Up the Ante particularly.
Coercive tendency?
Yes, like some of the blue cards in this set have like a new foiling to their blue pitch.
I can't even tell you. I'm not normally I don't foil out my decks. Like, I get the rainbow foil legendaries. You can make fun of me all you want. I just want the game pieces. I don't got that kind of money. But when I saw the foiling on those pitch strips, I have 5 of my 6, and I'm getting my 6th later.
Oh,
today.
that's awesome.
They're gorgeous. They are so sick. And I've actually been having so much fun playing Olympia in CC. We got a video coming out on the channel in a couple weeks with that matchup between him and Betsy. And I was just having so much fun with that hero. I saw the foiling on that spec, and I was like, dude, they got me. They got me so good. Here's my pitch and my plea. If that is a thing, even if it's just Majestics, like, my gosh, dude.
Just like the cool pitch strip. Give us more.
It's so cool.
I haven't seen it in
Please give us
person
more.
yet.
No.
I'm really curious
All
now.
right, I will. Oh wait, are they over here? No, they're far away. But I will get them and show them off. I don't know if it'll translate to the camera, but let me tell you, get those heavy hitter boxes, folks, because the foiling is just it's OP. Talk about OP. Talk about overpower.
Hey, we just mentioned Betsy.
We did. Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, I thought I just got for the bingo.
Oh no.
I was like, what?
No.
What did I do?
In your game, we'll get to see
Yes.
some fancy foil strips that are overpowered against a hero that is going to overpower. It'll be great.
Absolutely. So we're looking ahead. We got round 5 coming up. I think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get that match up ready for you guys. So please don't go anywhere. The Calling Hartford's coming back right after this.
See you soon.
Welcome back to Hartford, everyone. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined by Pro Tour Baltimore Top 8 and select basketball competitor pre-COVID Brody Spurlock, and we have got a great game for you between Rob Seigel, who is Tolarian Dropouts on Twitter, an OG for all the fab heads out there, truly a caster from the Calling Cincinnati, the last limited event that happened here in the United States at a Tier 3 or level, and Evan Bridges, an LA local known for his Trench Lexi play before it was cool in the AGE circuit. Two great competitors between basically the new and the old Flesh and Blood.
That is right. Yeah, Rob was kind of like a staple of the scene back in the day and then has taken a bit of a break from competitive tournaments, coming back here for the Calling. Like you mentioned, he did commentary for the last limited Calling in North America, and he did a really good job. Michael Fung was telling us about how he was watching over that in preparation for this event and really enjoyed Rob's commentary. So on Evan's side, we are starting off with an Assault and Battery, discarding that Agile windup. So interestingly, Evan, using Kayo's Might ability, is going to get both the Agility and the Might, but he had the choice of whether he wanted to just discard the windup to get that, or go ahead and use the Beat Chest ability to also put 7 on the table. And I think it's a bit of a toss-up. Presenting 7 can be good and bad for different reasons. It does give your opponent the ability to filter their cards down to just the one card in their hand they like best, assuming everything blocks, but it can be nice if they have a bunch of 2 blocks and a windup, for example. It can be difficult. Oh, pretty similar.
That's a pretty nice play from Rob there. Going to go ahead and cover up the 7. Yes, we're going to filter the cards. There are some nice red cards that you might like to play, but the Agile windup, another powerful red card, but going to make the Agility. So that means Rob getting to go second here and also getting to have a potentially wide turn on the first true attacking turn of this game.
Yeah, you absolutely want to see that. We've actually seen it several times today, just in 5 rounds. Going second, drawing an Agile windup on turn 0 is exactly what you want. Oftentimes when you're going second and you have a 4-card hand, you can only use 2 of your cards and one of them just kind of gets trapped depending on the texture of your hand. So this is really nice to see for Rob. And he's going to lead off with a trade-in, discarding a blue Wage Agility. That's going to make a Might off of Kayo and coming in for 3 go again.
And we're going to go ahead and filter another card. So really nice there for Rob, able to go ahead and make sure we grab the Might token on our turn. Just throw a little cheeky 3. Not something that Evan necessarily is too afraid about, but given that now a card has been drawn, we're going to go ahead and put that face adversity in front of it. Both players rocking that headpiece. Sometimes it's hard in this format to get use out of that equipment when the player across from you isn't drawing cards. But in a deck like Kayo, you're consistently drawing and discarding. And as soon as you've satisfied that clause, might as well get the 2 block out of that equipment as soon as you can.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just tossing it in front of there, making sure we get 2 life out of that at some point. Looking at the rest of the equipment suite, Rob has nothing in his chest piece, whereas Evan has that raw meat, often cashes in for 2, if not of the full 3 life, which is really nice. Both players have the flat trackers, which is on Evan's side likely going to combine with a Might token to power up that raw meat, and Rob is cashing his in right now, just making an Agility for next turn. I think overall, Evan's equipment suite is definitely looking stronger just because of that raw meat. Rob does have Embrace Adversity, which is going to block for 2. Versus Evan's Gauntlet of Might, which is more flexible, but is only going to give him 1 value one way or the other.
Absolutely, yeah. Evan able to get 4 block out of his equipment on this first turn. So even though Rob was able to make that powerful Agility token, 3 into 3 into 5 isn't exactly what you want to be seeing if you're a KO player. You have access to some of these incredibly powerful red attacks, and with the Agility token, able to go wide on a specific chain is so important in these limited games. The Pound Town, still a nice 5 damage is important, especially when your opponents are at, 18 at the point of the game. But you have to imagine Rob was hoping for something a little bigger here.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate having to play out a blue. He's doing a total of 4-card 12 here, counting that Might token. But that free +1, because of trade-in interacting positively with Kayo's ability, is nice. It kind of like catches you up from the downside of playing a blue to be, from a rate perspective, pretty much only -1 on this turn.
I will pay 2.
Looks like on Evan's turn, he is going to overpitch for a claw. I wonder why he's choosing to pitch like that. If he's not going to spend all his resources this turn, maybe he just wants that Take It on the Chin out of here?
Yeah, puts the Take It on the Chin. Perhaps he's worried about drawing and discarding and wanting to make sure he has less non-6s in the hand. The Take It on the Chin, a very powerful damage prevention effect. Really good in your second cycle as well. And another way to get some agility later in this game. Looks as though because a Might token was destroyed, it's time to put the Embrace Adversity and the Money Where Your Mouth Is in front of this Mandible Claw 4/4, powered up by both the agility and the Might token. So that's going to be completely covered up from Rob's side. Let's see how Evan wants to continue the turn. Both players just throwing those flat trackers into the fray as soon as possible. We're going to also destroy the embrace might, embracing of might, might embrace. The arm piece that makes a might.
Gauntlet of Might,
Gauntlet
indeed.
of Might.
So Evan is going to draw a discard here, create a second Might off of that Bear Fangs. So I do like his choice to pop the Gauntlet, though, just to make sure that that Rami is turned on. If he were to miss on Bear Fangs, it's going to get 1 point of value at some point, and if you were to miss on the Bear Fangs and have 0 Might right now, it'd be pretty unfortunate. You don't know when you're going to get another Agility. You just want to make sure you're getting that value out of your raw meat.
Both of these players are just consistently able to, in these first 2 turns of the game, find agility and might. And both players as well, throwing down some Bear Fangs. This is going to be a draw and discard with 1 random card off the top of the deck. Let's see if we hit the 6 here. If you miss on the Bear Fangs, you miss 3 points of value. Let's see if Rob's able to hit.
He rolls, he flips. It's another Bear Fangs.
Ooh, that's great for him in terms of this Bear Fangs. Perhaps like to see that Bear Fang still in the deck as one of the most powerful cards in this entire format. But this is going to go ahead and be 9 with Go again, thanks to both the agility and the might token here. Powerful stuff coming out from Mr. Seigel.
This is such a strong 2-card play, and that agility token sitting in play, though it's not going to lead to an enormous turn, is pretty nice for Rob, because it means no matter what card he ends up with in his hand, he can use it well. Like in this case, we see it's a blue. If there was no agility, he would have to either just discard that for 1 might or try to arsenal it. In this case, he can just quickly convert it to 3 damage with the claw. So that agility token is putting in quite a bit of work. If he had ended up with the Bear Fangs, it would have done nothing. He would have probably just arsenaled that, but it is a nice insulator, which in this case is leading to a very efficient use of the blue card.
And look at this. Last time we had a Kayo mirror on it, ended up being one of the more intricate, defensive games we've seen all day. And today, or in this round 5, these players are throwing haymakers, and they are happy to throw some damage across. Evan here, not only is he going to be able to utilize these might tokens and this agility on this turn, he's also creating another agility for his next turn. So I think the most powerful things you can do in Kayo, chaining agilities, continue to move them back to back. This Mandible Claw, this is a big old attack with 8 for 8 with Go again.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's been feeling like agility every turn for both sides. It's really impressive to see. And also of note, that is a tie. Both 5s pushed up to 6s. Players are completely out of equipment now. They, unlike a lot of the other games we saw today, just cashed it in immediately, found ways to block with all of those conditional block 2s, and we're just working with raw cards now. And there was that Majestic we've mentioned a couple times, Standing Order. We've seen it on stream already today.
Absolutely. Seen it twice so far. Puts in so much work there. Evan able to use 0 resources and get that agility value. And Rob, rather than putting the claw forward with the might token there, maybe it was just a red card left in hand, electing to go ahead and arsenal, so trying to set up for a powerful 5-card play. No agility for Rob, though, and Evan has had an agility every turn of this game. It's going to start off just and attack for 3.
Yeah, so it is Rob who's slightly ahead in life totals right now, but we're on Evan's turn, sending in the pressure, starting with a claw like you said, and unfortunately for him, I think that's a test of strength in his hand that he wasn't able to block with.
Yeah, so like you've mentioned throughout the day today, sometimes you want to be able to block with cards in your hand to get as much value as you can out of everything you're trying to do. So perhaps at this point, Evan a little bummed that Rob didn't decide to make use of that might token. This is going to be a wage might here, pitching that mighty windup. We're going to go ahead and wager the might.
So with no equipment in play, it's pretty hard for Rob to block breakpoints. He could have things like reinforce the line, block cards, but if he doesn't have any of those, the only way to stop this is with 3 cards committed. So I think it's pretty reasonable to wager the might here. If Rob wants to stop it, he has to do something along the lines of block 3 cards, swing a claw for 4, which is probably going to be less efficient by 1, most likely, than what he was doing anyway. So you can posit as Evan that with most hands on Rob's side, you're actually really not even helping him that much by giving him a might, because of how minus he's probably going to have to go blocking out.
This is also pretty sick from Rob. He's seeing that, he's going to go ahead and see that Evan keeps a card in hand, and of course he doesn't know that it's a block, but Rob here making Evan keep that block card in his hand for the 2nd straight turn in a row now, because I was about to ask you, if you're in Rob's position here, do you just kind of block and wait for those agilities to become less of a factor?
Yeah, it can definitely be a strategy to wait for your opponent to not have an agility token, and then once you think they're not going to have one for the next turn, just dump your hand and say, hey, you've got to use your full hand. Smashback Alehorn. This is a card, not many Brute cards have built-in Go Again. Wild Ride is one, but it's conditional. This is a really nice way to just use those cards if you're forced to keep them.
Oh, and they're going to go ahead and count decks here, find out exactly how much is left. Let's go ahead and listen in, see how many cards.
It looks like 13 on Rob's side and 15 on Evan's, I believe. So looking pretty similar. Evan does also have his 3 cards in hand, and Rob has 4. So pretty similar on deck, pretty similar on life. Rob is still up by 2, but it is Evan's turn right now. Will he be able to capitalize on this hand? Well, we know he's got a test of strength, so not completely.
Yeah, and we're just going to go ahead and pitch that test of strength away to go Bonebreaker Bellow into Pack Hunt, a play that we saw close out our round 2 today of this tournament. So this is going to go ahead and Intimidate. We're not going to get the beat chest for the Bonebreaker Bellow here, but still, a pumped up Intimidate is strong nonetheless.
And both tokens in play means no matter what happens with Rob's side, Evan will be able to use his hand next turn, hopefully go for a wide play to keep presenting pressure. All depends on how much Rob wants to block. He has a 3 block and a 2 block, so going to take 3 damage, down to 7, heading back to his turn with 2 cards. I feel like this game is looking about as even as it could be.
Yeah.
And no equipment in play means that these players just have to find every way they can to squeeze maximum juice out of the cards they draw every turn.
One wage might deserves another, this time coming from Rob's arsenal here. So it was a red on that turn that he decided not to use the might token simply because he could not use the might token. Just that red card going into the arsenal here. But once again, like you just mentioned, that test of strength would have been a great way to shore this up with 2 cards, but Rob just saw it head to the bottom of Evan's deck. So maybe feeling much more comfortable sending the 7 attack in with that wager stapled onto the backside. This is a, very real game still. It's not like Evan has run away with all these agility tokens. He's sitting at 8, and this is an attack for 7. The question is, how badly does he want to get as much value out of that agility as possible?
Yeah, the timing ended up being unfortunate for Evan. For multiple turns, we saw him just hold the test of strength in hand, being like, oh, I'll block with this next turn, I'll block with this next turn. And eventually he was like, I never get to block with this. I'm just pitching it away, over pitching it. But if he had chosen to IP it one more time, it would have lined up really nicely, especially with something like that pack call in hand. You get to take a peek at your deck first, make sure it's a 6 or more. If it's not, ship it to the bottom, then resolve the clash. He would have had higher chances to win it.
That is cool. Order your own triggers if you've got the 2 defending cards. Evan here, it's unfortunate that he didn't have X-ray vision and just, look at what card was in Rob Seigel's arsenal. That's on him. He should have had the X-ray vision there. I feel like.
What's up with that, Evan?
That's a
Come
skill
on now.
issue, man. Come on.
You got to practice that at home.
You got to rep SoCal a little better here. He's going to go ahead and put 3 cards in front of this. He wants that might token for himself. That's going to be a wage agility, a pack call, and I think a rising speed or a rising power there.
And we should actually have a trigger on that pack call.
Yeah, I was going to say the pack call didn't resolve, but we are going to get a second might for the turns. That probably just means, claw for 5.
5 go again.
There we go. 5 go again, but nothing to follow it up with. That Kayo looks very naked there. His one arm is swinging in. No equipment otherwise. No arsenal.
Poor Kayo, man. No clothes, no arm. It's tough for the little guy.
8 to 7. Evan is swinging for 5. Rob's got a full hand with an arsenal. If Rob can string together some good attacks in a row here, he can put a lot of pressure on Evan. These brute decks don't seem like they block very well. Of course, you have some no blocks like Wild Ride and Bear Fangs, and then just in general, quite a lot of 2 blocks. But Rob's hand looks a little clunky. I can't make out all the cards, but I don't think any of them have go again. Unless that's a money where
we got a money where your mouth is, and I believe it's even a red. Looks like a wage agility, a clash of might, and a rising power. So we're not going to be able to draw a card to turn on that rising power. But this attack for 5, listen, you can see Evan is definitely very consciously counting his deck, deciding how he wants to navigate these turns based in part both on the damage being thrown as well as the cards left in deck. And because again, these KO games, these KO mirrors, you expect them to just be big, brutish, aggro matchups, but often in the games that I have played and seen, they end up going to very little cards in deck, if any at all.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see if this game ends up ending in some sort of fatigue scenario. Evan certainly is thinking about it. Looks like Rob is blocking with his money where your mouth is. I am curious to see how he uses the rest of his hand, because I think that was his only card with go again.
Yeah, we'll have to see what is in that arsenal. I can't remember exactly what it is, because it's actually just going to be an assault and battery. We're going to go ahead and beat chest here, which means we're getting both the might and the agility thanks to the assault and batteries beat chest, and thanks to Kayo with that might token. So he's really saying, listen, I'm at 4. Can I stay alive? I'm sending 7 damage at you again. Evan once again saying, how many cards are in the deck?
We're counting deck again. I think at this point Rob has a few more cards, but Evan does have 4 in hand versus Rob's 1, so still somewhat close. Still several hands left of game ahead of us. I think this assault and battery is something that you probably want to block. I know Evan has some 3 blocks right now, and he might not later. So depending on the texture of his hand, he's probably interested in tossing one, if not both of those down. Because once you go below 5 or so, you enter this point where it's very easy for the opponent to force you to block, and you might just die because you draw pearls, or at least you have to play inefficiently later on because of all the 2 blocks in your deck.
I really like that term, Pearl. Looks like we're going to go ahead and put a 2 in front of this with that trade and taking 5. Evan Bridges heading down to 3 here, 3 to 4 at round 5 of the Calling Hartford. This is turn 6 here. This is getting down to the wire.
That is right. Players are at 3 and 4. Both of them are kind of in that lethal range where your opponent is forcing you to block all the time. Coming in for 7 here, so Rob needs to show Evan at least 2 cards unless he has a test of some kind.
This is sick. We're seeing these brutes really utilize these beat chest cards quite well over these final 2 turns. It's going to be a test of strength. It's just a 1-card block. We're going to see when money where your mouth is and a lead with speed, so they're just going to bounce off each other, but Rob is able to just block this with 1 card.
That's very rare in a brute mirror to see 2 non-attacks revealed in a clash like that, but you know, that's happened sometimes. We're back over to Rob's turn. He has a might and agility. Evan is at 3. Can he close this game out right now? It's possible.
This is a huge moment in this game. Rob Seigel able to find the block card at exactly the turn to keep himself alive at 1. How much damage can he threaten? Is this going to be the end of the game here, folks? Or at least put Evan on the back foot until we get to the true conclusion. This looks like it's going to be a lead with power to start. We're going to make a might and give our next attack +3. We'll also have go again and another +1 thanks to both of those tokens over there. So this is going to be a claw for 7 with go again. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Let's see how Evan can stay alive.
On Evan's side, we have a rally the rear guard. So on something like this 7, you can convert at least one of your other 2 blocks to a 3. But I think everything in his hand besides that blocks 2. Oh, maybe that's 1 clash of might. So his hand can block a total of 10 if the breakpoints line up such that he's able to block with them like that. Oh, it's a wage might. So I was mistaken. Total of 9 block in his hand. This could very well be the game if Rob's arsenal attacks for 5 or more.
So rising power and rally the rear guard here.
Corrections. Use rally.
We're going to go ahead and rally the rear guard. Pump it up by an additional 3. 2 into a rising power. That's 6.
That's
He's
too much.
Got a 2 block in his hand. He just has to put it down in front of it and extend the fist. That's the fist bump. Evan Bridge is unfortunately unable to bring it home for Southern California, and the OG for the Fab Heads, Rob Seigel, the Tolarian dropout, is dropping into the win.
Hey, he was gone for a while, but he is back and hitting heavy in this deathmatch arena.
Yes,
He's
sir.
5-0 on Kayo now, moving on into the rest of the day. There are a little
with the wink.
a wink at the camera to close it out.
Second, as the smoke was coming up, he just hit us with the wink. My goodness.
A very clean play by Rob.
I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well done, Rob. Congratulations. Clearly showing us that despite being away for some time, he has not lost his knack for this game. He's coming back, hitting heavy. Oh, hey, Nick Butcher with the crown.
Let's go. Let's go ahead. All right, that was a great game. Honestly, well played. Truly well played by both parties. I mean, it was just that critical. Again, it's part of the, nuance and fun of this format. Rob able to find that perfect block card off the top of the deck to stay alive and throw exactly the lethal needed. The beat chest on the turn before he really set that up super nicely for himself and weathered the storm of Evan's consistent agility to come out and close that W.
Yeah, I feel like some of these fab fundamentals, like the danger zone, really show up in this limited format where you get down to these grindy endgame states. It's difficult to create power turns off of like a small number of cards. So you sometimes end up in these like attack for 6, block for 6, attack for 6, block for 6. But because of all the 2 blocks, points start to be chipped away when you can only block for 5 on those. And it's interesting to evaluate situations where you might make a slightly inefficient play now to keep your life total a little bit healthier because you know your deck well enough and you know next turn if your opponent presents a 7, you're going to have to block with 3 2 blocks. So you have to make these choices, plan for the future, and especially as we get in the second cycle, if you can remember what's coming, you can make a lot of informed choices and start to kind of play chess, which it's a pretty cool feeling, but it's so hard to keep track of everything, and sometimes the game doesn't even get there, but when it does, it's quite interesting.
Certainly challenged to keep track of everything. And for now, at the end of the day, Rob just has to be, keeping track of all those wins as he moves on to X and O here at the Calling. I think we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Is that what I heard? We're gonna go and hear about some KO tips. I'm also gonna see, depending on how much time is left in the round, and I'm going rogue on this. I haven't confirmed this with my producer yet, but I'm gonna see if we can grab Mr. Seigel because he's an OG. He's from the casting booth, from the last limited format. I'd love to get some of his thoughts. So I'm going to see if I can run and grab him. We'll see if we can hear from him shortly. But if not, we got some great tips coming your way from the Berserker Runt himself. So we'll see you in just a sec.
Brace yourselves for a living nightmare. From the depths of the savage lands, captured, mangled, and now reborn in the arena. Please, stay away from the edges of the arena. This monster's bloodlust knows no bounds. The very essence of savagery, he may be wounded, but he's armed. And dangerous! KO!
Welcome everyone to a little tips and tricks section for the limited Calling Hartford. While the real life Brody is off getting a ham sandwich, we've got a bit of a pre-recorded segment where he can still give us all the juicy details about how to play this hero Kayo. So Brody, when you're building a limited Kayo deck, what are some of the strongest cards you're looking for to really make this deck have a good run?
So at Majestic, a couple of the strongest options you could possibly get are Cast Bones and No Fear. If you have a ton of 6+ powers in your deck, both of those can be incredibly strong. Just above rate to begin with, and then No Fear especially can help to cover up overpower attacks and attack reactions from warriors, because you can play it at instant speed, kind of in reactions in response to whatever the opponent might be throwing at you. And then scaling down to like commons and rares, when I'm building a KO deck, I am really looking for cards like Wild Ride and Bear Fangs, anything that lets you discard 6s in order to create might tokens off of KO's ability. And Wild Ride in particular can be really nice for when you don't have an agility. If you're forced to keep like a big 4-card hand or something, you aren't able to block with your cards, or your cards don't block well, it allows you to use all those cards because it has Go Again. These cards obviously get a lot better the more 6s are in your deck, and they can actually be a bit of a liability if you're lacking in your 6 ratios, because they don't block, especially if you're playing the reds. Like, pretty much your only choice is to play them, and if you have a bunch of whiffs, it can be risky. But I do think they're some of the strongest if you can get a really cohesive KO deck together.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So you're pretty comfortable running the reds and yellows, right? Because KO's ability is going to turn those effectively into 6s. But would you ever consider running the blues at all, or it's just those 2 color strips?
I'm not a big fan of the blues for those 2 cards. The yellows sometimes are even better to have in your deck than the reds, because they are flexible. And if you have a hand that somehow can't get rid of a non-6 card, or you have too many whiffs in your deck or whatever, you can sometimes just choose to pitch them to be safe. But I don't love the blues because they aren't 5s and 6s, and they don't block. And most of the time I just want blues that block well, because you're rarely playing your blues. You're either going to pitch or block with them, and I think any no-block cards can be a huge liability.
Right, so there's some pretty standout blues then, stuff like the Assault and Battery, right? These 3 blocks that are effectively 6s are premium, I would think. Yeah, cool. So in theory then, what is this deck actually good at when you look at kind of the matchup spread, the different playstyles in this limited format?
I think KO is really good at just outputting the most damage, usually doing big turns, setting up for these wide double attack or even sometimes triple attack turns with agility tokens. With that said, I don't think he's fantastic at leaking through damage. The only way to do it is with those huge turns where you get an agility token and you can get off 2 large attacks that are so big your opponent can't block them both out. But he doesn't have any built-in evasion like Betsy has overpower, warriors have attack reactions, Rhinar has a lot of intimidate. While there are some intimidate cards that you can play in KO, I think one of his weaknesses is he can be susceptible to fatigue. If the game goes long and your opponent starts just blocking out, it can be hard to push damage over the top.
So as the KO player, specifically playing for like these 5-card plays that go potentially 3 wide is really your best bet, right? So are there any like tricky cards that you can draft to help make yourself not that fatigable, or is it really like a playstyle shift that you have to manage?
I think it's both. Making agility tokens is one of the best ways to you play KO in general and also avoid getting fatigued, because you can set up big turns. I really liked drafting Trade-In because it's a guaranteed way to discard a 6 early in the turn to turn on your Mandible Claw, and then you get 2 attacks in for 3, make a might token for next turn, and then you can follow that up with hopefully a 7 or something to finish it off. And then I think that's one of the easiest ways to set up huge turns and one of the most guaranteed. Like Wild Ride is another great way, but you always take a risk when you draw discard randomly off the top.
Definitely. I've seen KOs on a 5-card play like start with Wild Ride, and you know their entire hand is 6s. They wouldn't take a risk otherwise. But hey, that top card of the deck might have been a lead with speed or something, you know? And then boom, the turn falls off, and if that's where you put all your setup, you likely took damage, and then can you pull it off again, right? Very, very tricky. But that said, I think KO is one of the standout heroes in Sealed, at least from what we saw back at the Calling Queenstown. There were so many KO players in that first foray into the heavy format. But when you start to look at him in draft, he also was pretty highly represented. Do you think that is just due to his power level, or maybe because of just the newness of the format?
I think both. I think Kayo is definitely very strong. He does seem like one of the easier heroes to approach. You mostly just want 5s and 6s in your deck, or 5, 6 pluses. And so drafting, it's really easy to just look at a pack and slam the attack with the highest number on it, or like, especially as you get into the later picks, it's just there's only 1 or 2 options that fulfill that requirement. But I think in general in draft, he will probably be one of the more sought after heroes. I feel like Rhinar is looking for a more specific kind of deck and like particular cards, and Kayo's sort of the default brute.
Sweet. Well, I'm excited for brute action, no matter what it is, in limited, and then also CC. So real quick, Rody, give us your hot take on where you think he'll land once we hit Classic Constructed.
I'm not sure yet. I have hardly tested him at all. I threw a deck together to just kind of see what it looked like, but I think that Kayo
You won the
will end up being
celebrational with, well, okay, granted that was limited or heavy hitter solo, to be fair, but you made him look good, Brody. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's true. He was very good in that format for sure. I think he's going to be a good CC deck. He seems quite fast. Several really powerful cards he has access to. Curious to test him more.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Brody. We will check back in with you for the Calling Hartford coming back in a bit.
Welcome back to Hartford, everybody. I am here with the Talarian dropout himself, Mr. Rob Seigel, just for a quick little saying, what's up? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, Sam. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me slide on by.
Oh my God! Well, I was watching some of the coverage to prepare for this, and I was seeing you cast those incredible games over there and doing such a great job. I saw you out in the field. I'm like, man, we got to get him on for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotta say what's up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I miss it. This is my first time back in about, I'd say, like a year and a half. I played the release of Uprising when that came out in Vegas, the Team Blitz event, and then that was like my last big competitive event. So I'm really stoked to be back and loving the set so far.
Yeah,
it's
you having
really
fun?
great.
So talk to me about your thoughts. It's been a while, been away. Like, I think some players that have taken a bit some time away, which is of course totally natural and fine, but heavy hitters seem to be bringing some people back into the fold. Did you see the set and were like, dude, I got to try it. I got to throw down?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just kind of coincided nicely. I have a little bit more time on my hands now, able to play the game a little bit more, and I just missed it. It's definitely a passion of mine to come out and play, and I miss all the friends and whatnot. But the set looks great. The spoilers and everything, and a lot of hype around the set really kind of got me back into wanting to play again. I was out for the last set, Bright Lights, and then I did a couple pre-releases for Outsiders, but didn't really play a whole ton then. Yeah. So I've been kind of out for a couple sets, but this set looks great.
Yeah, absolutely. So how's it feeling when you're playing the games? Is it fun to play? What are your KO gaming? Feeling good? You having fun?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of interaction, a lot of back and forth. This seal doesn't feel kind of oppressive or anything, but yeah, it's great.
Incredible. Okay, so final thoughts from you. If you're looking at CC. If you're coming back in, are any of the new heroes grabbing you? What are you going to be playing if you're building a CC deck?
I would love to tell you, but I literally haven't played CC in well over a year. Yeah. So I couldn't tell you. I've been focusing on this sealed, and shout out to my boy Nick Butcher over there for top 8 in that calling out in Queenstown. Yeah. He's been helping me a lot.
Let's go.
with,
He actually
preparing for this.
He
so.
popped up with a little king emoji.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was like, you know, that must be his king over there. When you hit us
boys.
with the wink right as the camera was going away.
Yeah,
Talk
yeah.
about some king stuff.
Yeah.
My brother, great to meet you. Thank you for saying what's up. Good luck in the rest of the rounds.
I appreciate it, Sam.
Yes, sir.
Take care, man.
And we will be back momentarily for more Flesh and Blood. Awesome, man. That was fun. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Calling in Hartford. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm lucky enough to be joined by Pro Tour champion and guy in a beautiful gray shirt, Michael Fung. How we doing, my friend?
The pleasure is all mine.
Oh, my goodness.
Sam, I can't believe that I get to work with you.
Okay.
I'm the one that's spazzing.
No. Call me Bravo, because I'm out here starstruck, my man. I got a Pro Tour champ sitting next to me, and that's not all the accolades. And we'll reveal them. We'll drip out your accolades, both you and Rody, over the course of the weekend. We can't front load it all, or else everybody would be at
sprinkle in.
Yeah, exactly. So from the person who is the last champion of a limited calling here in the States, the champion of calling Cincinnati. The last time we had a limited calling here in the States, the champion, Mr. Michael Fung. So from your perspective, talk me through heavy hitters. Talk me through, we've watched some great games today. We're going to see, of course, some more great games in just a couple minutes. But talk me through your thoughts in general on the set, the variants, the 2 blocks, the fun of it. Just give me a little bit of a breakdown.
Well, honestly, I went 3-5 in the calling playing Betsy last week in Queenstown. Or 2 weeks ago before the pre-release, and I was so frustrated with myself. I was frustrated with the set, and I was like, the set can't be that good. I was playing Guardian, and Guardian wasn't doing well, and I remember having so much success playing Guardian 2 years ago.
For sure.
And I realized, in preparation for doing this casting, that I rewatched the Dallas and the Cincinnati streams. They're good streams, by the way. Rob Seigel, excellent. He was just, you just interviewed him.
Mm-hmm.
He did a really good job casting, and I was basically playing a almost degenerative fatigue strategy at that time until me fatigue.
What?
Old him?
You?
Fatigue? Yeah, it was and I think that like that type of strategy honestly is not something that they want anymore. And that's maybe why the Guardian class feels almost a little nerfed compared to what it felt like in Tales of Aria. Guardian class, make no doubts about it, still feels powerful, but kind of in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that showcase, honestly, in that last game, or two games ago, when Elly just came in on the first turn of the game. She obviously set it up the turn before, but that prime to fight for just, I don't remember how much, it was like 14 overpower on hit, get a gold, get like the whole world. Like that was like, that was really powerful. Like that's not what I was doing with Ultim back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that, there needs to be a paradigm shift with what the Guardian class is able to do now. And we just got a little sneak peek of what's coming up in the next round. We do have Yuanji Lee on Kayo, and so that's going to be an exciting game. But so to really answer your question, the Guardian class and people that are used to playing Guardian, they really need to kind of shift their perspective on what Guardian is like. It's no longer the block 9 swing 4, mainly because you can't swing 4 even if you try. The hammer doesn't do that anymore.
It's hard to block 9.
And it's hard to block 9.
Yeah.
It's more like block 9, and that's my hand. Back to you. Yeah. Hopefully your hands can't use the entire hand, and I get to finally do something. So, I think that mentality shift has helped me win more games, and I'm excited. Obviously, it doesn't seem like we have a Guardian in our next game. I'm excited as we get to see more Guardians in Limited. Mm-hmm. We'll be able to kind of see like the different play patterns, basically, that Guardian players kind of have to adjust. I think that arsenal management is going to be something I repeat, and I don't want to keep beating that dead horse, but that's your source of basically trying to reduce risk. Sure. Reduce risk of just completely bricking and not being able to use your entire hand, and also just taking advantage of certain parts of certain parts of the Guardian card pool. A lot of it is using some of the generics and some of the hybrid cards, but to do plays that are relatively efficient but still using most of your hand. So we'll see that in play. Not this upcoming game. This upcoming game is going to be 2 KOs really bashing their faces.
I'm not sure. Is it 2 KOs? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
two undefeated KOs. Okay.
Yeah. If you look at the top tables, there's a lot of KOs and Kassais, and if you look at the meta breakdown, there are a lot of KOs and Kassais. And honestly, I think for Sealed, it's not a big surprise. I'm not even sure it's something that the devs didn't want to see. I think for Sealed, having a certain meta and then Draft having a meta that almost counters or balances that out, that's part of design.
Absolutely. So. I think it's very telling where your true heart in Flesh and Blood lies, because I asked you, what do you think of heavy hitters as a set? What do you think of the whole thing? And you said, well, let me tell you about the Guardians. Let me tell you about the Guardians. And I think that's clearly, you clearly like your hammer for 4, my brother.
If we were seeing a Guardian mirror now, and we had seen other Guardian mirrors throughout the day, and we hadn't seen a warrior at all or hadn't seen a brute at all, I'd probably talk about those classes too. But as it stands, we are now entering round 6?
Yep.
And we've only seen one guardian the entire day. This is going to be like the 12 different players have been represented and only one guardian. And even in the meta breakdown, guardian is at least less than 20% of players today have chosen to play guardian. So I just want to make sure that people are aware, right?
Get their love.
Talk a little bit about their guardian class, because I think that's the class that has changed the most in terms of limited, in terms of the play style. And I personally had a hard time. I went 3-5 I've never not made day 2 in an event like that. I've never not actually gone at least 50%, 50-50.
Yeah.
And I stuck it out. I actually every single loss is like 30 or 40 elo, whatever. And I was just like, I just want to get this formula correct. I want to keep trying. I kept losing, kept trying different things. Obviously, the calling is not the best place to, experiment. But
you had no other choice. The set wasn't even out yet.
That's true. That's true. But I think that basically I implore you guys as the viewers, if you guys are Guardian stands as well, give this set a try. If you're frustrated right now, there are some different play patterns that you're going to have to adjust to. And so hopefully if you experiment with some different styles, you're going to be able to kind of realize, hey, there is something there. And
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Michael Fung letting all the Guardian players out there know it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. You just have to attack a little more. You just can't block that much. But hey, if there's one thing we've learned in these games, some of those attacks can be bigger than big. Let's go ahead and jump down to our feature match area, folks, because we have got some undefeated players to check out after 5 rounds. These are some of the lone folks left atop the tables. This is going to be Yuanji Lee versus Anthony C. here in round 6 of the Calling here in Hartford. Sam O'Byrne joined by Michael Fung. Let's get it going. Looks like Yuanji is on the play here and going to start things off with that looks like a blue lead with power. Going to go ahead and mate the mic token, which is probably what you want on that first turn. And we have a cast bones on turn 0. How many 6s are we going to see? 1, 2, 3. Looks like 4 more mites if I count correctly.
I think it's 3. Yeah, it's an even 3. Even Stevens right here. Anthony picks up the card.
Yeah, look at that. So it looks like, we have the Agile Windup, the Pound Town, another Agile Windup, and the Assault and Battery. That means 5 mite tokens for Yuanji's first turn in this game. How's that feeling if you're Yuanji here, Michael?
Great. Amazing.
You're like, I came here for detailed analysis from a Pro Tour champion. You're asking me how 5 mite tokens feel? It feels good.
Feels very good with a cherry on top. 2 things. Anthony's first hand, he's going to be pressured to be able to use his entire hand. He doesn't have an agility token yet. And 2, we just saw those 6 cards. Cast Bones is a very interesting card.
Yeah, because they're still there on the top of the deck.
Yeah. 2 of them won't be in Yuanji's hand, but it looked like Anthony didn't really keep track of those cards.
Yep.
Maybe he doesn't care. He's going to see them anyway. He's going to see them soon anyway.
This is going to be a smashback Ailhorn here coming out from Anthony on his first turn. So this is a pretty good setup as well. You'd like to put some pressure on if you're the second player in an aggressive matchup, and a wage gold is a great way to do so. A clean 2-card 7 that threatens that gold token. Again, Kayo's not the hero that you're necessarily worried about with the gold in ways like a hero like Kassai or even a Betsy with that good time Chapeau, but this is still 7 damage, and a gold can help unbrick a bricky KO hand like it can unbrick any bricky hand. 7 damage on Anthony's first turn. Looks like he's representing that arsenal. Most likely going to be the thing here, and he has an agility and a might, so even though Yuanji's going to have 5 extra damage on whatever he throws, Anthony's going to have that agility and the might, and that's nothing to scoff at, as well as the raw meat, which means he's going to be able to block a little bit of those 5 might tokens.
This is such a good first turn. It doesn't look like Anthony was wagering a gold. We've been asking players to put the small little tokens there, but that was just such an efficient, raw turn. And Anthony put a little Adrenaline Rush red in his arsenal, so I think we're going to see some really efficient play from both players this game.
Look at this. This is a money where your mouth is. This is one of those cards we saw off the Cast Bones. Yuanji's happy to see it on this turn when he already has that additional buff thanks to the might tokens. So we're coming in with that, like,
Rawhide Rumble and a money where your mouth is. This is an attack for 14. Originally it was just going to be a nice little 3-card 9. Not not amazing, but pretty good. On rate, 3 value from each card. Pretty good. And Anthony's blocking with his equipment, that knucklehead.
So huge here. So huge here. He's got 4 block on an incredibly important turn. Now, interestingly, the Rawhide Rumble there, if you had beaten the chest, you could have intimidated your opponent there if you were Yuanji. Didn't seem to want to do so, even though the Intimidate on a big old 14 attack seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, Anthony's at 20. He can afford to maybe just take the whole thing. So Intimidate's not so good at this point. Maybe that's why Yuanji didn't choose to Intimidate. Although, obviously, Kayo discarding that 6 at least gets a little might token as well.
Clash here. Looks like Anthony's going to win the clash of the test of strength. Going to get that gold token anyway, so an agility, might, and a gold sitting pretty there for Anthony. So even though this was a big old attack, good amount of damage being prevented from Anthony here.
Yeah, I'd like to point out, Anthony starts with a huge advantage here in terms of equipment.
Yeah.
That Knucklehead represents 3 points of life, and that raw meat, it isn't hard to get 3 points of life there. Yuanji doesn't even have a chest piece. And Yuanji's headpiece, the headliner helm, that is a conditional 1.
Yeah.
Much worse than a non-conditional 2+1. So we're going to see if that ends up becoming a difference. Obviously, Yuanji had an extremely good first turn, turn 0. Anthony had to answer back an extremely good first turn as well.
And an extremely good kind of ability to block on that turn, thanks in no small part to those equipment. So you look at a format like Sealed, and sometimes what's cool about Flesh and Blood Limited is you don't have the same bombs as you might have in other sets or in other games, where there's not necessarily a single card that can truly determine the course of a game. It's too fast-paced. Too many cards are flying across the table, but when you see cards like Cast Bones, you see cards like Knucklehead, in a funny way, we're seeing kind of a bomb and a bomb face off in this matchup.
Like I mentioned, it's just very efficient Flesh and Blood play. Here we have Anthony coming in with an Adrenaline Rush. It's just for 4. It's not going to be able to get that +3 buff that he would really, really want there. But he does have like the Might actually, no, it should be for 5, I believe, because of the Might token. Hopefully the players will realize that soon. And it does have Go again from the Agility token. Unless this is a yellow. No, it is a red, so it should be for 5. Oh, yep. Anthony realizes that. That's fixed. And here, Yuanji is just putting his equipment in.
Big decision there from Anthony. If you hadn't given the Knucklehead, which is always going to have that 2 block, the Adrenaline Rush would have come in for an additional 3 points of damage. So do you think, Anthony, in these matchups, these KO games that we've seen, these players, they're actually valuing kind of blocking and preserving life and playing for a longer game, sometimes more than we might expect? Do you think that's like not as intuitive for KO players in the beginning when they're first playing the set to like, how often do you think players are really just going to throw attacks and not block? Or is this format looking to be a little more defensive than we might have initially realized?
Well, there's always this dynamic, and something that we as the casters aren't always able to get is deck size, deck count. And sometimes that does change some of your decision making. If you know as Anthony that you have like 40 cards in your deck, so maybe Yuanji's presenting a lean 30, that's going to change some of the ways you play,
absolutely,
block, starting from turn 1. And it looks like right here, Yuanji's using his equipment. An agility token was popped this turn. Anthony is higher life total than Yuanji, so he gets to get that 3 value from his equipment. And believe close. No, he doesn't close the chain. He just passes.
Yeah, he just passed the turn. Going to go ahead and place that card into the arsenal. So Anthony
is a red Wild Ride. Very powerful card to put in his arsenal.
Absolutely, and it looks like this is just going to be a little claw for 3. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Oh yeah, this is just a claw for 3. No go again.
No go again. Just a little claw for 3. Oh gosh darn, Anthony, you don't got to worry about this little old thing.
Yeah,
clearly no other effects this turn. Not with 3 cards in an arsenal. Yuanji's just going to pass.
Yeah. That's what he wants you to think, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen this play pattern often. Oh yes. Okay, so we see that agile windup in Yuanji's hand. That's obviously going to get discarded here in order to give this go again. And he has this looks like a relatively efficient play afterwards, coming up with 6 with the rally the rear guard.
This isn't, like, I think maybe, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, this has got to be one of the best cards to discard when you're doing the Mandible Claw play. I mean, it's between the Mighty and the Agile, but you get the 2 Might if you do the Mighty windup, but with the Agile windup, you not only get to continue this chain link, you set up your next turn to be Agile as well with that Agility token. So here, yes, the Claw gets to go into this big old red Agile windup for 7, but now Yuanji is also setting himself up to have a 5-card hand next turn and that Agility token on top of the Might and the Gold.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of the bread and butter for using kind of a 5-card hand or a 4-card hand as KO in this format. And it also withholds some information because you can sometimes go Mandible Claw into maybe like a Wage Agility and really like get them if they block with that Mandible Claw and put them in a weird spot. Anthony here is electing to block. This is just super powerful. I mean, this is a 3-card 10. That's bread and butter. That's just on rate. Red Thunderquake for all my Guardian stands out there.
This is going to be a pack hunt and a lead with speed getting in front of it. So Anthony dropping down to 12, taking a couple points of damage from the Agile windup. Yuanji's going to flip that pitch around and go ahead and draw back up to 4. Got that Agility, got that Might, got that Gold. He's sitting pretty on 5 cards plus a lot of tokens. Let's see how Anthony wants to clap back. No Agility here for Anthony, something he's not been able to find after that first turn.
Yeah, and that's why he blocked probably, although he did block with notably a red lead with speed. Extremely powerful card.
Extremely powerful card. And a way to give yourself agility, but once again, valuing blocking a little more than playing some of these cards out. This is going to be Bear Flanks off the top. Adrenaline Rush. That is going to hit, I believe, if that is
No, it's a Adrenaline Rush. It's only a 3 base power, so he will not be getting the might.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking about the 5 and the 6 and the 7, but that's about when you're at lower life. So that is just going to be for 5 here.
I think those blocks make sense. He wasn't able to use all his cards. If this was a blue pitch that he pitched instead, he probably would have kept that lead of speed, but he just wasn't able to use his entire hand effectively. We know that he has that red Wild Ride in his arsenal. Unsure when he's going to, go ahead and commit that card and play that card, but it wasn't that turn. And because of that, though, he won't need, technically, an agility token. He just needs a little luck to make sure he has kind of a long turn. If Yuanji ever chooses to just, full block and say, good luck using your entire hand without an agility token. Anthony also notably doesn't have the flat tracker, so he'll never be able to kind of, make that agility token on demand. And a no blocks here.
Yeah, Yuanji going to go ahead and take 5. I mean, when you got the agility and the might, you got him as much as possible. Utilize those tokens to the best of your ability. So this is going to be a rally the rear guard coming in for 7 thanks to the might token with the go again thanks to the agility token. This is bound to be a powerful play here from Yuanji. You have to imagine he's threatening at least 12 on this turn with 3 more cards in the hand and probably even setting himself up for an arsenal later on.
Yeah, if I'm Anthony, I don't want to see my opponent no blocks, especially when I like to think of this as he's on the power play. I think that's like a hockey term. He has all the tokens in the world. Oh, and that's a few reds.
That's
there.
a few reds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's a red rising speed, a red clash with agility, and a red assault and battery. So not the most ideal hand. The one yellow in his hand is now in the pitch zone. Probably coming in either for a claw in arsenal or maybe coming in for 6 in total. That clash of agility, he just set it to the red zone.
Something like that. This is attack for 7. Looks like, they're just going to go ahead and take the 1 damage there.
Yeah, Anthony blocks 6. I'm starting to get this feel that Anthony presented more cards than Yuanji.
As am I, especially when we're starting to see a bunch of those yellows that we saw from his last turn, unable to find the blue pitch.
Yellow Adrenaline Rush
exactly.
is probably my most cut card from this. It's like my least favorite. Like, I would prefer starting stake. Yellow Adrenaline Rush, if I can attack with that thing for 6, I am stoked because that's probably one of the lowest tier commons. And its existence to me really actually kind of tells me that Anthony may be playing kind of a fat tech strategy, kind of a fatigue strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, he's doing something right, sitting at undefeated so far after 5 rounds of the calling here in Hartford. So clearly things are working out well for him. His 11 life to Yuanji's 9, still managing to get some damage across here. But if he's playing for second cycle, taking 6 damage on this turn is not what I would have expected.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, maybe his hand is just 2 blocks. I don't know what his... We know that he has a Wild Ride in his arsenal.
Looks like some Wage Gold and blue, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a Wage Gold and a Wage Might. Both 2 blocks.
So we're going to go ahead now and just go ahead and throw down the Wild Ride, pitch in that Wage Gold. Let's see what the draw is. Is it another 6?
It was a Wage Agility, guaranteed a 6 because of Kayo, no matter what color it is. We're going fishing here. He didn't like either of the cards in his hand. He's okay discarding them. A 4 was rolled, and that is a Wage Might. Got some triggers on the stack here.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get that go again. Go ahead and get that might. So Anthony's saying, I'll take your damage and clap back even harder. This is going to be a Wild Ride for 6. Perhaps not even harder if it's just going to be the Manable Claw after this, but it's still clap back nice and respectfully.
Yeah, it's good damage. It's good damage. It's a 3-card 9. I think that's... It's, in terms of pure Flesh and Blood math, it's a little below rate by 1 point, but when your cards otherwise would have blocked 2, getting 3 value of it, not bad. That's 50% more value, and that's great. Value is great.
And the Rally the Rear Guard here going to turn a 2-block into a 3-block. That lead with power discarded for the effect. Only 1 damage came across, so Yuanji heading down to 8 here. That Mandible Claw coming in for 3. Looks like he's going to take the 3 and go to 5. Let's see if he has one of those classic 2-card plays we're seeing so often in this format.
Absolutely. And just a note, Anthony kind of got a little lucky there. He got to pitch a red Wage Agility there. If we ever hit second cycle, that breakpoint 3 would be really important.
And like we saw last turn, Yuanji pitching a good amount of reds himself. So those reds are all at the same cycle in that pitch stack there. But again, with these players sitting at 5 and 6, we're going to see how long this game lasts.
Have a
we're even going to get
Spicy
there.
Majestic on Anthony's side. It looks like he has a No Fear.
Ooh, that's pretty good, though. That's a great card to find in your arsenal.
Yeah. And I think his other cards are a lead with power, so that's not a 6.
And a Pack Hunt Blue, also not a 6.
Maybe a yellow of some sort. I think maybe he's not that excited with his hand.
Let's see. The answer is it doesn't matter. We're taking 3 here.
Yeah, we're going to see his hand very soon because he's planning on using at least 3 of those cards.
All right, Might token destroyed for Anthony here.
We're at turn 5 as well. Life totals are low.
Going to begin with that lead with power that we saw in the hand there. So it looks as though Anthony's going to go ahead and pitch perhaps something else. It's going to be that blue assault and battery.
Yep, he's going to refresh that Might token. This card's just extremely efficient. This is a leg tap, I guess, to compare.
Absolutely, yeah.
Resource 4, go again.
100%. And it's cool when you split the damage up like that.
Yeah,
you can make an awkward break point later in the game.
Absolutely.
And
then a yellow pack hunt.
Yeah, blue pack hunt.
Sorry,
so
blue pack hunt.
Yeah, 4 plus the 3.
So 8 in total because of the Might token that already popped. And an Intimidate.
8 points of damage plus an Intimidate at this point in the game. Does quite nice. We've seen pack hunt close games so far in this format already.
Absolutely.
And that no fear critically gonna head to the arsenal when you do have a little more 6s and are able to do a cheeky 1 card block for up to 5 or 6.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if no fear, if you banish 2 cards, that's blocking for 4.
Fantastic.
Banish 3, blocking for 5.
Fantastic.
Banish your entire hand. A 1-card 6.
Fantastic.
That's better than Lava Burst.
Yeah, so looking at these 2 players here, both with some really nice Majestics. We got to see one in the beginning of the game with that Cast Bones. We're getting to see one set up now in the arsenal there for Anthony. So even though, again, there's less bombs in the format, still when you find a really powerful Majestic, we've seen a couple standing orders do great work today. If you're able to find one of those in the sealed pool, it can just up the power level of your deck to the point where you can get some little more wins.
Absolutely. We are getting kind of to the end game, so to speak. These heroes don't necessarily block well, and they attack very well. That is brute life. The one thing I want to bring a little bit of focus to is the grandstand leg plates that Anthony has. That thing right now is turned on, but it's not clear that he will be able to block with it next turn. I don't think he's really ever had a window to block with them per se. Yuanji's kind of done this good job. Like last turn, Yuanji began his turn at 5, and Anthony was at 6. And so that's kind of like a small subtle thing in this format. It's just like blocking or attacking in a way that you kind of just turn off the effectiveness of your opponent's equipment. Yuanji, of course, didn't start with a chess piece, so he's going to have to take any advantage he gets.
100%. The Gauntlet of Might still sitting there for Yuanji. He's got the 1 block available to him if he wants to cash it in, but critically, Anthony does still have some more block available to him in the Gauntlet of Might, like you were talking about those Grandstand leggings. The raw meat, if he can never find that agility, will be turned on for another point of value. Looks like that Gauntlet of Might is going to be committed on this turn to the block. He's got to find some more points of defense if he wants to stay alive. He has, I believe, 2 blocks and a 3 block. One of the 2 blocks being committed, the Adrenaline Rush. And we have the Reinforced Line. Talk about one defensive card deserves another. The defensive card for Anthony is going to head to the arsenal, and the defensive card from Yuanji flying out of the arsenal here to cover up a lot of that damage, only going down to 4 after that 8 attack. Huge.
Lots of block there. He only took 1 point of damage from that 8 attack. Now gets a 3-card hit, and I see a card that I don't think we've seen yet. Down, but not out. Yuanji is not lower life, though, so he's going to... Oh, no, he pitches that card. I feel like I saw a yellow down, but out in his hand as well, so I don't know what is his hand exactly, but if he does, that could end games.
Yeah.
He is not a hero known for having too many cards that are not actions that block, but he doesn't. But Yuanji doesn't know. Anthony has a no fear, so this... We could be seeing some really interesting next couple of turn cycles here.
Absolutely. This is a Pound Town. One Gauntlet of Might deserves another. We're going to put 2 in front of it. Looks like he's going to put the Knucklehead as well for 2 points of block. This is coming in for 7. Still got to commit another card as well.
Yeah, at least 3 more block here to go to 1.
Counting up his cards is Anthony. Both of these players undefeated on such a strong hero here in Kayo. Looks like he might be thinking about that no fear on this turn.
He might not even have a 3 block in his hand, though Rally, of course, converts one of your cards to... Yeah, we've got some reading here.
Move to reactions. No reactions from Yuanji. Let's get 1 from Anthony. We're going to go ahead and banish. Rally the rear guard. Wage Might. Wage Agility and Wage Agility. 3 6s, so 3 plus 2 is 5. 6, 7 blocked completely for Anthony here.
Tight game, Anthony. And more importantly, he does remain at 3, slightly lower. Unclear if he's still going to be slightly lower. I'm just staring at those leg pieces, man. I don't know if it's going to get used, but I would love to see them being blocked with, so...
Yeah, and he's running out of time to do so because eventually if both players sit at 1, nobody's at higher life at that point. Looks like we're going to go ahead and break our gold token here if we are Anthony on K. He's got a bunch of cards in hand, but the question is, can he use them all? He was able to get that no fear out of the arsenal, so he's able to continue the deck. I don't want to say velocity necessarily if he's not using all his cards, but he wants to make sure he frees up that arsenal. Can he use all the cards on this turn? Shout out, we have calling winner Darren Ying in the chat.
Daryl in the house, thanks so
Come
much for
on.
stopping by, gracing us with your presence.
Yeah, absolutely. That's calling royalty right there.
That's
calling royalty. 8th seed to the win. You love to see it. Happened at the World Championship. Happened at the calling in Queenstown. We'll see what happens here, folks. In this game, round 6 of the calling. We got a long way to go before top 8. This is just going to be a wage agility. Couple cards left in hand. No wager, it looks like. So we're just going to go ahead and attack for 7. Are they going to resolve the clash as they defend here?
Let's see. It is not optional. So in an ideal world, it is.
It will be resolved.
Happen.
Yes.
But players are still new to some of these things, and attack actions that clash on block. I don't think it's that intuitive per se.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, it looks like they're going to clash. We see
6 on one side or 7. Oh, it's a tie. Both players revealed a 6 or basically a 7. That's a yellow Wage Might revealed by Anthony, in a red Beast Mode revealed by Yuanji.
So Anthony here broke that goal to try to find a way to use all the cards. Wasn't able to do so and does have to park a card in the arsenal. That No Fear put in a lot of work. But unfortunately, if you're going to use the No Fear to keep a bunch of your cards, you'd love to be able to use them all.
Absolutely, absolutely. It didn't seem like he really had a plan there, and now also couldn't decide what he wanted to arsenal. It wasn't that great. He ended up arsenaling the Rally the Rear Guard, choosing to keep, I believe, like a Wage Might in his hand. So in a lot of 2-blocks, wasn't efficient to block very, very well, and now he's being attacked by this Performance Bonus Red.
Performance Bonus Red out of the arsenal. Here's a little bit of go again on this turn. Here's a gold if it hits, and here's a tough time if you're Anthony. If you wish you could perhaps throw those grandstand leggings into the mix if you only had a 2-block, but it looks like luckily for Anthony here, we're going to get that Pound Town into it. Now it's just time for a 2-card 6. Here's a Rising Power, no cards drawn, but still represents you got to give me at least 2 cards here.
Yep.
Unless you got unless you got one of those tests, which it does not look like Anthony has in the hand here.
Definitely has a 3-block. That is a Clash of Agility, unsure what color. But if he blocks with his Clash of Agility, he doesn't really have a turn. Maybe he wants to block 5, just send Claw. I missed what was in his arsenal. Oh, it's the Rally the Rear Guard. So, yep, he's choosing to block 5. Here it looks like he has that red Rising Speed. Not so efficient card at this point in the game. But I think what he's thinking about is he does not want to give Yuanji an agility token here.
No, not at all. You see, Yuanji went right for that deck.
Yeah,
he said, please,
Yuanji wants
it. And that is
Yuanji
going to win. It's that beast mode that we saw on top from the last clash.
Yeah.
Yuanji knew he had a good chance of winning that one. Anthony there only able to find the agile windup, so still buffed up by Kayo, but the beast mode going to be more than enough to put Yuanji over the top. So now all of a sudden, his deck is turned on a little bit.
And I think if I were Anthony here, I would not feel great about losing that clash. But Yuanji is at 3, and if you're coming in with this red Rally the Rear Guard, that says, Yuanji, you probably have to give me 2 cards as well.
Yeah.
And if you give 2 cards, it's unlikely that Yuanji's going to be able to use this agility token.
100%. So could have been significantly worse. We'll see what the 2 cards are. We'll see what's able to be used. It's a Bear Fangs pitched into a Bear Fangs, and we are going to hit the Wild Ride. So this is 8 damage and the Might token for the next turn. A lot of points of value here from Yuanji off of just 2 cards.
This is a 2-card 9. That is absolutely huge. And you get to get rid of Wild Ride from your deck. And something I just noticed while Anthony was kind of like divvying out the 4 cards, dealing out his 4 cards, his deck is extremely thin.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we originally thought that his deck would be a little bit, thicker the way he was blocking, but I think he might just have like a hand's worth of cards after this. Whereas Yuanji's deck looks actually kind of healthy. I think Anthony might be the one who's kind of on the verge of fatigue here.
Luckily, though, able to find a window. We're putting the grandstand leggings in front of us. He's finding the value.
He finally found the window. I'm so glad.
He heard you whispering in his ear, and he is going to go ahead and try to survive this attack. Yuanji here has got a healthy deck, got a Might token for the next turn. Looks like we're putting 3 cards in front of this. Anthony showing here at X&O, even if you have a bunch of yellows in the deck or cards that you wouldn't normally want to be playing, he's been clearly putting them to good effect here.
Yeah, if they get blocked with, get randomly discarded, they do things.
Yeah.
Anthony's kind of in that quandary. I love this quandary. It's, should I Arsenal or should I come with the Claw?
Yeah, because if you put that Claw in front of Yuanji here, you say you got to give me a card, but we're taking a look at that deck, and it is looking thin, folks.
It's looking tiny. I mean, I think that's just 4 or 5 cards left. I really don't think he has much of a deck.
You can see he's really taking stock of everything here, checking out everything in the arena, checking out of that might token Yuanji. Cool as a cucumber, as he ever is, as he ever is, as he ever was. That man will never show any emotion no matter what is going on in the
feels
game.
Thicker. Definitely, like not by a lot, but even just like three or four more cards at this stage of the game, that's everything.
Yeah, and it looks as though we are going to go ahead and pitch the Smashback Ailhorn here into the Mandible Claw. Can't be getting that agility in the might on this turn. If you leave Yuanji with that huge hand and a might token, you have to imagine not going to be able to keep enough cards to make that agility and the might worth it. So we're going to get a Bone Breaker Bellow block out of Yuanji here, staying alive. Let's see how big this attack is. It's going to be an Assault and Battery, and we're going to go ahead and beat Chest. So that means another agility, another might for the next turn. If we force 2 cards out of Anthony here, and we're able to only block with 1 or 2 cards, it might be good. Might be enough for Yuanji to close out this game. But the question is, will it be enough to force Anthony into not being able to swing back hard enough?
Yeah, you definitely get that agility token from the beat chest from Assault and Battery, and it's back. Okay. I was gonna say Yuanji took the my token that obviously broke for the Assault and Battery and then moved it to the side, but it actually got refreshed, and he was aware of it. He caught it. Good players usually tend to catch these things. Yeah, Anthony playing that rally the rear guard.
Blocking 5, going down to 1 here. That's 6, putting in a lot of work. Now all of a sudden, that agility token could be massive here. The question is, what is Anthony's clapback going to be?
Same thing here. Yuanji does have that agility token, but if you make him block of 2 cards, very unlikely that he's going to be able to take advantage of it.
This is a wage agility. This is a big
that's
ol'
that wage
attack.
agility we talked about at early times.
Absolutely, which means that we should be seeing some of these red cards that Yuanji pitched show up as well.
Absolutely. I think Yuanji's deck was just thicker, though. I think he might not.
And there they are. Oh, there they are.
I stand corrected.
So we've got 2 cards coming in. 2 of those red cards, hard to pitch.
And of course, Anthony wagered it because, well, the downside is Yuanji gets a second agility token. Those don't stack. Oh no! Like we mentioned, there is no more hand left for Anthony. That was his last. He only has 3 cards left in his hand.
Yeah, this is looking like where the game is going to be decided, folks. For the first time today, we might be seeing a bingo, some of our bingo card get filled in as Anthony here only left with the 3 cards in the deck. This is a wage might for 7. Listen, that unfortunately Raw Meat is not able to be put in front of this for any block value. He was not able to find that 3rd point of value over it. That's going to be the game there, folks. He extends the hand, all 3 cards placed in front of it, and Yuanji Lee moves on to undefeated here at
6-0.
Calling in Hartford. You have to be happy for him. Now he looks happy. There's some emotion from the stone impasse himself.
Solid limited player, just a really good 20 health format guy. Yuanji, of course, won the Calling Krakow with Viserai, setting that hero basically the living legend. That hero basically went living legend, like, I don't know, 2 weeks later, whatever it was. He's always been a master of the 20 life format. The quicker the games, the better he's at it, and I think that was a display of mastery. I never really saw him block with anything but a 3 block. He was more efficient almost every other turn, and it was just a systemic, like, outvalue a little here, outvalue a little here, and my favorite type of win is what we just witnessed, which is I have more cards in deck. Well, not that. I mean, that's part of it. That's part of it, right? But like Yuanji was like, even if there were more cards left, he was definitely he had more tempo. He was more efficient. Obviously, still had more cards in his deck, but like that total Talis type of win it's very Guardian. It's very Guardian.
And this is a very different Kayo mirror than the other 2 we've gotten to watch. I mean, honestly, the other 2 didn't end up going, in, I believe, fully to fatigue, and also we didn't see anybody really chaining agility tokens together, which is such a powerful strategy that we've seen so many players utilize to great effect. But these 2 undefeated players had different kind of deck construction and were using different ways to find a win.
Yeah, Yuanji had like 3 of them that he just never used because his life total was a little low. He got attacked for 6 or 7, couldn't even use it.
Yep.
So definitely a different game, much more mid range, much less explosive, but nonetheless. Awesome game. Congrats to Yuanji for that victory and sealing that 6-0, guaranteeing his day 2 draft performance.
Come on, yeah. Congrats to both players here at an incredible game. You heard it from Michael Fung. Yuanji, the master of the 20 life format, throwing down saying, perhaps he doesn't have the chops in 40. Is that what you're saying? Perhaps he doesn't have the chops
he's just very good at the 20. Like that seems like where he just feels at home.
Yeah, he had that Vincent performance at the Battle Hard in Pittsburgh. Who was in the finals of that one?
Well, I wasn't in the finals. He beat me in the semis.
Oh, in the semis. Battle Hard in Salt Lake, not Pittsburgh. But so, folks, we have got 2 more rounds for you here today, and we've got a couple of battle-hardened champions that are going to bring you through them. But before we look at the rest of the rounds, let's check in with our bingo card.
Ah,
Let's
yes, the
take a
bingo
look, because
card.
I think some things have happened. So someone gets fatigued.
Yep.
Blammo. Cast Bones reveals 6 6s for its
Nope.
effect. Not quite.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Not quite.
We haven't brought up the cursed. Don't you bring it up. But what else do you want to say?
Betsy.
Yeah,
Betsy's
yeah,
going
I
for
know.
14 with the prime to fight.
100%. I thought you were looking over here, and I was like, no, don't you do it. Don't you do it. We had a Rhinar on stream. No.
I haven't said anything. You haven't said anything.
I haven't said
think
we've
fine.
been good. Yeah.
You draw like a mad face there
Yeah,
instead.
yeah,
You know? Like,
angry. Let's take a look. So I don't know. Vigor, Might, Agility, and Gold. I don't think it's been on stage simultaneously. I don't know why this one's even here, the one to the left of that. 'Cause that doesn't make any sense to me. Clashes have revealed the same card on both sides. We have seen not both players get fatigued. You have already been the most wholesome gentleman I've ever met. We've seen the ham sandwich on the stream. We do have 8 rounds of the day 1, so we are filling it in, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we just need Guardian to get an agility token?
No, because this one hasn't happened and it never will.
Oh, right, of course,
It
yes.
hasn't happened and never will.
Yeah, that never happens.
So this will not. So unfortunately, this line is never happening, folks.
Oh, absolutely.
Because our minds are steel traps. We've got 2 battle-hardened winners and someone who really likes sandwiches for lunch, but not ham sandwiches. I like things with more lettuce. I was trying to think of a random fact about myself, and the only thing I could think of was I like sandwiches for lunch.
Are we sure no one from Ohio? I feel like I'm saying that Oahu in like Hawaii, but are we sure no one from Ohio has won?
Well, Brody threw down and said it has to be wins the whole calling.
Oh, well, okay. Well,
yeah, that's more challenging. That's more challenging.
Sure.
That's more challenging. But we'll let it happen. You know, this should be challenging. This should be challenging to make happen.
Reasonable.
Yeah. We haven't seen a crack Bob. Got pitched, and I actually erased
whatever.
the whole thing. So that's our bingo card, everybody.
Yeah,
Please
bingo.
play along at home if you'd like to continue the fun. And for us here in the booth, we are definitely going to continue the fun. And as I just mentioned, we have 2 battle-hardened champions that are going to be bringing you the rest of the coverage here on day 1, and I couldn't be more excited to watch. So, Michael, thank you so much for hanging out with me.
That was a pleasure.
What a blast. And we have got more great flesh and blood coming to you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling here in Hartford. I'm Brody Spurlock. This is Michael Fung, reigning Pro Tour champion. We just wrapped up a Kayo mirror in round 6, and we are getting geared up for round 7 here. Michael, you want to tell us about the giveaway we're doing at the end of this round?
Yeah, so stay tuned after this round. Don't go anywhere. We will be doing a giveaway for a Go Again package at Pro Tour Los Angeles weekend.
I'll be there. He'll be there. It's going to be a sick weekend. We're going to have this same Heavy Hitters Limited format there, featured in draft throughout the Pro Tour. And if you win this giveaway, you get this Go Again event package, which gets you some sweet promos, some vouchers to use throughout the weekend, and a playmat and sleeves, both of the new Balance of Justice art. We can talk about Balance of Justice for just a second. We see this new keyword, Guardwell. This is the second of 2 keywords in Heavy Hitters that we see each appear only on 1 card.
Yeah,
which kind of surprised me. I thought it would be a bit more, but it's interesting to analyze. What do you think about Guardwell?
I think that both of these mechanics are kind of just like, they're not meant to be something that we see all the time. When I honestly first read Guardwell, it wasn't the most intuitive to me. I think it's more like every other mechanic, like there's almost like this like a thing with it, but Guardwell was like hard for me to interpret at first. I think it would just look like, wait, what? Like, why? Whatever, like that's kind of like my first takes. I think functionally it just feels like Blade Break, and I think most of the time it will be very similar to Blade Break, Battle Worn. Sorry, but yeah, it's cool. It's a cool design. Like it basically is Battle Worn, but you still get to pop it to do something, and instead of being able to block of it twice, you just block of it kind of once, although in niche scenarios, you might be able to block of it again for value. So,
yeah, with like weird like Guardian remove counters shenanigans.
Sure, yeah, that, and just, if they shred it, you can block of it again in the future because you didn't get a block of it at that time, that kind of stuff. Yeah,
true.
Yeah.
A really interesting little interaction. With the Balance of Justice card itself and the ability, I feel like it's going to be a card that does play a big role in CC, but certainly doesn't replace Crown of Providence. Like, Providence felt like it kind of just replaced Skullcap. We saw Skullcap in every deck. Now we see Providence in most decks. And I feel like Balance of Justice will be a cool, like, sideboard piece to help combat some of these, like, huge power plays like Blood Rush Bellow and Art of War, and previously 3 of a Kind. If any Rangers are using that card in the near future, that's another go-to where you can help kind of like balance out the power level of those huge plays.
Balance out the power level.
I did not do that intentionally, I'll be honest.
Yeah, definitely feels a little bit more niche. It's not something I think I want to play in every single matchup, but in the matchups that it's good, it's really good. It kind of reminds me of Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, but a little bit different. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is just offense, whereas Balance of Justice is block 2, and then sometime down the road, when certain conditions are met, draw an extra card.
Yeah.
And when I first saw this card, I really evaluated it from more of a Guardian perspective, just like, I'm blocking on their Art of War, trying to get an extra card to block. Then it dawned on me, in the Racing Mirrors, if I'm an Art of War deck as well, and you're an Art of War deck, and you Art of War me, and I just somehow managed to survive the entire thing without blocking a single card, and then I crack my Balance of Justice, I have increased my intellect. I have a 5-card hand plus an arsenal, potentially a 6-card hand.
Yeah, it actually seems particularly good with Art of War specifically, because whatever card you draw, you can be a lot more flexible because you're banishing to Art of War. If you draw any attack action, you're fine, so you don't have to worry about no blocking and then ending up with like extra blue, extra whatever.
Yeah, it's in those specific situations, it's like getting an extra intellect, which is crazy.
Pretty much, yeah. A Crown of Providence filter effect, of course, is very good, but at face value, from a purely mathematical perspective, it's only worth 2.
Yeah.
And then whatever the filtering is worth to you. But if you count a card as 3, Balance of Justice is worth a whopping 5 on your headpiece. Like you said, kind of reminds us of something like Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, which that one is crazy. It can be like upwards of 7. But
yeah, 7, 8, 9. Now with this new Tenacity card from this set, it can actually go crazy.
That's true, yeah. Tenacity, it seems like Ninja is the class that would probably take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
It's a pretty cool little, like a reverse Salto Wound in a way.
Yeah, yeah. And we just caught a sneak peek of our 2 contestants for this round. I gotta say, I'm actually so surprised. Obviously, Eric. You want to introduce Eric?
Yeah, so Eric Dornheim is a player who used to live in my local area in DFW and was a good friend of mine, still is a good friend of mine, but now lives in Las Vegas. And he actually made the top 8 of both of these Tales of Aria limited callings back in 2021 in the United States, in Dallas and Cincinnati. And he is back at it here again, sitting at 5-1 in heavy hitters, proving that he is kind of just a master of limited in this game.
Yeah, and I think he's playing Guardian.
Yeah. He is Betsy in this tournament. Back in the day, he played Lexi and Briar, but shaking it up, completing that trifecta 2 years later. I think we have a Betsy mirror, and his opponent is Anthony C.
Yeah, actually, no, his opponent I think is Ryan. I think Eric drafted Guardian at the Dallas when he made top 8. I think he drafted Guardian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just couldn't out Guardian, I guess, Namvo, but I think he was one of the early adopters of Oldham being, hey, this is actually a really good hero. I think he drafted Briar at Cincinnati.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, he's also played a lot of Guardian and Constructed as well.
Absolutely. I've seen him playing Oldham all the time, so definitely someone that I'm not surprised has wielded Betsy today and obviously done extremely well.
And you're right, I made a mistake. Anthony C was the last KO player on. We have a new KO player in the match. It's going to be KO versus Betsy.
Ryan is one of my locals. Ryan Goldfinger is one of my locals. I have played against him all the time. He used to go to my when I had a store. He used to go all the time, and he actually helped out at the store as well. And he's been playing as long as I've been playing.
That's exciting. That's always really cool to see.
Played Monarch pre-release with this guy, so I'm so stoked to see him doing so well today. Just feel really swelling with pride when our locals are doing well. And actually, earlier when I was walking around, I saw a lot of locals. So shout out to my Manhattan crew. Shout out to Brooklyn, Queens. Thank you guys for coming all the way to Hartford and doing so well. You guys give me a lot of pride, make me happy that I'm casting. So it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, I'm having the same experience watching Elly doing so well, who's my current local, and Eric, who's my past local.
Yeah.
I think the players are shuffled up and ready, so we're gonna dive into the table here. Betsy versus KO. I do not know who has won the die roll, but I think this is an interesting matchup to discuss first, second in, because when there's a Betsy on the table, if she goes first, she can overpower something. She can play one of those Guardian auras. So I do think it can depend on your deck, especially if you're the Betsy player getting the choice. But what do you think about first, second when there's a Betsy in the game?
In draft, I usually know the answer. In sealed, it's very dependent, very contextual.
Gotcha.
I think this is one of the few matchups where wanting to go first is something that should be what both players are thinking about. Ryan should be thinking about that to deny Eric from going first, and Eric should be thinking about it because maybe mathematically the way he's constructed his deck, or maybe he thinks that it increases his win rate by such a high percentage, he might want to go first. Why, you ask? Well, there's at least 2 cards that he might want to have in his opening hand of the red pitch variety, and they actually have really fun names. Big Bop
and Bigger Than Big.
Yeah, I mean, if you are able to play one of those on the first turn, maybe even play a little pint. I can't remember the full name. Can you help me out?
Strong and Stout.
Yes, pint of strong and stout. That plus an aura, that would be a beautiful, picture-perfect start for turn 0.
That would be incredible, putting you at 5 floating damage plus the 2 tokens.
Yeah.
You're like more than a full card ahead of your opponent at that point.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you get that arsenal. And you're going to be able to have a wager trigger the next turn, which is something that you don't always have. You can't take that for granted.
And despite not having as many turn 0 plays as Betsy, the KO player, of course, might just consider wanting to deny Betsy that going first, and does have plays they can make. Like, of course, there's always the Smashback Alehorn to make tokens.
Their own blue alcohol, yeah.
Yep. And then, like, maybe a lead with speed, lead with might, or even just, like, a beat chest to discard and get some tokens rolling.
Absolutely. Or just, like, any windup, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're all great plays to start for turn 0 if Ryan chooses to go first.
So we see a fist bump, and I think the match is ready to begin. Players are done shuffling. We'll see if we have their equipment on the table yet. Nope, it is still in stack, so we're left in mystery for now. This is the beginning of round 7, folks. Only 8 rounds total today, so this one and the next one, if either one of these players wins right now, they are locked for day 2.
Absolutely.
So battling for the win and in. If they lose, that's fine. They still have one more chance. And it looks like they're rolling right now, so we'll actually get to see them make this choice in real time. I believe Eric chose even, won the die roll.
And he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I know, dude. I hate
We'll listen in and see.
I will go. I'll go second.
So Eric is the Betsy player here. He knows his own Betsy deck and has made the choice, like, you know what? I don't have that many auras, or I don't have that many ways to go crazy on turn 0. I'm just going to go second. Get the tempo, and I see, I think you're freaking out. He's got the Shapadoodle.
Woo! Shapadoodle-doo!
And interestingly, we see Eric rocking the 2 high risers, which makes a lot of sense. He doesn't have a shield. He doesn't have a rare weapon. It still makes sense to put these in play just in case your opponent gives you an agility token.
Absolutely. If Ryan blocks with a clash card or a clash with agility and loses, boom. Eric, you got You got 2 hammers? Come swinging.
Just like that. Or maybe Eric even has a down but not out in his deck, which would be another great way to fire that off.
Yeah, and another great way to fill off another slot in the bingo card.
True. All right, so we're starting off. Ryan going first, beating chest most likely with this Bonebreaker Bellow just to grab a might token from it. And then, is that an Assault and Battery in his hand? That's another way he could have chosen to make tokens, or it looks like maybe he's just going to set that one in Arsenal for now.
Makes sense. If he had done that, he would have had to set something else, maybe like the Rally the Rear Guard in his arsenal instead. Actually, no, he doesn't have any other 6s. That's his only 6.
Makes sense. So he would have been forced to Arsenal a blue if he did that.
Yeah.
So in this case, yep, just popping the flat trackers right away for the agility. I think that kind of makes sense. He's arsenaling an attack action card, and this way he has 2 tokens in play for the raw meat, just trying to get the block value out of it right away. Yep. Pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think reasonable is all I'd give him there. Not the best. Turn 0. He could have set up more. He functionally mainly just got a might token.
Yep, and I think in general in KO you can usually trust that you're going to get might tokens throughout the game. If it was inverted, I would feel more inclined to pop it to make sure I get my raw meat value.
Absolutely, yep, absolutely.
So looking at Eric's hand here, he's got to lay down the law, which it looks like is all he can play for this turn. So just coming in for 7, 2 cards trapped in hand. And this is something we see happen especially in Guardian, where your best play only requires 2 of your cards because, of course, he's going second and had no chance to block. 1 of his 4 cards is just going to kind of end up being wasted.
Yeah, he's going to be able to arsenal one of them. 2 card 7, nothing to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at. If we functionally say it was a 3 card 7, that it could have been worse. You know,
it's like a blue disable coming in, you know?
Yeah.
All right, so in Ryan's hand, it looks like we're looking at a red lead with speed, 2 wage agilities, I think a yellow and a blue, and then finally a yellow Bear Fang. So we know for sure that Bear Fangs is not blocking.
Total block value of this hand, 6.
Not exactly the highest, but at least both players are at 20 right now, so not a bad time to be drawing your pearls. I think if that wage agility is a blue, then Ryan has a relatively clean play of lead with speed into Bear Fangs, but it's possible that they're both yellows, in which case this is a little bit clunky for him.
Eric giving Ryan that head nod of, yeah, solid play. Blocking of the raw meat while you have those 2 tokens. You don't know when you're ever going to get those 2 tokens, although obviously with KO there, it's a little bit easier to do that.
Yep. If we see more smashback ale horns, that's one way to fire them off. But yeah, Ryan's just holding his full hand here. I can't tell how many resources his hand pitches for, but if he does actually have, yeah, he has a blue and a yellow, so he'll be able to go lead with speed, Bear Fangs, and then a claw somewhere in there, maybe even first, just to make sure he doesn't end up with a red he can't pitch.
Yeah, definitely lots of options with this hand.
I also like that he has a way to make an agility in this hand with lead with speed, and I wonder if he's going to choose to pop that Gauntlet of Might before his Bear Fangs flip, just to make sure he has a Might token for his raw meat. Assuming he does choose to swing Claw first. He has a couple sequencing options here, but no, he's just going to go for the Bear Fangs right away.
Yep. I think this makes sense. He has a 6 in his hand already, so this kind of increases maybe the chance. He would know better of discarding a 6.
Yeah, it increases the chance of discarding a 6. It just takes a small risk that if you end up with a red in your hand, you're kind of pranked out of getting to swing that Mandible Claw.
Absolutely. Well, you know, no risk, no reward, so sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit.
And that risk has discarded a 6, so he gets a Might token. He has both of those in play, gets to save that Gauntlet for later, and this Bear Fangs, I believe, is going to be coming in for 11 go again.
Yeah. You know, if he hits on the Bear Fangs and can't claw, he doesn't really lose that much value at the end of the day, right? Like, because if he missed on the Bear Fangs and then claws, it's just, you know, they're basically the same, right? No, I'm not being facetious. It's the same. You get +2 plus a Might token. It's 3.
Yeah, versus missing. Yeah, agree.
I'm just saying math. Like, you know, maybe there's a rhyme or reason to that.
Yeah, like if the top card is, say, like some red non-attack action or something.
Exactly.
Ends up being very similar.
Only has 2 blocks left in his hand after this. He's blocking, obviously, with his Embrace Adversity, which is turned on because a Might token was popped.
Yep, I think as Eric, there's no Skullcap armor on the other side, so as long as you're not trying to block with other cards, it makes a lot of sense to just cash that in right away.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's always the ever-present down but not out.
True. Always something to think about.
Crack this to make a vigor token.
But I guess it's interesting with these equipment, it kind of works both ways for down but not out.
Absolutely.
Because you're increasing your life total but decreasing your equipment count. Oh, and there's the...
Speaking of which,
Speak of the devil, there's a down but not out.
coming in for, I believe it's a blue down but not out.
Eric has 0 tokens to his opponent's 3, 2 equipment to his opponent's 3, and wait, they have the same life total.
Perhaps the life totals aren't updated. I haven't kept. I thought he took 6 from the last turn because he blocked 5. I thought on the 11.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been paying close attention either to the life totals. We'll have to see here whether this is overpowered or not. No attack die representing it, so let's just take a peek at Ryan's hand, I suppose. We have a Clash of Agility. Not sure what. It's a yellow. So it looks like Ryan just holding on to everything, though.
Ryan can play his entire hand.
Oh, they were at the same
it
life
was
total.
just for 3.
Wow. Okay, that is definitely... I wonder if Eric thought they were at different life totals or something, because that play was going to be really impressive if it did get overpower.
Ryan has an incredible turn. He's going to come with the red Adrenaline Rush. And we got a little snafu here by the sniper. Looks like there are 5 cards currently laid down, and so we're going to call a judge and kind of figure some things out.
Yep, just going to have to sort that out. It'll be all right.
Ryan's turn is going to be nuts. I mean, he has 2 yellow cards that he's going to pitch, and then he's going to come in for 9, and then he's going to come in for a variable amount.
Hopefully another 9, counting the might token. So counting all of the tokens, including the ones already in play, this could add up to a 4-card 18, which is off the charts. Obviously, a lot of that power is coming from these tokens that are already in play, but even without those, if you count them each at 1, 4-card 15 is very good, even for constructed. So
Yes, absolutely. That's the dream. Being able to be that efficient. You know, if I get 3 value out of one of my cards, I'm stoked most of the time. Ryan's trying to get 4.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. Every single card.
Hey, but I mean, Brutes can do that in this format, especially when powered up by an agility like this. We see this kind of hand would be so much worse without the agility. These power plays are often 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Even like with the Bear Fangs, it's a no block. So with no agility, Ryan would have had to just block 5, make his Bear Fangs play. But instead, that Adrenaline Rush is coming in for 7. So in this particular turn, agility is worth a minimum of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't have been able to turn on the Adrenaline Rush if you had the block of this hand. So it's like double synergy.
Yep. Unfortunately for Eric, the fix in this situation is just that he reveals his hand and Ryan gets to put a card to the top or bottom. So we've got that sorted out. Unfortunate mishap, but it's all right. The show continues.
We did get to see Eric's hand, though, so a win for the casters, maybe, perhaps?
That's true. I think we saw a yellow wage gold get lost, but...
No, I think it was a red wage might that got put to the bottom.
Okay.
It was the only red card in the hand. Eric's hand otherwise is just a pile of blues and yellows. He still has that yellow or blue wage golds.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're right. So 9 go again with the Adrenaline Rush. Eric, using his newly sorted hand, is, I think, looking to block 6 there with 2-3 blocks.
Yeah, it looks like he's lining up 2-3 blocks. Blue, Guardian, just whatever cards, and takes 3 here.
And as this game is continuing on, the Good Time Chapeau is something that he'll have to decide when he wants to cash that in.
Absolutely.
Unlike a lot of the equipment in this format, it does not have any condition that you can pop it for, nor does it have any condition on when it can block. So you get like the most agency, similar to Knucklehead. Knucklehead, of course, has the pop ability, but you're mostly just blocking 3 with it.
Absolutely.
Good Time Chapeau.
That is a rising. That's the rising power, base 5 power. Kayo makes it a 6.
That is right. So coming in for 8, we have a might token set up for next turn. And on Eric's side, he has 1 more 3 block. It looks like he's lining that up for a block and just going to swing a high riser for 3, call it a turn. You know, from Ryan's side, he doesn't have an agility this turn, so it's possible that he's actually going to end up having kind of a clunky situation next turn unless he can find a way to get go again somehow.
Well, it does look like Eric is planning on attacking. He made a Vigor token the turn before, very intentionally, so I assume he has a 4 cost in his arsenal. Because he did want to keep this blue, although, of course, it is a block, too, so he might also just be swinging his hammer.
We shall see. Eric's turn begins, and I think you're right. Oh, it's a performance bonus. Okay, so at least multiple chances for Ryan to block.
Yeah, so that just tells me that last turn, when he popped his Vigor Girth, he was really expecting to have that down but not out actually get the +3 and overpower, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But we saw... the life totals were 15-15. I wonder if Eric maybe just misread the card slightly or thought that he was lower life. Either way, the intention was clear. It was going to be a really powerful play. Right now, we're coming in for 3 with Go Again. If this hits, Eric will create a gold token, which of all the heroes, Betsy is not the most powerful with
Not
gold.
usually.
But there's a good time chapeau in play.
Oh, look! The humble blue trade-in.
This is what I dream of.
Eric, an agility token.
I think this is on our bingo card. Guardian makes an agility.
Well, now it's checked off.
Awesome. All right. High riser coming in for 3. There is no gold token made, of course, because the performance bonus is blocked, but we get an agility instead. That's great.
Yeah, Ryan's looking like deciding whether or not he wants to line up blocks. He knows the top card of Eric's deck is a blue traded. He knows the top card of his deck is a smashback Alehorn. So he has some information to make kind of a more informed choice, so to speak, and he takes damage.
Yep, I don't see any draw discards in Ryan's hand right now, but that can be really nice when you have clash cards to block, see the top card of your deck, and then be able to make a completely informed Wild Ride or Bare Fangs Go Again play.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We got tokens popping, 3 cards in hand, 1 arsenal for Ryan. I think it's a blue Agile Windup, another blue, and then...
I see a performance bonus in there as well, and a red Pound Town.
Yeah, red, so I wonder if he's just beating chest here. Okay, so we're going to beat chest with the Assault and Battery, set up 2 more tokens for next turn. If that raw meat was still in play, we'd be able to block with it again, but, you know, Ryan just finding lots of windows to use that one up. And the last card in hand you said is a performance bonus.
Performance bonus red, yeah. He's setting himself up for a 3 attack turn next turn.
Yeah, I feel like Ryan's in the driver's seat right now. Both players at 10 and 9. Eric still has a bit more armor left. I think whether or not...
Oh, I think we're about to see the double hammer smash.
Oh, boy.
2 blues in his hand. You know what that means.
Oh, boy.
Hammer time. Cue the music. Just kidding. We didn't have that music prep.
I was going to start humming, but I don't actually know. But yeah, I'm actually glad we got to see this because sometimes people will just, I didn't get a shield, you know, present 1 high riser, but there is this rare chance that you're going to get to use both. In this case,
we were wrong. I'm sorry. I really thought that was another blue.
That would be cool. But just for 7.
I think Eric probably also wished he had another blue, but in this case, the 3 for 7 is more damage than 2 hammers would have been anyway.
Yep, it's true. 2 Titan's Fist would have been 8, but alas.
That's not the world we live in, unfortunately.
Different limited format. The one that Eric is more familiar with, perhaps. But you know what? He's here showing that he is figuring out heavy hitters pretty quickly. I feel like we've seen a lot of like really heads-up plays in the stream today.
It really surprised me how many times people just like blocked of armor, kind of just like seemingly nilly-willy to get it out with no value, quote-unquote, but to, you know, play around Down Banana, and Down Banana was cast. So that card is real.
It is real. It is in the set. Yeah, it seems like despite not playing a premiere event with these cards yet, North American players, you know, they've been to their pre-releases. Yep. They've been practicing with each other. We saw, you know, a couple of our friends were playing sealed on the train on the right here.
Yeah. Ryan didn't block at all. He's at 3, 2 might tokens, agility token, performance bonus red in his arsenal, coming in with a 9 go again.
He's swinging big. He's ready. I feel like heroes, classes aside, Ryan is slightly more interested in forcing this game to end than Eric, just because of that stand ground looming in the corner. Eric is trying to find a window to get both those tokens in play and get block value out of it, and Ryan is hoping this game is over before that happens.
This might be game. And if this is a 2-block, I think it might be game if that's a red attack in Ryan's hand, because if that's a 2-block, he takes 1 from this. Oh no, he still has a chapeau. He still has a chapeau.
Okay, so he's not dead, but this is becoming very close. It seems like at the end of this turn, both players are going to be in the low single digits.
Absolutely. I mean, Ryan... I'm making it out. It's a yellow waged might, so 6 more damage here.
Nothing to scoff at.
Nothing to scoff at.
A big turn. Okay, so I kind of like this block from Eric. He doesn't have any gold in play. Yep. It's unlikely he's going to be able to use the chapeau ability, so he just wants to make sure his opponent's not going to have any gold either.
But what it also does do is lets Ryan make a free might token. He's definitely wagering here.
Absolutely.
Eric has no cards in hand.
Yeah, that is a really nice catch. I think this is the first time I've seen a wage card played like this, just at the end of a big chain where your opponent has no cards left, so you know it's going to hit. That's pretty nice.
I mean, Ryan set that up. He started with 2 might tokens, an agility token. 10 health is enough to basically tank anything that Eric sends with 2 cards.
Yeah.
And here we go. But now we're in that situation.
Yeah, we're entering the end game here. Ryan has just this might token in play, no agility, so everything depends on what these 4 cards are that he draws. Eric's drawing up as well. We're going to be back.
Notice that Eric waited for Ryan to give Ryan that window in case he has an agile windup. Might want to discard.
Very true. Important in this format. A blue lead with speed, so he does have a way to do multiple actions in this turn. Not the most impressive action, but something nonetheless. Better than just using 2 cards and burning 1 and arsenaling 1.
Yeah, Ryan definitely drew kind of a clunker here. I think there were 3 blues in his hand. He has a blue rally the rear guard and a pair of wage mites both blue and yellow. So he's only going to be able to represent 7 plus the 1 from the might, so 8 damage. What am I saying? That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
And he's set up for next turn too with an agility token. So
yeah, that is really nice. Eric will have to block 3 cards here and hang on to 1. Because Ryan has an agility, do you think Eric is more interested in setting up an arsenal or a high riser if all else is equal?
probably high riser, but you make it sound like blocking 8 with 3 cards is just a casual thing people do in this format. He might not have 2-3 blocks.
Hey, that's a great point. 3 blocks are a luxury. In Eric's hand, we see at least 2 blocks. So I think maybe he's going to have to end up giving 3 or even all 4 cards to cover this.
I think if he gives 4 cards, that will be devastating.
Yeah, 3 would be much cleaner. I think maybe it's going to have to be 3, but take a point of damage. Oh, the might was wagered. So Eric, oh, he did have 3 blocks. Okay, this is really big for him. As long as he has a blue left and he could swing that hammer for 4, this is very critical that he had 2-3 blocks to help cover that up.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're going to see what's going to happen very quickly. But I think Ryan's still in the driver's seat. If he blocks a 1-card, 3-card hand with an agility, he's still in a good spot.
Yep, absolutely. He can go big play into claw or claw into big play. He's got at least 1 3-block there in the starting stake. So feeling comfortable, but this is definitely becoming quite close. I wonder if Eric ever manages to get off a pint of strong and stout. That gives him 2 block with his shoes, and then maybe he'll be able to make something of the tokens.
Yeah, that definitely would help if he just, blocks 3 cards, plays the pint, prays that Ryan can't use a 4-card hand. Ryan's in a weird spot here, because if he blocks with that 3-block... Yeah, and he is blocking with it.
So he's taking 1. Both players are going to be down to 2 now, sitting at 5 and 1, trying to edge out their chance to be locked in for day 2. We're heading over to Ryan's turn with a 3-card hand.
Yeah, and Ryan, did he take a point of damage? I'm not sure. Was he at 3 or 2?
He was at 3.
Okay.
He went down to 2.
Take a point of damage.
So it looks like a wild ride and a rising speed and maybe a resource card. Starting off with that rising speed for 5, so then he'll have the option of just Arsenal red wild ride or go ahead and swing that claw for 3, depending on how Eric blocks.
He has to get a little intel here. Coming in for 5 is notably 1 point less than actually if he had led with the wild ride.
True. True. And there's pretty much no risk leading with the wild ride because you have an agility in play. You can always pitch your second card to claw no matter what happens, maybe get a might token. So I wonder if this means Ryan is leaning toward arsenaling since he chose to play it like this.
Ooh. If he had actually gone with the wild ride, it would have been a clean block for Eric. But instead, Eric takes a point of this 5 ends up being somehow a breakpoint here.
Yeah, because of the test of strength, and the rest of Eric's cards are 2 blocks. So all
blocks,
Ryan has to do is swing the claw, and he's going to strip 2 cards from Eric. But I wonder
I think Eric has to know this.
Yeah, here it is. There's not really a better way you can block this. Just kind of unfortunate for Eric the way these breakpoints line up. And he's going to go back to his card, or his turn 6 with only 1 card. Is it a blue to swing the high riser? Looks like he's moving toward the pitch zone. I think he is going to just swing in for 3.
I want to say that pitching that wild ride there with that blue 5, and the card before was a blue 5, like, Ryan's kind of set himself up for this second cycle, like, kill turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. And maybe that's what he's thinking, doing like a slightly less efficient play, but he thinks he has so much control, he's in the driver's seat, he just wants to make sure he has enough power in deck to close it out, because it is always possible that these endgame grinds could go to the Guardian fatiguing you.
And I do feel like he got rewarded, too, because Eric had that test of strength and a 2-block, and he would have loved to block 6 there.
Yeah, it would have ended up being the same result for Eric.
No, it was actually worse because he had to put two blocks in from the claw, and he took a point of damage from the 5.
Yeah.
So by going 5 into 4, somehow it was slightly better. Sorry, it was the same. It was the same amount of value because he overblocked the claw and took a point of damage from the 5. If Ryan had done the other line with 6 into 3, Eric still would have taken a point of damage.
Yep, same result, but this way gets to keep a wild ride in the deck.
Yeah.
On Ryan's side here, it looks like we have 2 different 2-for-6s as well as a blue, so he just has to decide which one he wants to play out now versus which one he wants to hold in Arsenal. I think it's a Rawhide Rumble and a Pack Hunt. So
I think there's a lead with Heart there, so I think he may be able to...
I think that
it's a Rawhide Rumble. I'm sorry, you're correct.
No worries. We are coming in for 6 with an Intimidate. Going to snatch one of those cards. We're rolling for it. And, it is always possible that Eric's hand actually can't block enough to live here. Very unlikely, though. Probably will have at least 3 2 blocks.
So the Reinforced line was intimidated.
And He does have that pint of strong and stout we were talking about, but he has at least one other 2 blocks.
Oh, no, but he doesn't have an additional 3 block there. So that Intimidate actually did some amount of work because otherwise Eric could have had a clean 2-card block on that 6 and been able to have 2 cards and maybe even almost win the tempo back.
Yeah, what's that last card in his hand there?
Reinforce the line.
Yes.
Ryan actually, as a heads up play, should maybe even know that it's a reinforced line because it was revealed off the clash that netted him a gold token from the Test of Strength.
That's true. If Ryan remembers that, that might influence the way he plays these next couple turns, assuming it keeps hiding an arsenal there. We finally hit this situation that I keep thinking might come up where Ryan has a full 5-card hand and no way to get go again.
Oh, what a good draw right there.
That is a really nice draw. That at least lets him use more than 2 cards in his hand here. He's going to be able to swing for 6, make an agility and a might for the next turn. He still will end up, unfortunately, burning one of his cards without really doing anything. But, oh, he can beat chest for Intimidate, of course.
Oh, I thought he was going to swing claw and do the trick, but I guess one thing I did want to say is his deck is getting kind of small.
That's true, yeah. I think being aware of fatigue is very important in this late game. We saw him pitch a Wild Ride, which is something that can help a lot to prevent that, but he needs to be conscious of it. Hopefully he can remember where some of his key pieces are in his stack to set up one final kill turn if the game continues dragging on like this.
And I think what Eric really wants here is I kind of want to hold on to that reinforced line. You know what I mean?
I think so too. Yeah, if he can continue to stay alive.
Be able to. He got 2 blocks and a 3 block in his hand, and he's facing 6.
All right, well, yeah, from Eric's side, you're kind of faced with, you don't really have that much choice. You just play the hands how they come, but you can still reasonably threaten to start taking cards from your opponent if you ever get a window, but your more likely win condition is just keep blocking and see if they run out first. We don't know the player's deck sizes. It is always possible that the Kayo will actually fatigue the Betsy, but...
Absolutely. It just feels like it's, and this is just, from our overhead eagle's eye view, but it does seem like Ryan has less cards.
I think so too, and if Eric has a 3-card hand that plays nicely, this reinforce the line would be a great spot to try to take some tempo and swing for his own big attack.
I absolutely think he's going to reinforce the line here. I don't think he's going to. Oh,
Block 3.
Yeah, he is reinforcing here.
Ryan's thinking. He's basically just waiting on that agile windup. He's going to make an agility at some point. And that's 7 block on 6, so definitely stopping it. We know there are no attack reacts from Ryan's side. Just going to discard and snatch that agility token into play.
Yeah, Ryan is all set for next turn, but Eric does have a 3-card hand, and that is menacing.
Yeah, what are these cards in Eric's hand? We've got a red Rally, a yellow Mighty Windup. Okay, so no 3-card play, but he is going to be able to swing for 6, take hopefully 3 cards from Ryan. If you're Eric, you really have to hope that there are not 2 3 blocks here, and Ryan is forced to give you several cards. He does always have that Sheltered Cove just in case he has a blue Wild Ride or Bear Fangs or something, but in this case looks like a pretty generic hand of 3 2-blocks and a 3-block, so he's only going to be able to hang on to one of these 4 blues.
He has a Rally the Rear Guard here, so he could block a Rally the Rear Guard, discard a 2-block, keep 2 cards.
Oh, Ryan's at 2, not 1. My apologies.
Yeah,
so he can... You're right, he can definitely keep 2 cards. If he wants to, he can go smash back Ailhorn, make tokens, or because he has an agility token, he could just play his arsenal and swing a claw. He has several choices available to him here.
Definitely think he wants to keep 2 cards here and go to 1. I think he's just trying to decide which 2 cards.
Absolutely, yeah. Eric's other card is a red Rally the Rear Guard, so that's just going to get parked in Arsenal, and the next time he's able to hang on to a card, he'll get to swing for 6 again, and then at that point, maybe Ryan will have so many 2-blocks that he ends up having to block with 3 cards. That's the dream when you swing 6s in this format, and honestly, I feel like it almost happens more often than not.
Ryan's only has blues in his hand, and it's making me start to wonder, I think he's already hit his stack. I think the next card or the card after that are probably his Wild Ride red.
I think so too. We're pretty deep in the game. All blues is a pretty good sign that we're there. And like we said, from our bird's eye view, it looks like Ryan's discard pile is much bigger than his deck at this point.
And his deck just looks very thin. I'm willing to, I guess, just make guesses. It's probably 6 or 7 cards left at max.
Yeah, I think so too. Ryan's just taking his time here, making sure he's blocking with the right blues. Now that we have so few cards left in deck, he's trying to think about the next couple turns, make sure what he pitches is what he wants to draw if we do end up in one of these close fatigue scenarios. And I think Smashback Ailhorn is something that it makes a lot of sense to hang on to. It's a go-again play. It's one of your few remaining ways to create agility tokens, which of course allow you to have those big push turns.
Yeah, this is a cool part of Flesh and Blood that, it's kind of unique to the game. The cards that he chooses to block with and or not block with are incredibly important here. Those are going to be the cards he's going to see very soon.
And he has actually decided to block with Smashback here, so just valuing keeping attacks in his deck. Maybe that'll help him win clashes. There are different things he could be thinking about here, but both players are down to 1. This is as close as it gets. They both have equipment in play that can be used defensively, but neither one inherently provides value. It's unlikely that Eric's stand ground is going to get 2 tokens in play. It might get 1 at some point and at least give him a breakpoint.
Oh boy, so you know how in Flesh and Blood 4 is a breakpoint? When your opponent only has 2 blocks, 3 is a breakpoint.
That is right.
Coming in with that claw for 3.
That's the
Eric
fist bump.
Edged out.
Oh, and Ryan moves on to 6-1, locked for day 2. Whether he wins or loses the next one, he is drafting tomorrow. And if he wins, he's looking quite good going into the 9 rounds tomorrow.
X1 is a great record to be in at most rounds of a tournament. My heart still, of course, goes out to Eric. I wish him the best. I think he is probably one of the best performing Guardians still. I think Elly is still undefeated, I believe, but Eric, now sporting that X2 record, still can make it to day 2. But obviously, very proud of Ryan. Ryan, you rock. Thanks for representing New York City Flesh and Blood.
Yep, and go Eric. One of my friends. I feel like in that game, we didn't really get to see Betsy do her thing that much. Eric was playing a lot more defensively. That game felt like Kayo was kind of leading us a lot more of the time. Versus when we saw Elly play earlier, there was a lot of big swings of overpower. But I mean, both can happen. That game was still very close.
Yep. And I don't know if you saw, but Eric did flip his deck. He had 3 more cards left. He was also running out.
They were both very low then. Yeah.
And every card was a 2 block. His hand was 4 2 blocks. He had three more 2 blocks left. It's so funny how that becomes a thing, right? Like on second cycle, well, you've been blocking with the 3 blocks, and your deck ends up just filtering out all these 3 blocks, and you just have a pile of 2 blocks, and even 6. 6 was 3 cards. 5 would have been 3 cards at that point because he's at 1.
I think that's something cool about this format, that even though the games do near fatigue, and sometimes they end in fatigue, it is harder to force it to go there because of the density of 2 blocks. Unlike Tales of Aria that you guys were playing 2 years ago, it is way less common to get to your second cycle and still have hands of a reasonable number of 3 blocks.
Absolutely.
Elly is 7-0. We just got word she is the only undefeated Guardian remaining, I'm pretty sure. I will say I was looking around at the heroes at the top tables last round, and there are actually several Betsy's doing pretty well. None of them 7-0, though. Maybe we can get Elly on for round 8, or we might feature a player who's in a win-and-in situation. Okay, so apparently some of the Olympias are X1 as well, we're just hearing, and if they win, they are... Oh, wait, they're X1 after this round or before? Okay, so Olympias who are also already locked for day 2. We'll feature one of those, or maybe somebody who's on the verge. But yeah, we will be back.
We can get Olympia versus a Betsy. That'd be a cool thing, right?
That'd be sick.
I don't know.
I'd love to see that matchup. All right, so we are going to head into a video with Ethan and Mr. Michael Fung right here discussing Betsy and tips and tricks on how to play her in Sealed. We're going to cut to that, and then right after that, we're going to do the giveaway. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
She's the unmovable juggernaut of the ring and our head-smashing spectacle! Unfazed by wealth or glory, watch as she dances through the chaos, spending her winnings on wild bets and the finest booze. She thrives in the deathmatch arena, knowing victory is her everlasting companion. She's got skin in the game. It's Betsy!
Hey everybody, while the real life versions of us are off getting a much needed coffee break, I'm joined by Michael Fung to go over some of these Betsy limited tips that he's picked up in his time with Heavy Hitters Limited so far. So Michael, when you're trying to play a Betsy deck, what are some of the cards that you're looking for out of a sealed pool?
Definitely the Good Time Chapeau. I mean, that card could literally be a legendary. Honorable mention to Bet Big as well. Betsy's majestic specialization. And also another honorable mention to Stonewall Impasse, which is just a rare shield, but have had a lot of success with that shield as well, especially kind of getting to the second cycle, keeping track of the cards that might be on top of my deck, opponent's deck, and really getting that 2-in-1 value out of it.
Sweet. So then, what are some of the kind of the bulk core of a deck, right, is going to be built out of these commons? What are some of the commons that you really lean into, and what kind of play pattern does that force you into?
There aren't that many commons, and I think they kind of made the signpost pretty clear, but Concuss, Red, particularly, and Command Respect, both of these cards are block 3 attack actions that if their power is greater than their base, they have an additional effect that's usually discard or destroy an arsenal. These are extremely powerful, particularly when you pair them with Big Bop and Bigger Than Big. I mean, those two it's kind of become bread and butter of Betsy. You have an off turn where you just play a Big Bop or Bigger Than Big, hope your opponent doesn't have an agility token or some way to use their entire hand, and then you come next turn with a big Concuss or big Command Respect, overpowered and wagering, and that's just how you kind of get a big advantage in Betsy and really kind of pull ahead. Also, of course, got to say that the Wage series, so Wage Might and Wage Vigor, which are both hybrid cards, and the generic Wage Gold, all three of these are kind of just bread and butter cards. They're just good in general, but in Betsy, they're especially good because you can pay 2 more resources to give them Overpower and +1. They're some of my favorite cards to draft as well. They're just so efficient.
Sweet. Now, you had mentioned to me there was another standout rare of yours that really gets you excited to play Betsy in particular. What was it? There?
Yeah, we've kept chat mainly commons, though Wage Gold is a rare, but Smack of Reality.
Yes.
That card, it does work. Obviously, it was really innocuous when it was released in the Round the Table. People thought it might be seeing play in Starvo, but it's just really overperformed for me in this format. You big bop this thing, your opponent's not getting their agility token. They're just not able to use any of their might tokens. It's just so efficient. It's like the only one that I feel really like kind of gets above value, goes maybe even above rate. Especially if you can buff it up with another like 1 cost aura. It costing 5 is a little awkward because you want to pay 2 more resources for the overpower, but I've often just sent it in for 14, just been calling it a day. And I'll still wager it too. I'm like, 14. Show me what you got.
Right. Yeah, well, when you're sending that for so much damage, like it's probably getting across anyway, but then there's the dual use of, well, if it does come up that you can afford that overpower, holy moly, you've shortened the amount of life your opponent's playing with by, I mean, half right off the bat, which is some of like my favorite ways to play Betsy, because truly in this set, heavy hitters, she puts that namesake like right on her freaking forehead. She is the heavy
namesake. Yeah, she is the biggest heavy hitter in this format.
Absolutely.
Biggest numbers.
So then that's her strength, right? But what about some of her weaknesses as you play her in limited?
Well, both Guardians have this issue. No access to agility tokens, at least without using like down but not out, the rare. And so if your opponent just says pass, they block out the turn before, and you have 4 cards in your hand plus a card in arsenal, it might be a struggle to use all of those cards. It makes cards like Lead of Heart a little bit more flexible, I guess. It just gives you that flexibility to use your entire hand. These are kind of efficient, but they're not efficient in the same way because like a lot of your stuff costs 3 resources, like your weapon and Concuss and Command Respect. But in a pinch, it's a lot better than just straight intellect penaltying yourself. I have often intellect penaltied myself when I'm ahead as Guardian and just can't use my hand.
No, Michael. It's pitch stacking. Oh, I pitched.
Oh, it's pitch stacking. Yes,
a red and a blue this turn. Second cycle.
Yes, maybe for next cycle. That's my plan.
Sweet. Well, then, when you actually get to sit down in a draft, right, and have a bit more control, hopefully over the deck you're concocting here, what are some of the combos specifically that you want to be drafting towards? You mentioned like Big Bop combined with attacks. Is there anything a little bit more nuanced than that?
Yeah, so the other 2 things that are a little bit nuanced, they might be a little bit too, like they're just generic Guardian stuff, but I want to figure out a way, if I draft Stand Ground, the Guardian common leg piece, I want to figure out a way to make a Might and a Vigor token and then block with this.
Right.
And ideally, I want to be able to make a Might and a Vigor token again. So like the ale card, the Pint of Strong and Stout.
Oh, I love these.
That's an easy way to make both tokens. If you're able to, play this without paying too much life and then block with the legs, it's quite efficient. I don't know if it's necessarily a combo, but it's something I'm looking to do. And then I guess the other thing is just, I've also mentioned this, but just being able to draft these 7-powered wage cards. And sometimes I actually do pitch them to the second cycle. I just want to have one of these, or maybe I sometimes pitch like a yellow one, like a yellow wage gold. I just want to be able to close the game. Betsy, of course, great at closing games with Overpower, not that great at blocking. And honestly, the Brute class, often I find if they're fat decking or playing as many cards as I am, their attack actions are just as strong as ours, and they're often going to fatigue us by damage.
Right, and Brute's actually, if you're drafting for it, they have quite a range of access to 3 blocks as well. If you're Rhinar and just let Kayo take all the non-blocks, your deck actually looks really solid blocking wise.
Yes. 20 plus easily. 3 blocks.
Yeah. Well, so as we look at Betsy, as exciting as she is in limited, give me your hot take real quick on where you think she's going to land as we approach CC for heavy hitters.
All right, if you've ever overpowered a CNC from like 10 or 11, you feel on top of the world. Feels great. But that's kind of like her main gimmick besides just playing like a bet big. I don't find Overpower as powerful as Dominate, obviously. That's why they gave the +1. I don't think that Betsy's going to see that much play. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity costs in not playing Bravo. You lose Crippling Crush, Starstruck. And so for all those reasons, I don't really think she's going to make a lot of waves. She is quite fun. One of my favorite plays is playing like Money Where Your Mouth Is and then overpowering my Anathos for 7. I've done that a couple times. It's fun, but like I've made more gold for my opponents than for myself because they have a sink below in their art, or even a sink below in their hand. So,
unfortunate. So the money just isn't quite where her mouth is at the moment. But that's okay. Like you said, we've got battle-hardened Hartford to bring in some fresh CC results from the weekend. But there's that and more coming with the broadcast this week. So with that, we'll be right back with the Calling Hartford.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Calling Hartford. We are getting ready for the last round of Swiss on day 1. We're going to have a Kayo versus Kassai here in the Heavy Hitter Sealed format. But before that, we have a giveaway for you guys. It is time to raffle off this Go Again event package for Pro Tour LA. It's going to be a playmat with Balance of Justice art, also the sleeves with that art, as well as some promos and event vouchers for that weekend. So if you want to be entered in this giveaway, please go into the chat right now and type LA. That is how you enter. LA, 2 letters, Los Angeles. That is where the Pro Tour is going to be hosted. Everybody, head to chat and type LA.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome thing. I want to type LA in the chat. Are we allowed to type LA in the chat? I don't think we're allowed.
Said no. We don't get to participate.
Well, shucks. I mean, let me message someone real quick. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, super exciting package. Thank you guys for sticking around for what now? Almost 8 rounds of. I feel like we've been covering this thing since I was born. I mean, like just it's been a long day, but really rewarding. Lots of cool rounds, and we gotta thank you guys for sticking around. And that's what we're doing with a little giveaway. I think this is sponsored by LSS, so really fun gift.
Yeah, thank you to them. It's been a pretty cool day. Definitely a long day of Sealed, but like a lot of interesting matches, a lot of cool decisions by players throughout. I feel like this format gives you a lot of opportunities to make kind of weird, unorthodox plays. And as a commentator, it's been really cool to see that happen and then kind of break down why.
Like, it's like these plays that are not intuitive, and I can't think of another format that had all of these like weird things that just they don't seem right.
Yeah,
blocking with your equipment for 0 value. When the value is actually just getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Like those plays are all like very like. What's the best way to describe this?
Kind of counterintuitive.
Counterintuitive, but they're also these plays that players are making this prediction in the future. They have foresight. This is not their first rodeo. One of the best ways you get in this habit of blocking your equipment and getting rid of it is, well, you got down but not outed once, and you realize what you could have done to have avoided that.
Yep.
And a lot of those plays are like just net 0 plays, like blocking with the headliner helm. Like you're like, man, I never would have been able to block this for 1. Might as well block for 0 while it's 0, instead of keeping it around and becomes like a negative.
Yep.
Because it turns on they're down but not out.
Playing around down but not out, choosing when to pop those equipment that give you 1 token. You were talking about arsenal management is a huge thing.
Yep. The set's just honestly like. I did really poorly when I first started playing it, but as I've been playing it more and more, I feel like I've been able to learn more. So,
yeah.
By the way, for those who are still here, type LA in the chat if you haven't already for the giveaway, the Go Again event package.
That's right. We're going to drop the giveaway in 1 minute. So if you have not yet, please go into the chat and type LA.
LA,
Los Angeles, Pro Tour Los Angeles, Go Again event package, $150 value, 2 bronze event vouchers, 2 silver, lots of other things, cool goodies. Go type LA.
Where we will be playing both Classic Constructed, but also Heavy Hitters Limited. Of course, we'll be drafting there. We'll be doing draft pods, so not sealed, draft, which, of course, is what we're also going to be doing tomorrow as players start making day 2. We have obviously a lot of players who are locked. Don't worry, we are featuring 2 players who are in a win-and-in situation.
I think that's the most exciting for the final round of Swiss. We're going to have 2 heroes. I think it's a Kassai versus Kayo.
Yep.
Both of them are 5-2, so if they win, they're locked in. If they lose, they are likely out. And yeah, I think like part of why this event is so exciting to tune into, to play, to be here casting is because LA is coming up.
Yeah.
And RTN season is Heavy Hitters Draft, so this is just the beginning.
And we'll get to do this again next week, actually, in the Calling Liverpool.
That's true.
Same format, Heavy Hitters Seal Day 1, Heavy Hitters Draft Day 2. Same big top prize for first place. The gold foil extended art, beautiful, gorgeous balance of justice featured here on this Go Again event package, actually.
That is right. I think it is just about time to raffle. So if you have not typed LA in the chat, this is your last chance.
You lose,
go do it. We're waiting on Ethan to give us the go-ahead on the giveaway, but it is about time. We've got a lot of entrants. We've got 3 promos, 4 vouchers, playmat, sleeves, drum roll, please.
Shin!
Congratulations, you win the giveaway. 1 Go Again event package for LA. Congratulations.
Hope to see you there at LA.
Yeah, he and I will be there. I just gestured. He and I will be there. It's going to be a fun time. We'll all be there. Whoever's over there will probably be there too. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this Pro Tour. Still have a lot of work to do on the CC format. It feels like, unlike a lot of metas, honestly, we're kind of starting with limited this time.
Yeah.
With
and
these
I
3
think that's
callings.
part of what the limited callings tend to do. And I think I actually kind of enjoy starting with the limited calling because that gives people time to play with the new cards and figure out, oh, do I even want to play this card in Classic Constructed? Maybe it's not even that good. Gives people the time to experiment and really enjoy this set. But Pro Tour LA is coming. It's very soon.
Yeah.
We're already in February. It's coming basically the third week of March. Like we have like what 6.5 weeks?
Less than 2 months away.
Yeah.
Yep. It also is cool. It gives us kind of a chance to watch the CC meta start to develop before we dive too far in. Like tomorrow, the Battle Harden is going to be CC.
Yeah.
That's going to be recorded and released on Savage Feats a week from now. So those games are not being streamed live.
That's Xing, the Xing.
Yeah, sorry, I lost the comment, but Shinsung, the top 8.
Yeah, he made
player?
top 8 at Worlds.
Top 8 Worlds player, really?
He's the finalist.
He was finalist at Worlds this year.
Hey, well, congrats. There you go.
Congrats. We'll definitely be seeing him at LA. I hope. Please.
I bet. I hope so. But yeah, congratulations. We've got one Go Again package given away.
Yeah. And we do have another giveaway tomorrow. Not sure if we can. Tomorrow we'll be giving away a Fabled package for those who tune into the stream. So definitely, mark your calendars and come in. Tomorrow we'll be starting at, I believe, 10 again. I want to say.
Tomorrow's going to start a little bit earlier, but
that's right. There's a draft.
Yeah, players have to have time to draft, which we're going to cover later in the day.
Yeah. We'll record and review it later, basically. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for now, we have done our giveaway. We are getting ready for the final round of Swiss today. Round 8, we're going to jump into the table. It's Kayo versus Kassai. Cody Williams on the left, Rody Berg on the right. Rody I just met this weekend. We got to play a draft with him yesterday.
We did an on-demand with him.
He was my first opponent in that.
Thrown right into the furnace. That was a terrifying pod. I played Michael Hamilton round 1, and round 2 I played Brody Spurlock. So yeah, that was a great pod for me.
It was a fun time. I got to play with you, play with Rody, played Roger technically in the finals. We didn't actually end up playing that game because we all wanted to head out at that point. But Cody as well, a decorated player, had a lot of results with Chain back in the day.
Yep.
And has continued showing up since then. I believe he recently made top 64 at the World Championship this year in Barcelona.
He also he's one of the OGs. He's been playing as long as I've been playing, made top 8 with me at that first US Nationals in 2021. We were both on the same deck. We were both on Chain. We were the only 2 Chain players in that top 8, infested with Briars or Fire Briars, and of course Alexi, Isaac, Jessen. And I had to play against him in the semis, and I knocked him out. And just a super solid player. I know he's kind of been a Chain player. Then he played Prism with me. We made 9th and 10th at Pro Tour Lille, and he's been kind of looking for a hero to main since then. We've feeling a little lost after Prism and Chain LL'd. So looks like he's been doing decently well this weekend with Kassai.
Yeah, here he is sitting in sealed. Maybe one of these new heavy hitters heroes is going to be his next go-to main in CC.
Yeah.
You never know. Both of these players are hanging on by a thread, doing really well, but they need to win this game if they want to advance to day 2. The loser will be knocked out. The winner will get to continue on to draft. So it looks like Cody is going first in this game. We've got Kassai and Kayo. Both players have a pretty full equipment suite, which is nice to see. Hey, yep, there's that knucklehead, that legendary hat, as we call it. It blocks for 3.
I would say that Cody is definitely, a little disadvantaged from the equipment suite loadout. He has 2 conditional block ones.
Yeah, whereas Rody has this kind of ideal brute loadout, has 2 temper 2s if that raw meat can block twice, as well as 2 flexible equipment pops. Cody does have the Vigor Girth and the flat trackers, but yeah, those skull cap equipment, as we like to call them, are not nearly as strong as something like a specialization hat.
Or just a Iron Rot gauntlet.
Yeah, true. It is funny how we go from, we have one set of equipment that's even better than Iron Rot and one that is just, struggling to be Iron Rot.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of a disparity. Cody starts with that Saber, innocuous. Oh,
that is a lot of damage.
So it's a blue and a yellow, so Rody takes 2 damage.
Okay, so not too unreasonable. He chose to hang on to the rest of his hand instead of trying to overblock it all. I wonder if part of that was if everything else in his hand is an attack action, he doesn't want to turn on those engagements and allow Cody to make tokens. So he'd rather risk a little bit of leak damage than setting up an agility, for example.
Yeah, but setting up an agility is also what Rody did, as when Cody went to close the combat chain, Rody was like, wait, I have an agile windup.
That is right. That's one of the best things you can have on turn 0 if you're the player going second. And I don't know what it is, but we've seen that so many times today on feature. People keep doing it, and it's really nice to see. It means Rody's going to be able to use his whole hand nicely, hopefully.
I mean, it's not too big of a surprise. It is probably the best common in KO, and you're going to play every single agile windup you see. And that was actually, you mentioned it's a really good card on turn 0. I mean, it's even better on turn 1 when your opponent doesn't have an action point left and can't threaten more damage.
Yeah, 100%. All colors of that card are great in KO. The blue is a 6 because of KO's static ability. Right now, we're coming in with a Rawhide Rumble for 7 go again off of that agility token. Lead with Power set us up with a Might, as you can see in the bottom corner there for next turn. And no Beat Chest here, so no Intimidate, just a solid 7 go again, potentially following this up with a Claw after.
Yeah, and Cody, of course, I think by losing the dice roll, I imagine he probably lost the dice roll, and Rody elected to go second here. Immediately, a little bit under the back foot here.
Yeah, blocking with a 2-block here, which is never what we want to see, but it's probably just the only way he can make his hand function. Taking 5, so notably, if Rody does choose to swing a Claw here, both of those Skullcap equipment are turned on, and Cody can cash them in for life right away.
Yeah.
And also, speaking of equipment, Rody's got a Might and Agility sitting there, so he is going to be able to block with this Raw Meat. He does not have an Arsenal, so no particular reason for making the Agility except for just turning on that Raw Meat. It's probably what he's thinking here.
Yeah, absolutely. No hesitation there by Cody. Just blocking with that Headliner Helm and Ticket Puncher. He's a veteran of this format. You can tell.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Just get him out of there. Block with him while you can. Heading over to Cody's turn, he's got a 4-card hand, including his arsenal. One of those is a Goblet of Blood-Run Wine, which can make him some tokens. It looks like his only blue pitch card, though, so yeah, we're just going to be pitching that. Firing off a Draw Swords. So Cody's Sabers are going to cost 0 this turn because of Kassai's ability. He drew some color of Agile Windup, but I can't tell.
I think it was yellow, I want to say.
Yellow might actually end up being perfect here. If Rody does block with an attack action card, this could be great. Cody could fire off both of the attack reactions in his hand and make multiple tokens.
Oh, no, I think he has a some type of like red attack action that costs 3. And like some type of engagement.
I see. So just one attack reaction then.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to pitch that yellow potentially to get in 3 more damage.
Makes sense. So this is one way that warrior players can set up their turn so that any draw is fine. If you're
exactly.
Just like whatever card you draw, it's getting pitched. Doesn't matter. Maybe it's a rare or a red rather, and you end up swapping it with what you were gonna arsenal. But Cody is insulated from any potential bad draws as long as they pitch for 1. Rody's just blocking with equipment here, so no token's gonna be created from the engagement. But we are still gonna go +3, leak for 4, and it looks like we're gonna have both players at life total parity after this hit.
And it was an actual red Agile Windup. Deck's still blue. That's kind of where you want your red 3-cost 7s. That second cycle that, we've been seeing quite often, actually. I want to say, like, every other game feels like it goes to the second cycle.
I think so. Most of them do, and that tells us that Cody's got something nice in his arsenal if he's willing to arsenal it over a red Agile Windup. It's got to be a pretty solid card.
And he also did block with a trade-in, so he was just swimming in good red cards.
Yeah, unfortunately, they all blocked 2, but otherwise all very strong. Rody rather, has upgraded. Last turn, we saw a yellow lead with power. This turn, we are up to a red, so +3 with an additional +1 from the Might token that popped. And that's a Bare Fangs. That's quite a strong KO card.
It's the risky Bare Fangs. We're unsure if we'll be able to claw after this.
That is, well, it has an agility, so we should be safe. If we have a red, we can arsenal it. If we have a resource card, we can claw no matter what. And in this case, we did hit the 6, so we're going to get a second Might for next turn. And this Bare Fangs is going to be coming in for 11 go again. Nothing to scoff at all. I would say Rody is kind of in the driver's seat right now, putting so much damage on the table. Both players are at
a lot of damage. I mean, Bare Fangs is the type of card that if you hit on the discard, it's just so above rate.
It really is. Even the yellow like this, I actually, in some cases, prefer the yellow to the red. Just having a flexible pitch card, not being able to block red Bare Fangs, it feels like it kind of can only serve one purpose, which is unplaying it.
Right.
And yellow Bare Fangs a little more flexible. Do you happen to know what that last card is in Rody's hand?
I'm not even sure if he knows. It's a random discard. I'm just kidding. I think he actually hasn't looked at it at all since the random discard. So to me, that means he discarded the top card of his deck. And it kind of makes sense to me. I don't really want to arsenal a blue Wage Might,
Yep, agree.
So aspirationally, I think it's probably a 6. And I don't think it's a blue. That's what I can kind of guess from basically his mannerisms and the fact that I really don't think he even picked it up to look at it after the presenting it for a random discard.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. So likely just going to get parked in the arsenal there.
Yeah.
Cody maybe can come to the same conclusions and knows that if he wants to block, he needs to block now. There's a 3-block.
It could also be a yellow that says go again. He might just be clawing with it, or maybe Wage Might was the card in his hand and he just wanted to claw.
Oh, I kind of like this play from Cody. He's going to use this Slap Happy to stop 2 damage, make a Vigor. That Vigor's going to let him just cleanly swing a sword, and he's just blocking with the rest of his cards, saying, you know what, this is the only way I'm going to get value out of my Vigor, and you currently don't have an Agility, so I'm just going to force you to use your next hand or maybe block my Saber, which is a little minus for you to have to like block a full card to stop 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. Looks like he does go for that Claw, which this is a lot of damage this turn.
It was, yeah. Cody's down to 9 with no hand. Both players still have a couple points of equipment block left in play, but equipment's pretty neutral. Life totals are swung in Rody's favor, and it's going to be his turn next. So I would say he's like a little bit ahead in this game. Kayo's looking good.
Yeah, and this Vigor token, letting him swing a Saber for quote-unquote free, is nice. A Kassai ability is active. I think that's the first time I've seen this. Maybe first, maybe not. Activate on stream.
I think it is, yeah. No Kassai has been activated yet.
Cody is saying, either block this or give me a gold.
Yeah, I wonder what his arsenal is. I don't remember. He's going to make an agility token for next turn. He's going to swing the Saber. There's no possible attack reaction he could use here, so Rody just has to be able to give up 1 card to stop this. Or 2 pieces of equipment if he likes.
And Rody doesn't have an agility token, so maybe this is actually like a good thing for Rody. Like maybe he doesn't mind blocking this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to throw that blue pack hunt. Centauri Saber goes to 3, blocking for 3. That works out. And then we are back to his turn, 14-9. 2 might tokens pop to buff up the next attack. And he has a couple options. Looks like a Rising Power and most likely just throwing this Wage Agility for 8.
Well, oh, it is a blue trade-in. Okay, I thought that it was a red trade-in, so he was going to send in the other one. But okay. Is he wagering the agility?
Looks like he is reaching for the token.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Cody already has one.
Yep, this is one of those spots where it's just kind of free to wager the agility. Something we haven't seen come up today is when you have the overcome equipment that blocks for the token that your opponent's deck can't create.
Yeah.
It can be really fun to wager with them that token and then say, you know what? If you don't block, I get the token. If you do block, I get 2 life.
I see that happen a lot more in draft.
Yeah.
I'll be a warrior and I'll draft the Vigor chest, the confront adversity, and then wage Vigors become a lot better, a little bit more attractive.
For sure, 100%. So we are wagering agility. Cody's got to think here. He has that 1 Vigor Girth to help with break points if he needs. We can't see what his 4-card hand is. If he were to have like a block card plus a 3 block plus that equipment, that'd be the cleanest way to cover up 8. But that would require a pretty above average blocking hand for this limited format.
Yeah. Can't just take for granted that 3 cards block 8 in this format. That's for sure.
Definitely not. Sometimes 4 cards don't even block 8. That's pretty rare, but we've seen it happen.
Yeah. I mean, that's brute life typically.
On Rody's side, he's got 1 card chilling in hand. We know it is a yellow Rising Power, I believe, so that's just going to go into Arsenal.
Yep.
There's no agility for next turn for Rody unless this hits. So it is possible Cody wants to go for a sort of block out line. Say, you don't get the agility. I'm not going to attack you much. Show me you can do something.
Yeah. I think I'll be hard pressed to see Cody block out all of his cards because he does have, of course, that agility token already, and you'd really want to tackle his sabers.
Yeah. So wants to at least keep a resource card, swing twice,
and that's efficient. That's basically, Titan's Fist.
Standing order. Yep.
But much more annoying than Titan's Fist. I mean, 2 and 2. Who wants to block that?
2 and 2, and your 2 block attack action cards don't work. Yeah, it's pretty good. Cody has 3 blocks here, so covers it up, gets a 2nd agility for himself, but of course, more importantly, just denies the agility for the KO player.
Yeah. And I think we're going to see that happen tomorrow as well, that the warrior class typically is one of the better classes at blocking in this format.
Yep, I think so. I think it's probably the best. Guardian is good as well. I think Guardian and Brute both have ups and downs. Brute, of course, has some no blocks.
Yeah. Interesting. So decided to basically keep Adrenaline Rush in here in his deck when he could have blocked with it, and I know that one of the 3 blocks was yellow. So honestly, immediately as his opponent, if I were Cody's opponent here, I would be thinking about why did Cody decide to not block with this blue Adrenaline Rush?
Yeah, I think there is something to be said for Kassai's hero ability. Just filling your graveyard with yellows.
Absolutely.
Can be pretty relevant for that. But I agree, oftentimes it's a 3 block might be better in your second cycle than a random blue.
Well, he might want that resource to do things.
That's true. I don't know what cards he's been pitching recently, but yeah, I bet the biggest factor in this decision was just wanting to fill the graveyard with reds and yellows for Kassai.
Yeah. He might have a 1-cost reaction in his arsenal as well.
That's
or like
true.
a Hold'em or an Edge Head, and he wants to see how Rody blocks this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the arsenal is. Cody does have access to that Vigor Girth. He can pop it at any time if he has some play that he thinks he's going to need a Vigor next turn, or he can just hang on to it to block a breakpoint. I think so far in the game, what he's done has made sense. Just hang on to it, see what happens. We'll probably find a time later when it makes sense to cash it in.
A little slower for them, yeah.
Rody's hand right now is a Pack Hunt, I believe yellow, a red Trade-In, which I really like trying to get into my arsenal, and a red Wage Might. So it looks like he did not block that last attack, and at this point, maybe he's just pitching 2 cards to play that Wage Might?
For 7, yeah. I've seen worse things. Yeah, it seemed like Rody was really not in the business of blocking last turn. He maybe made a read that Cody had a 1-cost reaction in his arsenal and didn't want to trigger it. All of his cards are attack actions.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something to think about. If he had tried to play out his arsenal, it would have required blocking a virtual 1 with his Wage Might.
Absolutely.
And then, yeah, potentially giving the ability for Cody to create a token or something. I think this is reasonable. There's a solid argument. He did wager the Might and get blocked out, so Cody's going to get a free +1 going into his turn number 4 here.
Sure.
This is the final round of the Heavy Hitters Sealed Calling here in Hartford. These players are playing their winning in. The winner is going to make it into day 2. The loser is out. So pretty high stakes here. Life totals are looking close. I would say Rody was a little bit ahead in the beginning and does still have some equipment, does still have more of a life total to play with, but Cody's kind of starting to claw it back.
And Cody is taking that My token and sending back 8, 2-card 8. What does that remind you of?
Wounded Bull. Wounded Bull. Coming in for 8. He is wagering a Vigor. So it's interesting on the Kayo side, if Rody were to block with 3 cards.
I think he has a total of 6 block in his hand because he has a Wild Ride. No, I'm so sorry. That's a Pack Call that blocks 3. But I'm not sure blocking 8 is in the cards for him.
7 block, but when you're on Cody's side trying to consider whether to wager or not, there's always the fear that Rody might block 3 cards, hang on to something like a blue plus a Wild Ride, and you could be allowing him to do like a 2-card 10 if he were to hit a 6 and then swing that Mandible Claw. I think Brutes are secretly some of the best Vigor users, which maybe is why they don't create Vigors, but it can be very dangerous to offer one up for a Brute to grab.
I definitely feel that way about both the Brute class and the Guardian class. Guardian class getting an Agility token could be terrifying. And the Brute class getting a Vigor token. I don't feel that way as much about the My tokens. My tokens are just
they're a little more generic.
Yeah. Everyone basically benefits roughly the same.
Yeah.
From My token.
Yeah, equipment bonuses aside. So we're headed back over to Rody's. Rody's turn. He's starting off with a Wild Ride.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he needed to pitch first. So just a little mishap here. These are new cards. It's easy to just make a simple physical mistake. We're just going to ask a judge the best way to proceed from here. I think Rody put the card that he drew back on top and hopefully hasn't seen it yet. So hopefully not too much damage needs to be undone. But just
Definitely
a quick
don't think he saw it yet. He kind of like put it in his hand, and I do think he did like almost like a mixing motion, but then kind of undid it.
The judges will have to get a quick statement from both players, see what we think happened, and they have all sorts of policy for this kind of stuff. They'll know how to fix it. So we'll just take a second to analyze the game state here. Both players have an arsenal. It's Rody's turn leading off with this Wild Ride. He has 2 equipment block left in play, but we're not sure if he's ever going to get the raw meat value. Cody's got a Vigor. It's kind of close. What are you thinking, Michael?
I'm thinking Rody is in a potentially great or potentially bad situation here. If he misses on this Wild Ride,
that's probably game over.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good time. But if he hits and puts Cody in a blocking situation, I think Cody's happy to block with his entire hand. So if I were Cody, honestly, I wouldn't feel too bad right here. I think I'm in a decent spot. It really depends on the total block value of my current hand. If it's all 2 blocks, I'm feeling less hot.
Yep, I agree. I think if the Wild Ride whiffs, it's looking really bad for Rody, but as long as it hits, it seems like this game is probably going to end up being another one of those really tight, close-end games.
Absolutely.
And, okay, so we are moving along. We got a ruling from the judges. Or maybe they're still double-checking. They're trying to just figure out what happened. It's always complicated in these situations when it's like kind of looking at extra cards. You want to know, first of all, is the card on top still the card that was on top? What has Rody seen? Like, of course, he's seen his hand, but did he see that card on top?
Right.
what has touched what. So judges are just going over, getting statements from both players. This should be a relatively easy fix, but we just want to make sure we get all the information to resolve it as best as possible.
I'm not sure this is that easy of a fix. Mainly because Rody, and I feel like he's admitting to this, but he basically kind of did a light shuffle.
Yeah.
And then take backsies, and I think that because of that light, like if he just put the card on top of his hand and then didn't do any other action, and maybe Cody can also verify that, yeah, that is the top card of his deck, it would simplify things, but when you take a little bit of action there, it does make things a little murky.
Yeah, you're right. My hope would be that we just know that top card is the top card and it's isolated, but if not, we might get into another one of those situations where Cody's going to get to choose a card, which would definitely be unfortunate for Rody, but we have to do that just to make sure that there is no shenanigans going on where Rody has seen and then making a choice.
And I am not a judge, but I have seen a fix for this where the judge rolls a dice.
Oh, really?
Says that's the top card. I've seen that happen, but I don't know if it's correct. So chat, correct me, or you've read more of the CR, but I've never read something in the CR that described the situation before, because it's a very specific situation.
Yeah, it's very odd. You want to make sure it's handled in such a way that no advantage can be gained, but you also want to be as graceful as possible to the players. And I think the rules and policy are always evolving, just trying to make these things as clean as possible for the players and judges.
Absolutely.
That's why we're taking a pause here. We want to let the judges get a clear statement from both players, decide what happened, and then use that, reference the tournament rules and policy, and deliberate on what the best way forward is.
Absolutely. And I think that Rody would have wanted to pitch the blue block 3 in his hand and keep 2 6s. Looks like we are getting a fix.
All right, judges are taking the cards away. I agree for sure. He would want to. Was the blue card not a 6?
I think it was a 4, but I don't remember.
So it seems pretty clear.
It was also his only 3 blocks, so I think he had to make some decisions, because if he had blocked that card, his turn would have been a lot different.
Yeah. Once we got to his turn, it seems like pretty clear what his intentions were.
Absolutely.
And hopefully that'll help in getting just a simple, quick fix to this, but it's understandable if the card has shifted around and we can't be sure which one it is, if the judges need to let Cody choose or use some other form of randomness to make sure that no advantage was gained for Rody. Looks like we are back at the table here with our feature match judge, and we are getting a final answer on how to proceed from this point. The top card is going back on top. Rody's got his same 3 cards in hand. Looks like Agile Windup. Is there still a blue in his hand?
I stand corrected. Maybe there was never a blue in his hand.
So we see a red pack call.
I thought it was a blue pack call, but even that would have been a 5/6. So yeah, the only resource card in his hand is that yellow Agile Windup, the red pack call, and a red Mighty Windup.
Yeah, so lots of reds here. Looks like he will be pitching the Agile Windup. Did you say that? I can't tell the pitch. You said it looks like a yellow.
I think it's yellow, red, red. Red pack
call.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, so
we got word from Ethan that it looks like a blue in the front. So if it is blue, red, red, then it seems extremely clear which card Rody would have intended to pitch. Yeah. I think the judges are chatting with him about, most likely at this point, we're chatting about what the resolution is. I think we've probably gotten a statement from both players about what happened. It's very clear. And now we're just explaining the way forward and double-checking with Rody. Hey, does that make sense? Are we cool with this? We ready to continue the game?
It's been a bit. Does Rody still have that yellow Rising Power in his arsenal?
I think that is his arsenal because we see red Wage Might as the top card of his graveyard. And I remember him pitching red trade in and another yellow to play that out.
Absolutely. So there is a world where if he draws a blue after pitching this blue and discards one of these 6s, that he can kind of, go nuts a little,
He could go seriously nuts here. That would be actually quite a difference. It's basically just +3 Mandible Claw, but it's kind of like earlier we were comparing if you miss on a Bear Fangs, you lose 3 value. Yeah. My token and +2. 3 is a lot. 3 is a full card in Flesh and Blood in a 20 life game. That's going to potentially make the whole difference.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like as long as he hits a 6, he's going to still be able to do relevant things and really pressure Cody's life total.
Yeah, this reminds me of the ball breaker plays that we'll sometimes see where you go go again, draw, discard, attack, and then I have 1 floating, and no matter what my hand ends up being, I can pitch to ball breaker.
Yeah.
Very similar with the Rising Power sitting in Arsenal.
I'm gonna jump in real quick. They can hear me. The card on top of the deck is a test of strength, by the way.
Oh, wow.
There is a miss now.
And oh, Rody, after all that, draws and discards the test of strength. That is not a 6. It is not an attack action card at all. So no might token is created, and that wild ride will not have go again. Oh, the potential for coolness on
Rody
this
can
turn
still
was so
discard the
high.
mighty windup and create one more might token. It's only one, but it's a lot better than 0 at this point.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I think that Kayo specifies the first time you discard a card with 6 or more, so I think it would actually still get the might from his ability as well. So that is a lot better than nothing. At least he has something.
You get 2 bites. Sorry, because of the KO ability plus, of course, the mighty windup.
Yeah, on Cody's side, you've got to feel really happy to see that block card.
I mean,
go.
I would feel stoked, but also a little devastated.
Just like for your opponent that they have to
Yeah.
go through that. Yeah, starting with 2 6s in hand and then drawing one of your few non-6s and hitting it in a 33% chance. It doesn't feel great.
Math has to be, I think, let's say he has like 2/3 of his deck are 6s, and then he has 3 cards in his hand. Like, that's like what? Like a 1/3 times a 1/3, so like a 1/9? Like, just like back at the envelope math.
Yeah, it's pretty low chance.
At the end of your turn.
Reminds me of another card. What's that card? Sonata Arcadin? I can't remember that card. Wasn't that good anyway. No one was playing it.
Michael is trolling. He remembers Sonata Arcanix. One of my
love-hate relationship.
Yeah. Back in the Runeblade days.
We just missed a little bit of that, but I believe Cody discarded an Agile Windup. I want to say, like, how did he get... Yeah, he discarded a yellow Agile Windup after Rody passed his turn because, well, Cody was probably planning on blocking it quite a bit and didn't really need to block as much.
Yeah, so the Agile Windup is a nice way for him to flexibly use his hand. I believe he's down to 7 here. We're just waiting on updated life totals because he only blocked 3 on that 5. Here's our second Kassai activation.
It was for 6. There was a might token involved as well.
Oh, great. So maybe he's down to 6 then.
Yeah.
Our second Kassai activation of the game and of the day. By Cody.
Kind of a menacing 2 go again. Cody only blocked of a single card, and he discarded a card, so he has 2 cards in hand plus a card in arsenal, and Rody is at 4.
Yeah, this is a scary spot. Gold token threatened on hit, death threatened if it hits for more than 4 or more than if you don't block it.
And I think his entire hand is attack actions, and I do not think he discarded that mighty windup before that turn ended. So Rody's in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, he's going to just have to hope here that his 3 blocks are enough and that Cody does not have any attack reactions. We saw a cut the deck yellow get blocked, so that is looking like kind of a grim hope. But hey, you never know. You always have to play to your outs. Oh, it looks like Rody is considering overblocking this attack.
Yeah, I think it's all a matter of perspective, right? Like, is he going to try to bait out that attack? Is he going to try to just there's a lot of things that he's probably thinking right now, and I wouldn't blame him for also just feeling a little frustrated.
Yeah, for sure. I've had that happen where I'm playing KO. I swing a wild ride with 2 6s in hand, and then I hit off the top into the discard, my miss, and I pass. And oftentimes you're losing like 6, 7 plus value there.
Yeah, and it's been a long day. Rody's already played 7 rounds. This is round number 8, and this is a win in 2. So a lot of heartbreaking, and I feel for all the Brute fans in the chat, too.
Yeah, all the random draw discards. You can do a lot to set up your deck to succeed and hold cards in hand to succeed, but there's always that small chance that it's just not going to go your way.
Rody's taking his time on this block. Really just evaluating, what can he do?
Yeah, he ultimately, it looks like, decides to just block for 3, send the Saber to 3, and hope that Cody does not have an attack reaction in those 3 cards.
Yeah, it's a pack call. There is a trigger on the block of this pack call. I'm not sure if he's still thinking on blocks.
It looks like he's still kind of playing with his cards, deciding if he wants to toss something else into the fray there. Lining up, I think, one of those 2 blocks to maybe join the pack call and block for 5.
Yeah, and Cody's just, this is like he's in the power position. He's in a damned if you do, damned if you don't position against Rody.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, for the Brute side, we're probably not going to get to see this raw meat used for this game. It is a little too late, unless Rody manages to get something like maybe Assault and Battery or Agile Windup or even a Smashback Alehorn. Those are some of the only ways to create both of those tokens at once, and I don't think he has enough cards remaining to create them from multiple effects.
Absolutely. And now Cody comes in for that 7, wagering the Vigor. Pretty aware that Rody probably doesn't have just 2 more 3 blocks.
Yeah,
I'm not sure Cody cares too much because if Rody has to block 2 cards, what's he going to do with the Vigor token?
Yeah. Unless his arsenal is something like Reinforce the Line or an instant to prevent damage, it's very unlikely he covers up 7 here. Rody's going all the way down to 2, so I think this game was going to end up being quite close if it weren't for that wild ride miss. But at this point, Cody is firmly in the driver's seat, and Rody just kind of has to hope that he can't use his next hand, and Rody can escape with just a 2 or 3 card block and somehow start swinging back.
Well, for starters, Cody didn't discard an agile windup at the end of Rody's turn, and still doesn't have one. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, that is the start we like to see. He gets 1 resource from that Vigor token. Has a hand of 4 cards. I see an engaged Swiftblade at the front of the hand, so he's going to at least be able to play that with Go Again. And it will threaten to give the Saber Go Again. And the Brute deck does not have many non-attacks. It's going to be presenting 4 damage, so it's quite possible that Rody's going to be forced to give Cody's attack Go Again.
Yeah, I actually see a pair of engaged Swiftblades. I think it was yellow and red, I want to say. And elite, no, yep, red engaged Swiftblade. That's terrifying.
If there is a yellow, the bigger this attack gets, the less likely it is that Rody's going to be able to stay alive and manage to not block with attack action cards. We do see 1 lead with speed in his hand, so if it is just a Saber for 5 and he has 1 more non-attack action, maybe he'd be able to not meet that condition for Go Again. But I think his 3 other cards are all attacks.
Yeah, Wage Gold red, Pack Hunt red, and a yellow Pound Town, I want to guess. It was some type of Brute Classic.
Sounds like at least a lot of 3 blocks, but still might not be enough to survive this turn.
Oh boy, this is 9. If you block an attack action, I have Go Again. Also, by the way, I have a resource floating, a card in hand, card in arsenal, and this is a warrior attack, and I can buff it up with attack reactions. This is not a spot, not enviable position for Rody.
Yeah, this is pretty scary. He does have a lot of 3 blocks. That's nice. If Cody is maybe forced to just swing a Saber after this, that could be good for Rody. He can at least survive the turn, but I imagine there's more action cooking in that arsenal. I don't actually remember what that card is. I think we are about to find out, though.
Well, that's 9.
9 total? Yep.
Cody's got the yellow engaged Swiftblade in his hand. He can't play that this turn unless his arsenal's somehow a 0-cost warrior card, which I don't think that's possible. So
he's not immediately laying down an attack reaction, so that's also good news, potentially.
Yeah, it seems like maybe he doesn't have access to one here. He's thinking about, obviously there's always the choice of just swinging a Saber, or maybe he's going to fire off whatever is in that arsenal. And it is a blue rising energy, so only presenting 4 damage, but I think Rody might only have a 2 block, and that's the game. Cody Williams moves on to 6-2 here at the Calling in Hartford. He is in day 2. Unfortunately for Rody, that was a pretty rough miss on the wild ride, leaving him sitting at 5-3. Valiant effort, good play, but ultimately not making it into the draft portion.
Yeah, live by the ride, die by the ride. It's crushing for when that happens, but, you know, his hand blocked poorly against what Cody was doing, and I think we're going to see this tomorrow as well during the draft. Just these, you know, brute hands of all these attack actions, cards that don't block, cards that block 2, and you're getting hit by Sabers that, like, they become so efficient when you're blocking with 2 block attack actions.
They really do, yeah. When you're able to pump up these Sabers with different on-hit effects being threatened, or even just pushing all of your damage in one turn into a Saber, even without on-hits, can make it really awkward for your opponent because they just need to block with some cards, and if all of those cards are attack actions, it's just rough life for the brute player.
Rough life indeed.
I think it is time to check in on our bingo board. We've definitely had some developments, so let's just start going across here. First of all, someone gets fatigued. That has happened. Guardian gets an agility token. This one recently happened in round 7. Finally got that one off. No cast bones yet. We did get a cast bones played, but not 6/6s. Yep, Betsy has swung for 13 overpower. Mirror match. Oh, that's in finals.
Oops.
That's okay. Oh, let's reset. Fatigue. Agility token. Betsy. Lunging press has not won any games yet. We have not gotten to the finals. A lot of these squares require something to happen in the finals.
They're actually quite. Yeah, what the heck? Who made this bingo card? We gotta, make some edits to these finals, right?
That actually kind of makes sense, though. It's kind of exciting to hold the bingo until the very last moment.
That's
and then
fair.
In the
Keeps
finals,
everyone engaged all the way until the finals.
Yeah, it'll be perfect.
Anyone from Ohio win yet? How are we keeping track of this, by the way?
No, this is only if someone from Ohio wins the
call.
Oh,
right.
Sam kind of like
we'll
roped
do the
me
research
into
when we get to
agreeing
the
that.
finals. Okay.
So we have had a Rhinar on stream at EXO. In round number 4, we saw Randall come on. He was 3-0.
Yes.
Vigor, Might, Agility, and Gold on stream simultaneously. Has that happened yet? I actually don't know.
I don't think so. I've been looking out for it. So unless it happened in your rounds, I don't think so.
I bet we'll get. That's one that we'll probably see tomorrow at some point, though. 8 rounds day 1. We have completed all 8 rounds, so that one is definitely crossed off. I did eat a sandwich earlier. To be honest, I did it just for this bingo board, but
You ate it on stream?
I did.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Oh, well, good enough.
Man,
oh yeah, I think this one was also done as well.
Yep. And both players have not gotten fatigued simultaneously yet. Mansant has the option at any moment to gush about Levi if he'd like to. And we are at 4 out of 5 on one of these bingo. If a commentator ever brings up... no, I'm not going to do it. No one's going to... Okay, well, the music can do it, but we're not going to do it.
That's what we're talking about. It seems like actually it's the lesser
it's actually not. I'm still not going to say his name, but it seemingly is not the boogeyman of 2022.
His cousin, the lesser known.
We can't say it, but the Ethan, you have a different song queued up for this spelling?
I will say I tried to fix some of the typos. I grabbed this from our lovely friend Isaac Stanley, Siphon, on Twitter, Siphon, who was hanging out in the chat as well. I will go back and edit some of the other things. I didn't notice that one about our good old boy Stravo. I'm not a commentator. I can say what I want. I can also say at any moment many things about our dear friend Levi, but I won't. I will hold that one.
Not yet.
All right,
Keep
we'll have
waiting.
to wait there. Be a little patient.
So that's our bingo board. We're getting close to one of them getting crossed off. A couple others are nearing it as well. I think tomorrow as the day goes on, this will get a lot closer. And then, of course, in the finals, we have 4 ticking time bombs that can just go off. We also want to give a quick shout out to our friend Himal at the Bazaar. We had these beautiful Marvel Young tokens.
I know, they're
on
so
stream
pretty.
all day.
Get this Betsy.
Available for our players, 2 of each. And then Rhinar, of course, doesn't have a Marvel in this set. But yeah, he lent us these just so that we could give them to the players today and make the stream look prettier. So thank you to Himal. And we have an update that Yuanji is undefeated at 8-0 at the end of the day. Well done.
Wow.
Apparently just the 20 life master, 1 Calling Krakow, 1 battle-hardened Salt Lake City, and is undefeated here. He has 6 rounds of Swiss left to go. 2 drafts tomorrow, and if he manages to go what, like 4-2 probably, he'll be in the top 8.
Yeah, that seems like a really good record. And for those following at home and you got certain people you want to keep track of, go check out the live blog. A link to that is in the YouTube description, and you can also find that by going to fabtcg.com, scrolling down a little bit, and you should see some articles, one of them being Calling Hartford live blog. From there, you'll be able to see a bunch of things, including standings, pairings, results, also some social media posts. It's a really good place to be. Probably one of the few games that does this, and I think it's really neat that they do.
It's really nice. It's really nice for players at the event, families back home, friends who want to cheer you on. I think it's just fantastic all around. We've also got like live kind of mini articles coming out throughout the weekend covering some of the highlights in the room from not just the Calling, so a lot to read up on.
Blog posts or like little journal entries, yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. Especially if you're not here, it kind of like catches you up on everything going on, makes you feel a little bit more like you're like here with us.
Yeah.
So, go check out the live blog. That concludes our 8 rounds of heavy hitters sealed for today. We're going to be back tomorrow morning with draft at which time, Ethan?
I think the time is not certain yet because the draft logistics are going to be a little challenging, but we'll be back
roughly
tomorrow morning.
I think, similar-ish time to today. We're not sure yet, but we are about ready to sign off for the day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us for 8 rounds of heavy hitters sealed. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a pleasure.
Fun casting with you, Michael.
Thank you. It's been a big pleasure for me. Thank you guys for all the encouraging words. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And we will be back tomorrow.
Bye.
Shoot. Hey, everyone. I thought there was a transition. We're goofing it at the end of the stream here. I just wanted to jump in, talk logistics real quick before the stream tomorrow. So sure enough, like the casters said, we cannot actually stream the draft, but we can record the draft. So we're going to be recording the draft process and then replaying that while the next draft pod then takes off. So we will start basically when the first draft process is ended, which is why the timing's like a little variable on the start time tomorrow. Probably around like 10:30. I'll have to double check that. But then we'll jump back into basically 9 rounds tomorrow where we'll crown the winner of the Calling. For everyone who was asking about what's happening with the Battle Harden is being recorded. I have a secondary setup that is, granted, definitely not the same quality of gear. It's a secondary setup. It will be recording all of the games, every round. Well, okay, not every player, right? But every round will be recorded. And so with all of that, probably expecting like an 8-9 round battle hard and something like that with the top cut. I will be releasing all of those videos with guest commentators next week on the Savage Feats YouTube channel. So for anyone who wanted CC, you'll get it. And anyone who wants Flesh and Blood, you'll get that too. It's a long stream tomorrow. Next week, trickling out, probably a video per day, maybe 2 rounds per day, something like that. We will catch up on everything that happened here at the Battle Harden as well. So look forward to that. Look forward to the stream tomorrow. We've got that extra giveaway coming in the Fabled event package at Pro Tour LA. We'll have Sam, of course, back tomorrow. He's doing a freaking fantastic job. So's Michael. So's Brody. I definitely dropped the ball in round 1, internet-wise, but the beauty is it was possible to fix it. A little bit of troubleshooting. We lost a little bit of that end of round 1, but I'm going to go back right now, add all the timestamps, and hopefully it's easier viewing when you go back and watch everything later. So thank you all for tuning in today. If you do want to see kind of the final standings, because all of that is happening as things conclude naturally, the live blog is going to be the right place to go and track exactly the kind of day 2 cut list and all that. We just won't have that for kind of an X amount of time. All those games still just happen. They need to get to their natural conclusion, right? But while I do the timestamps for you, you can keep refreshing the blog, and then we'll be back tomorrow with all of those, all the players who made it right on camera with some amazing, amazing quality of games. Draft really takes things to the nth degree, and then we've got amazing limited players like Yuanji coming in 8-0. What is he going to do to the drafts? He's a Rhinar fan. I've converted him. Is he going to take Rhinar to these 6-0 draft run? There's exciting things. So we'll see you all tomorrow. With that, thank you so much for tuning in, and congrats to our giveaway winner of the day, Shin Sung. Shoot me that email. I sent you the link in the chat. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for today. We will see you tomorrow.